Athletes are always challenging themselves to get better. You've seen this in all sports. Esports is no exception. You can never predict the outcome. The only thing you can control is how ready you are. Over and over, players adapt, trying to improve, fighting hard for every percent gained. Give everything you've got to the challenge and show your finest. Bring your best out. Strive for perfection. It's our goal too.
In no man's land, yeah, you can see the punish coming in. Rusin's down for Tulin's dead and now gone. Back to the lobby as Lockie and Ethla push forward. These boys will not relent. Gen G taking the smart choice, and it looked like Virtus Pro just simply did not expect this level of aggression. However, Spyro has to be careful at low ground. They're going to split the underhand nade. Push comes in, people keep their attention drawn. But where's that second attack? There it is! From the side! It's Enter! And now one for either side. Jeans just needs to find Shrimpsy, but Shrimpsy does the dance! He's not going down without a fight here, Shrimpsy. 15 bullets in the mag. He's going to adjust the position. Because Jeans dead? No way!
And meanwhile, Oath is crashing on top of TSM here, so Infantry doing the drive-by. They're going to find him. Everybody have 3 knocks there, clean as you like. And now Oath having to deal with Wookie Boogie. Trades 2. Wookie is going nuts. Pat Cap's still alive somehow. No, he's down. What happened to that push from Oath? TSM.
Tulin's healing up as he goes, little by little, but no helmet, no nothing. Already tags being put through. You're going to see every bit of damage now invested in towards this one. Infantry know what's up, but Tulin's down again. It's on one man, and surely Luke can't do this. Just watching his team being shredded. Infantry on the verge of victory, securing themselves chunks of change. Lou, there it is, a valiant attempt. God, Meow's going to put some down towards the lower side, maybe keep that interest invested from Orange, but merely gets a bullet for all of his hard work. He's trying to put smokes down to save the day. I don't care which way this goes. Both of these teams have popped off this game. 10 kills for Na'Vi. Above that for Buriram. Vents now broken for Orange. Keep eyes on the player who split off on the side. You can see Buram trying to make something happen, but Senya's found one. The Blue's going to be smothering them. Eevee's running out of options. Smoke now plumes in his way. Where do you go with this? Merely into the eyes of Na'Vi, and the Giants stand tall. Na'Vi did, but just very, very late in the game. It was maybe 2 or 3. Oh no. TSM and Liquid, European fans, devastated. The Copium will be out here. Gene's on the run, but it's not quick enough. It's clipped to go down any follow-up. Yes! Iroh breaking hearts across Europe. 2 big pickups here. Gonna go for the flush.
Sparrow and Batulins trying to stay alive and do a bunch of damage here at the same time, and just fighting for every inch of ground that they can possibly get here.
Keep in mind, TSG a little newer to the lobby. Welcome, though. Ganaxi gonna send a big hello from across the field. Another one to follow. They just want to bombard these boys. They don't have to bother with the guns. If the nades will do it for them, Molotov. It's all raining in. Shoot to kill one in on the edge. You're like, hey, this is one to throw there. And now their cover's removed. Oh, this is just a tragedy unfolding. People are looking for their various options and using this wall of smokes while they can to just get that picture of who's where. Now, Virtus Pro, they can be a nuisance for now, but they'll die to the blue unless they move. More Molotov's nades all coming through. Batulin's in the vehicle. Oh, it doesn't matter. Purdy Curdy puts him out of his misery. A kindness almost at that point burning alive.
Keeping himself safe, gonna find Naradra. Gets him down to about half HP, but Shantian is coming alive at the right time, at the worst time for Bury Rum. Spyro gonna go down to Luke 12, and now Edie trying to take out TSD. No!
Oh my god! I can't believe he's done that. Buram were placed in a position to do some damage, but now it's all shoot to kills. They have them lined up and ready to be knocked down. These boys have been grinding away, and Buram are down to 1 shoot to kill coming online. Looking like this is their game to solidify their place. And Luke 12 pouring in the shots. It doesn't matter who closes it. That's not so soothing. Oh, it's signed sealed through the roof. It gets great damage done, and it's got it. Sick play from him. He is a threat in the back lines now. As you can see, Necro is in all kinds of trouble. Slips behind the box. A spot I horrifically have played myself, and all seems all too aware of that. But the nade just bounces straight. That one done.
Yeah, that one did. That one did. This is the rest of Furia showing up. Rospu gonna try to see if he can salvage something out of this. He gets taken very low by Pio. Might be one more well-placed throwable away.
Tulin's just trying to play safety here. He can maybe swing on the top, but by all accounts, this should be a liquid win. Levi's is dead. Clib's at the forefront of that. Oh! Tulin's knows he's done for here. Not going to give it up too easy. Maybe send a pan for Luxay. All right, guys. See you on the weekend, hopefully. We'll do our best to get there with you. As Liquid find the angle, find the win.
Hello there, ladies and gentlemen. A warm welcome. It is day number 2 here of our weekly survival for week 1, PGI.S. We are ready to go into more matches, which will decide who is going to be moving into our weekly final. My name is Kyle Loris, and joining me, I have Patrick and Cameron here to break down everything that's going to be going on. We already had a great day number 1, gentlemen, here with 4 or 5 even, I should say, of our teams being able to advance on into that weekly final for us, and it was a blinder of a day.
It was a very interesting day. This is the first time we've seen this format with the winner going through to the weekly final. And it caused some trouble for some of the teams. We saw some of them adapting a little bit better. I'd say EU was one of the regions that adapted best yesterday. But coming in today, it's probably going to be a little bit different looking at all the teams and how they're going to play it out.
Yeah, that's fair to say. And looking at Cameron at how teams were able to advance on from yesterday in terms of our top 16, it was a very wide spread of the rankings from those ranking decisions to actually be able to advance on into our first weekly final.
Yeah, you guys just said it earlier. It was like 1st, 5th, 13th, and then 15th or something like that. So really just covering the entire field from ranking decisions. So I think a lot of viewers, myself included a little bit, were expecting to see a little more of a reflection of the top 5 teams from ranking decision be the first ones to make it in. It is all over the place, and we have some teams that we expected to perform significantly better who are just basically nowhere to be seen right now, particularly, if I'm being honest, from some of the Asian regions.
Yeah, and teams that have only just come into the games actually performing pretty well. We saw some of the teams who were able to kind of sit back, assimilate some of that information, performing well in regards to kind of the potential meta shift in inverted commas that we're kind of looking at here in regards to the format overall. But here is what has happened so far. Now, on our left-hand side are the 5 teams that won a chicken dinner yesterday. And of course, now we have match 6 on the way. Those are the 16 teams that are going to be playing it. And we still have, in order, mind you, the teams waiting to join in on the next games. So it's a great selection of teams for us that have already advanced on, and the match itself that's coming up is also pretty damn good too.
Yeah, it's a really good list, but once again, remember, you need that win. And currently, in match number 6 here, we have 4 teams that hasn't gotten themselves a win yet in the PGI.S here. It's Tianba, Buram, Zenith, and Petricoro. These 4 teams have not won a game yet. And from the teams in the waiting list, there's only 1 team that have gotten a win here so far, and that is Enter Force 36. So all of these teams, they need to step it up right now, because without that win, you're not going into the weekly finals. Without going to the weekly finals, you won't win any money.
Yeah, you mentioned it just before, Cameron, that our Asian regions have not had as easy a time in our first day of games. Of course, it is only an isolated 5 games in that day, but yeah, Europe and North America came out to play, man.
They did, and I think that it's a fair look, at least at the beginning, of just the different regional metas that are now converging here in Korea for PGI.S. Where EU region is more known for being very rotational and positionally heavy. If you wanted to be cute, you could say they played almost like a chess match. But then the Asian regions are like far extreme, particularly China, who they're just constantly fighting from the beginning. Korea, not as much so, but for a lot of these teams, it seems to be a bit more of an adjustment going for the win, kill points do not matter style, while EU especially it's very easy for them to slot into that.
Yeah. And for anybody out there wondering how this format actually breaks down, the weekly survival is very simple. Across our 3 days of gameplay, yesterday, today, and tomorrow, we will play 16 matches. If you get a chicken dinner during that, you advance on to the weekly final and you stop playing. As you can see here, we've already played 5 games. Sonics was the first to get a chicken dinner, and for that, they got $10,000 for 1 chicken dinner alone. Brilliant stuff. And now, of course, we teeter on down from there. So the next winner was infantry, etc., etc., etc. We have a prize pool for our next 3 games, which is 2,000, 1,000, and 1,000. As you can see, 6th, 7th, and 8th there on the left-hand side in the weekly survival. And in the weekly finals, which is happening on Saturday and Sunday, in that first week, if you win, you get $25,000. Now, in that weekend, it is back to super settings rules. So kills will matter a lot for points. Placement will matter a lot. It's the same 16 teams, playing every single lobby in that weekend. Whew, that was a mouthful for us, but I got there, and it's an innovative format that we've got here, and we've got 6 games coming at you today and then 5 tomorrow. So we'll be alternating between Erangel and Miramar to get things going today for us. It's an exciting time.
It's an exciting time, and as you can see, today we're going to be starting on Erangel. The difference is yesterday we started on Miramar, and we had one less Erangel game. And this will matter a lot because we have some of the teams that are doing way better on Miramar and way worse on Erangel. And those teams, they might get a little bit of a trouble, but you also have teams like 4AM and Digital Athletics that we've seen battling out on Erangel itself. This will make that they will lose the momentum between every game, and I think that is something that is hurting both of the teams, not just on the Erangel games, of course, but on the Miramar games as well, because they basically don't get to play anything. They're just sitting there waiting for the next game to start.
That's fair. Any thoughts regarding that, Cameron? Or
I had that hot drop at the very end, dropped out of my mind between DA and 4AM. We were all just so shocked because that compo that they constantly fight over has no value, at least from what we can see. Maybe they found a treasure map and they just want the rights to dig below and find all the gold under there. I don't know.
I like that. I'm all about the pirates. We've got ourselves on the left-hand side the teams that have already advanced. Excuse me. And as we take a look at the highlights here, we're taking a focused look a little bit at some of the teams that were highly ranked for us from our rankings decision matches, but haven't quite been able to get that win yet. Whoa, slow-mo.
Yeah, and let's talk about Damwon Kia. They've been a really steady team so far. We saw them in the rankings coming on 2nd place. We thought they were dominating all the way until Sonics overtook them, but they kind of were, right? We saw them getting themselves 2 wins, both on Miramar, and they've been playing really good. But when it comes to yesterday and the weekly survival format, where you need to get that win, they haven't really adjusted themselves to that. We still see them going for a little bit too much of their early fights. It's not always a bad thing, but in their style as well, we see them doing very large splits, very big splits, and it's 1-1-1-1 splits, and it's not doing them any favor because we see them keep on losing people because of those splits. They're not able to group up or help each other out before they get crashed.
I think one thing that's scary about Damwon Kia, Tiamba at 4AM, Cami, is that they can potentially win at any time. I don't know if they've fully adjusted to the format just yet. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but once they get there, I feel like they could just pop it and win any time.
Yeah, virtually every single team here, if they do find themselves in a strong late game position for up, strong positioning across the map for full control, they have like an 80% chance to win. That's how tight the mechanical skill is amongst all these teams. That's why it's about getting into those positions that is going to make separate good teams from great teams. And I do want to reiterate that what you said earlier on, it has only been 5 games. It's perfectly reasonable for there to be a little bit of teething for a number of these different teams. And I think by the end of the week, fingers crossed, we should see a number of these teams, like the ones just listed, sort of get it together and realize what makes this format different from what we've been playing so historically.
Well, let's talk about some teams that we're expecting to maybe do well here today, because, of course, we do have 6 games available, and we already saw yesterday some performances, some glimmers of hope for some of these teams that might eke us in the right direction. So, Froz, I want to start with you. Who do you think is going to be able to do pretty decently today as we look at Damwon Kia?
Well, this is not one of the teams I have on my mind, at least. I have 2 teams. Okay. The first one would be Virtus Pro. They kind of playing their own style of game, and they haven't been changing too much, but this kind of format suits them anyway with their 3-1 split, having Batuli do a lot of the scouting itself, and they try to like always go for the win. This is something we normally see them do in the EU region anyway, so we're not surprised to see them up there. On the other hand, you have Gen G. Same thing with them. They're doing a lot of these big, very large 2-2 splits. And once again, this is something they kind of do all the time. And they just playing their own game. And we see them doing these kind of really good executions, especially the one yesterday they did on Miramar on Virtus Pro itself as an example. That was probably the best well-executed play we've seen so far in PGI.S. And that's kind of what I think will bring them up and get them a win today.
I just want to interject here for a moment on the point that you're making and say, Damwon Kia did not look concerned in the slightest. They looked so calm, so comfortable, and Tiamba is tired. So, you know, you can take a lot from these cameras. You can take a lot from... I mean, they don't particularly look too concerned either, to be honest with you. And you know, these teams lying at the top of the ranking decision matches know that they have a lot of power behind them, so I'm not too surprised by that. Cameron, I want to come to you and ask you kind of the same question I've asked Froz just now.
So I definitely agree on the VP pick, but as a secondary call, I do want to give a little bit of love to Buriram Esports. They've looked really good. They haven't gotten that win yet, and they struggled on finishing out the games even during the ranking decision. We all remember the 3 versus 1 against Turtle that they sort of lost in that situation. But they're consistently getting themselves in a really solid position. Their play style is play a little slow during the early to mid game, and then take control of the area that they have and fully utilize that to their advantage once the late game hits. I think it's a really nice style of not going for too big of risks early on and saving all your resources for the late game. And at some point that dam has to break of actually getting that full on win. I think it's going to happen today. I really do.
It may, considering how consistently we saw them in top spots. Alongside, I think a lot of the European teams we were able to kind of point out yesterday that their style has definitely lent itself nicely to what they have to do here, which, you know, you can look at it two ways, Frost, I suppose. You can look at it as we're really good at finding the middle ground and snaking, or we're just, you know, we're survivors. Which one do you think?
Well, I'll give you the whole breakdown instead. The whole thing is that we're just better tactical-wise. I feel like the EMEA region plays a little bit more tactical, plays a little bit more as a whole team, less individual plays, and that's kind of what makes the whole thing work better here.
All right, I'll take that then. Thanks for reassuring me, Frost. I need something. No, but I mean, North America and Europe did well yesterday, so that's cool to see. I do want to see China and Korea especially having some wins today. Of course, yesterday we had Infantry, Cami, who kind of were the outlier of that little narrative that we'd slowly built up from yesterday. And to be fair to them, advancing in that second place and getting a second chicken dinner of the tournament so far, if you count the one that they had in rankings, it was a great performance by Infantry.
It really was. It really, really was. But for the rest of the teams coming from that region, it seems to be on a completely different level. Just the constant fighting earlier on by 4 a.m. And Tiamba especially, it's not really working out in their favor. So I'd like to see them slowly start to pull back over the course of the day and over the course of this week. And also, this is still only the first week. So the teething that I mentioned earlier is not just going to be happening during these first couple of days, but the first maybe 1 or 2 weeks over the course of the entire tournament. We are going to see a meta development over the 2 months that we have. This is a marathon, not a sprint, so we don't want to read too much into teams that aren't coming out right out of the gate super fast, even though, that being said, it does put them a little bit behind the teams that already have a start on that money, which is really what counts as points for this event.
I mean, the kicker about that is, and I'm actually going to stick with you, Cameron, on this, is that for 4 a.m. on Erangel, they keep winning that fight quite handedly. So I don't know if they really even need to change too much about it, to be honest.
A lot of times, especially during ranking decision, they did win with all 4 of their players still up, but there have been a couple of times, and if I'm not mistaken, yesterday, they actually, I think, lost 1 or 2 players, or maybe they just got knocked and they weren't fully confirmed. But either way, even if they do win that engagement, it does still slow down their looting. It causes them to use more resources that they then have to loot late to heal back up, and it does put them even on just a little bit of a back foot. But you're right. I think it is more on DA to pull away from that fight, because right now it really is, I think, almost 100% win rate for 4 a.m. If you include scrims, from my understanding, it's still very, very high, 70-80% win rate for 4 a.m. in that engagement. I do not know why DA keep going back to that position.
Frost?
So there's a little bit of a bigger picture, I'd say, to the whole thing here between these two teams. Both of them want to have the whole area for themselves. 4 a.m. they drop apps normally, and DA they would go raw talk. But 4 a.m. they also have a lot more experience when it comes to these kind of early fights. We've seen them in the PCSs fighting over in the apps throughout PCS 1, 2, and 3. And basically, even if they win with all 4 up right now against DA, as you said, Cammy, that's gonna slow them down, not just in one way, but in several ways. First of all, they're pretty quick on finishing the fight. So that, like, the time lost
Very
for
quick.
that isn't too much. But
Yeah.
the whole thing is they're not by apps where they normally loot. To get to apps, that's going to take you another minute. And on top of that, you need to secure the vehicles as well, which you don't have. They're going to be out there on the road as well. So that's another 30 seconds. And if you add up 1.5 minute plus 1.5 minute, that is lost time. That is a lot of time, not just for looting, but also rotating into a position. That means that you're going to be behind all the other teams that already looted. They're in position and ready to strike you when you're passing them in your vehicles.
It's a very good point. Very good point. Kind of nice breakdown between you guys. I really appreciate that. And of course, we had Zenith in our previous game, so that means now we have Petrica Road joining. Is that correct?
Yeah.
I believe so.
Nice. All right, we're just a minute out before the game. So what do we think of Petrica Road coming in? Frost, tell me.
Still haven't really seen what we'd like to see. They still haven't gotten that win. We've seen them a few times into the end game. Still looking for Ixlef to show up a little bit bigger, because it is still Mill that is the shining star of that team, even though all our eyes have been on the Ixlef so far.
Yeah, Mill has looked fantastic. Any final thoughts, Cameron, before we go in?
I need Long to step it up for Petrica Road. He is by himself. I feel like he alone is dragging it down, just looking at his kill points.
All right, let's do it. It is time. A big thank you to our sponsors joining us here. Intel, Toomey, Zowie, and Perrier. As we get into day number 2, we're starting on Erangel. It's Pansy and Poro.
Thank you so much, and good morning, good evening, good afternoon, wherever you are in the world tuning in right now. Welcome to PGI.S, presented by Intel, where the gaming happens, and we're into game 1, Poro. We had a couple teams go through yesterday, 2 from EU, 2 from NA, and of course infantry from China. Now, I'm waiting to see who's going to join them. Anyone that's caught your eye so far?
I really believe this is going to be a day for the East. I'm surprised to begin with that we only saw infantry go on yesterday. I really think that the likelihood of having 2 days in a row where China and Korea don't come through with a victory is so small. And I believe if you put a gun in my head, say who I think is going to take this first one, I got to go with Damwon. I think they're due. I mean, look, you now you don't have Sonics, you don't have Liquid in the lobby, so they get their normal drop spot of Pachiki and Picado back, so they can play this out however they want. And that's a team that knows how to win.
Okay, I feel that. But you know what? I'm not going to forget how good Buriram looked yesterday. So many second places, always kind of looking a little dangerous. And that was coming in later as well, because they weren't one of the first teams to start within the 16. So coming off the starting blocks as hot as they could, we have the first circle coming in as well, heading right over towards the west side. And I like this. We've got Hospital in there. We've got South George, North George. Bit of what I like to call the chicken tendy, which is basically Zaki and the fields around. We have the mountain in there. I haven't seen a mountain ending in a hot minute. So let's see who this kind of favors then, because you got, I guess, 3 teams kind of slap bang in there already, but it's a decent amount of space to share.
There is a lot of, I mean, you got to place that 50-50 bet on whether you think it's going to go north or south of the river. So we'll see where people are deciding. I do got to give credit where credit is due. DA finally got some sense knocked into them, and they're not scrapping with 4 a.m. over that same compound that they didn't really even need. So just sticking with Razak for now. So we get to see DA last 2 minutes into a game. This is the farthest we've seen them in Erangel. Congratulations, DA. You made it.
Look,
you've done it.
Sometimes you got to cut your losses, right? I mean, at the end of the day, Rozhok is their traditional drop here. So for them to have spread that far down south towards that kind of compound just east of school, it was already a little bit bold. But honestly, I think people are, I don't want to say underestimating DA, because I think they've already proven they're not a team to be underestimated. Yeah. But I really think if they start playing and getting towards the late game, obviously this, the last day run and the hot drops didn't favor that. Their style of being able to get center, those full sends that we knew them for, actually could work really nicely in this game mode. So I think, again, keep your eyes on DA, and I do wonder if that's someone we can look at eventually down the line. I think you're right, though. This is going to instantly turn our focus now towards the likes of, the Korean region, who previously, and China to a degree as well, have been dominant throughout these previous sort of, big events. So, whenever it goes global, the styles clash, they're heavy fraggers, they come out, they've got a lot of kind of ferocious play to it. They're scary as all hell, but this format hasn't quite suited them yet. But maybe that little daybreak not even a day break, an evening break, will give them time to adjust, kind of come back reconsidered, watch the demos back, watch the game back, and go, okay, this is what we need to do. We need to adjust here and there. I think this is a game of showing now who's really good at those adaptations. Actually, the Des did mention Virtus Pro, so another team to keep your eyes on. Certainly contenders. They were in that second place when Liquid were the ones to get their spot through. So VP certainly having a glimpse of what could be, but never know. I feel like Batulin's another good name to look at.
Oh, absolutely. I think Virtus Pro probably, you know, if you look at the results from yesterday, probably the most due for a win out of anybody. I mean, 9th, 2nd, 5th, 4th, 2nd out of all 5 games. Trading back and forth here with Roth. Oh, why'd you stop, buddy? Why'd you stop? That's about as free as it's going to get right there. I don't know if they got one of his tires or... Doesn't even look like they got a tire. It looks like... Well, either way.
Who knows? Poor choices regardless. It's not the way you want things to go down. And speaking of... Wait, Furia are pulling up on this. Okay, this is a big investment now. Tiamba were already here. We saw them kind of looting earlier on. Bit of a spray through. Great connection. Necro and Raspu just going to be left as, I don't know, just trash on the side of the road. That was baffling. They got it so quickly. But now already Tiamba going to go for the push. Great nades going through the window. That's so comfy for them.
Didn't even get knocked. Ming's about the lowest one out of there. That's 4 quick ones, and Tiamba has a nice little spot to play from. Tiamba, one of those teams that we were looking at yesterday. I mean, they know how to win. They've got 10 wins throughout all of Charity Showdown and the PCS 1, 2, and 3. But yesterday, could not seem to find late games. 16th, 11th, 12th, 14th, 7th in the final game was about the best that they did. But things looking pretty good for them here off the jump as they take care of Furia, and they have a nice little spot right in the center of the circle to call home.
And we were talking about the decision of north or south. It looks like a lot of teams are opting for south. I guess that is the bigger landmass. It does make sense. So I guess we're just going to see a lot of kind of Georgia pop fighting, which is a real rarity. What a treat, potentially. Vard's going to be calling this out. This player's outside. It's Vard all alone, but he's got support on the cross, but Vard still needs to be the man at the door, but no! Zanan's already found him. K7 grabbed one of the very, very integral buildings away from TSM.
Zanan quick on the trigger right there, and you see Loxlock still a little bit farther behind, but K7 going to be sharing the neighborhood with TSM. We'll see how angry TSM gets about that one. Iroh going to be holding that shoddy, and this is something that we saw a couple of days ago with 4 a.m. opting to play with the shotties on the urban areas right now, so maybe that's a little bit of a meta shift that we might be starting to see. Is Iroh apparently liked that idea, so he's going to go with the 1897 and hold the line here.
And honestly, whether it be the lack of time to loot, you know, and get that ideal combo, or simply feeling it's viable, especially in this urban area, no problem. Okay, Buriram gets one back. They did have a player knocked, and oh, that's sick work from Buriram. I want to look at these guys. Gen G just got ripped apart. Now you're going to have to get the other 2 from Buriram back in towards this fight because they already had one knocked earlier on. Now, if Essa decides to take this fight to them, they could be in trouble. A quick nade comes out, tags come in. Gen G are keeping them humble. This is harsh stuff for Buriram.
2-2 trade right now. The only other team that's even anywhere near close is Zenith, but I don't think they have a line of sight onto this. So Gen G, Buriram going to pull back just a little bit, try to go for these reses while they can. Loki's still bleeding out. It looks like they've gotten back up to full strength. They're Canoxy. They never got a chance to go for it. I'm not sure what. Yeah, Kale, look at this. Kale from Everest got that knock. Good Lord.
Poor Buriram.
Oh, no. Oh, that's just bananas. And Gen G gets to get all 4 back up, too. And now Meow's just got to play it out. Look at it. That's where he was shooting from. And he got him.
Pretty impressive work. Kale there, utilizing the mountain. Right now, we haven't got one of those big mountain games. It's just one player up there for, well, not one player, one team up there, and that's 3 down 1, of course, as you can see on the screens. You can see those tracers just flying through the air that are being given over. And Onyx will get that kill, but again, if you're just tuning in, kills don't equate like they normally do in this format. The survive the week, let's call it, as we're all trying to make it to the weekend. at this point, it's all about the wins. That's how you get qualified through to those weekend games that really matter. So again, yes, of course, kills will potentially take one opponent away. Yes, there is still that value, but it doesn't come with points attached to it. So it's a little bit different. It's all about that chicken dinner at the end. It's why stylistically, those early fights that some teams are taking definitely leave us scratching our head a little.
If you can get those knocks and the flushes with minimal to low risk, sure, it's worth it. Go for it. But you don't want to put yourself at a medium or high risk position just to try to get a point, because obviously points don't matter. So not really worth doing. And one thing I'm really surprised by, I mean, I guess it's not too surprising, but the only team playing north of the river right now is 4 a.m. If this thing cuts hard to the north, which it's done before, this is going to be absolutely insane.
I'm looking at 4 a.m.'s positioning too. You can have a watch back at this. Look at the...
Please.
How does his gun do that? Huh? It's 4 times.
And that wasn't
got
even
like a magnifying glass on it. No, that was just like straight up not. Unbelievable. But yeah, as I said, 4 a.m. would be in a good position to kind of catch it if it did go north. And even if it doesn't, they still have that Georgia Pole bridge to utilize to come across. Not the one towards the east where DA currently are. That's probably a little too risky. If they would, if they go around by God V, pretty decent approach. They can get the back, houses, the back 6. They'll be fine with that. But I do like TSM and Virtus.pro's positioning. I think it's just a European playstyle that seems to make sense to me because, funny enough, I'm European. Can you believe it? Beyond that, though, it's just because they get 50-50 safety, or 50% safety, because there's very unlikely going to be anyone coming from the beaches, anyone like that. I like the compound in they're in. They're using that little hill that rolls around the side. That's with Virtus.pro. So Batulins has a little bit of high ground, and then you've got Spyro. He might have to pull back in because there might be a crash or two. And looking at some of these teams like Oath, like Gen G, there's not going to be too much available. You've got that radio tower hill, a little bit of dips and defilades here to play with, but it's the compounds they're eyeing up.
And Oath, I mean, this is a really, really gutsy send. I mean, you're coming in at 10 minutes, driving directly towards the center of the circle, and we'll see how it plays out for. I guess they're just going to crash right onto TSG. This is the play.
Okay, in we go. And yes, thank you, chat, for reminding me, because I'm a Brit. I'm no longer in EU. Thank you for that one. But Oath have made it, at least for now. They're kind of living in the shadow of TSG, and it's a weird one. Because Triumph had joined again, they're one of the newer additions and such. They've had a fair amount of play here, but not seeing much through it. Actually, hold on, Batulins just found Gen G, looking like they're going right towards Virtus.pro. I would not be pulling up like this. Gen G, you are braver than I am. Batulins would have seen this, called this out, the IGL on the hill from outside, but they need to get these kills quickly. You don't want threats like this. All of them coming inside. Baloo, up on the roof! Just gets the angle down towards Loki, and now they have to find the others. They've given them this one house, and they're going to try and take it back. Molotov's in, ZPO in trouble upstairs. Inonix trying to help him out. They're trying to hold them at bay, but it ain't going to work. Impact Caps doing some damage in the back lines, but for now, his Hiruzen still trying to just litter the floor. Oh, but up above,
no.
Pio, he could have got the shot through there, but how is Hiruzen alive?
PO just ran out of bullets at the wrong time. This was the push from Oath. It looks like they've suffered at least one knock here, but they managed to collect that compound, or at least one of the compounds from TSG. Pat rocking the DBS. God, I love to see it. I love that freaking gun, especially. Well, there goes Gen G. All right, Hiruzen going to take care of both of them with a nice grenade. Actually, Oath keeping all 4 alive. This is insane. I cannot believe that they made this crash towards the center of the circle, and they actually destroy TSG. Unbelievable.
That's so well done. And if anything from this format, and there's things I'm a fan of and things I'm not, I like seeing variety in weaponry, because it was barrel and mini, barrel SLR, it was, you had your 2 kind of combo, and that was it. I got excited seeing a bolt action, because that was the kind of level in which I was so used to seeing a very kind of similar approach, but we're seeing variety here, and that brings me so much happiness, because it's like playing a normal game of PUBG. That kind of, brings a smile to my face.
As it should. And you know what else should bring a smile to your face? A nice code. A code there will get you a Pick'em coupon today. Once we get to the end of the week and we get to our weekly finals, we'll be giving codes away for more EPs. So make sure you watch every day, get all your coupies, and place your bets on who you think is going to win, so you can get all your free goodies. New circle's going to pop. Oh, well, that one's going to cut hard north.
DA were about to make a move, and do they still do that? They're in a decent enough position here. All these southern teams are going to now struggle because you've got that runoff of the hill of the mountain. There's not much to be had there. DA can shuffle in towards South George, but 4 a.m. have come across it. No way. They meet here now? Oh no, 4 a.m. are just the death of DA at this point. But DA have a nice split actually. Smash is slightly in between Crazy and Code Marco. So you can have a fun little kind of battle there. Here comes the rotations coming in though. This can be some of the newer additions to the lobby coming in, replacing those who were the victors in the previous games, and already losing out on a player here. So not exactly the perfect debut, but a bit of an infamous ditch to get yourself in towards a little bit of cover. It can work out.
It is quite an infamous ditch. We've seen many plays happen around that sucker right there, and we'll see where Zenith decides to go. They are very far south, pushing in through K7. They are going to come into the small little ice cream shack, getting shot at by pretty much everybody. Remember, they lost Roth a little bit earlier, but it looks like they're going to keep 2 up. Shimboy gets picked out there, and here we go once again.
Look at these nades! He can barely see it, and he found one. Code Marco is probably left reeling off the back of that. And now sends another through. DA, I thought they might be able to work this out, but it looks like 4AM is going to isolate the kind of, I guess, forefront with Metralius and Code Marco, especially with those nades. But they can't really capitalize. It's hard to flush these kills. I don't see an easy way to do it, especially in these compounds. Unless 4AM just push, I guess.
Well, that's the thing, is 4AM, is we've seen them do this yesterday, where they push into a fight that they didn't necessarily need to push into just because that's their playstyle. That's what they do. But, you know, once again, when we're playing for wins, is that the right call? I don't know. We'll have to see. Meanwhile, Damwon going to be trading back and forth with LG Divine. You can see June trying to help out, takes out Buriram. That's going to be it for them, as Kia still spread out multiple angles on this.
Yeah, and I am seeing Metralius at least finding one knock towards 4AM, so it hasn't been a completely one-sided affair yet. But Damwon are on the move, and you can see in the smokes it's a passive play so far from LG Divine. They're not in the best positions. Turtle is burning alive, I'm pretty sure, at this point, so he's not going to be happy, and you can see they're utilizing the high ground there to keep vision on this. So LG Divine can't really go anywhere, and JN can't find an off angle to help out. Any more nades coming towards Turtle could have been in the death of him, but no, in the vehicles it seems like, and try and get out of there. Indigo, I thought those shots were on, but not to be. Turtle lives to fight another day. That shell just catching some of the bullets, as they'll be safe-ish for now, but getting a lot of attention here.
LG Divine, I mean, it's a rock and a hard place, really. They got nobody is. That is actually insane. I guess everybody assuming that it was already taken. It looks like K7 might be on the move to try to take it now. But yeah, LG Divine kind of stuck between a rock and a hard place here, between Kia on the mountain, and then they've got T1 that's just off to their east, or west rather. So we'll see. I mean, which fight do you really want to take? I mean, T1 is kind of snug as a bug in a rug in a compound here, but Kia, as you said, has that high ground that they can still work with. Meanwhile, going back to this fight, 4AM still trying to figure out what to do about the digital athletics problem. Looks like Smash and Murder already gone.
Oh, that's good work from Metralius. The player in the building was already looking upstairs. Forever now, split between 2 targets. It's tricky. He's actually backed away from this. Going around by the window, double dips back in, sprays through the door. Gets one on the stairs, but it's a quick trade out. Code Marco found Forever, as Crazy did get Metralius, and now 2 stand for 4AM. This is just, again, mutually assured destruction. If Code Marco can make this hurt, this is all for nothing. If 4AM get Forever and God be back up, okay, no harm, no foul, but they're playing a very dangerous game. Code Marco could do the work here, but now what does Lou do? Back on the feet, ready to go. Got the res, got God V back up, and he's going to try and keep him humble. Metralius can't be resed right now. If they go for it, it'd be such a risky maneuver, but you can see that's what they want to do. And already Code Marco desperate for this res towards Metralius. Uh-oh.
That's a really good play by Xiaolu. Oh, this is what we were waiting on. The grenades to come right on top of the rocks. Going to find Long. Songjong just going to keep sending them in there. Ike's left, just going to try to hide behind the US for the time being. Meanwhile, DA does get eliminated as 4AM continues to push through. That should mean them getting their reses back up. And now we're going to do the seat swap here. Indigo. Well, that's good. Be a good grenade.
Okay. Luckily didn't get a kill at the end there for down one, but they will have probably time to get all three back up. For now, we did see finally Hospital being taken over. That's now going to be held to by K7, I believe. They've shuffled into there. And I think you're right. There's partly, I guess, the conversation of it's hard to leave Hospital once you're in there, but it's slap bang in the middle. Honestly, that's not a bad shout. But also, I guess you'd assume someone's got to have taken it by now, right? But Forever and the rest of 4 AM going to take all their spoils. So they're just going to grab that and walk away with it. LG Divine holding the backside of the Hospital hill for now, keeping T1 a little further away. Ada maybe trying to move a little forward, get a bit more information. And he just finds a couple of bullets. So for now, I think most people are somewhat, I say somewhat safe. It's not ideal, but they'll be in quite comfortably here. We'll see how this circle divides them. Now, this is a problem. When this one updates, we have to consider what could be left. Hard shift to the north, okay, that's a lot of playable room. If it centers up, that ring around this ring around Hospital, right? This is a lot of hills, a lot of territory. You've got that kind of mini hospital sort of area just in the north of it. But you think, where currently Virtus Pro are, you can't have 3 teams playing that area. It's maybe feasible for 1. The south, okay, they can shuffle into that final building. Oath are okay. It's going to be that western side that's going to be so hard to play around.
He still has a good spot, but it looks like Zenith realizing that they've got to push out now. They're down to just 2. Gipatulin's low. They may actually catch VP a little bit split off here. As you can see, Spiro just on the other side of the mountain. Does have Haruzen and Lu giving some overwatch. And oh, Wookie's got a perfect angle on this. It is through the smoke, unfortunately, but yeah, that was always going to be difficult for Zenith to do. But now the bigger problem for VP is, what do you do about Oath? As you would love to just hang out and play on that hillside right there by Hospital, but Oath is a big problem.
I don't know how much time they've had to potentially scout. I guess you've got this kind of slight valley almost with the road there, but you're right. Oath still have perfect vision on that. You do have the hill kind of to their north they could play on, but that would open up to maybe TSM, 4 AM or K7. It could be Ascend to that kind of smaller compound just north of the hospital, potentially. I don't know how much they've been able to scout it, though, considering they've been in this valley, so it's very hard to see that far. This could be the playing, I guess, safety percentage numbers for Virtus Pro. They're going to have to make a risky move here now. I don't think they have an easy choice to be made yet already. They've had to try and do something, and Oath has perfect vision. Now, yes, there are 3 smokes in play. They've committed them, but Batulins is looking worse way. Yeah, he's done. He's flushed. Tails found that pretty comfortably. Oh, these shots, though. Oh, TSM, this is... Oh, this is harsh to watch. But it looks like TSM... Oh, no, Wookie! No, he tries to get towards the wall, and he's fallen. Now, Iroh, the shotgun supreme, trying to play this one out. But they have taken that mini compound, but it ain't easy to get into. Now, Virtus Pro are down to 3, but they... Wow, okay. Where are these shots coming from? Zanan, this guy is being a real problem from on top of that hospital, taking so many fights and doing so much damage. And now it looks like VP are in, but they're still going to be in the eyes of Oath, unless Oath decide they want to kind of look somewhere else, maybe a little bit more worried about T1, potentially, if they decide to move. As I'm seeing vehicle icons popping in and out for T1, I wonder if they decide to go for Ascend. For now, they're happy, and K7 can keep being the turrets on top.
Yeah, T1 has been primarily focused there on LG Divine, so it doesn't look like they're planning on staying to the south. They're going to push it up to the north here, where Damwon is still hiding out inside that ditch, but T1 finding a little bit of room to play with. We'll see if the circle favors them at all. Unfortunately not. Now 4 AM is going to have to make their way across the street as well, with Tiamba up there and K7 and Zennon, probably the scariest damn player in the lobby right now. That kid is hitting every single shot he takes, and they are going to have to make that move under his watchful eyes.
Exactly that. Now, this is going to cause a lot of teams to make very risky plays, full sends, try and just get into anywhere. But as you're saying perfectly, the players from K7 will have full view on this. You can crash into hospital. It's not impossible, but there's a lot of teams around. Now, down 1, we saw them in some fights earlier on. They still have 3 players alive, so they've held on well to this. But now they're starting to find some problems. You can already see they've run out of cover, and they've run out of the ability to not burn alive, I guess. But beyond that, though, T1 starting to find their way forward. They already have players towards the circle, so closer than down 1. And you can see Aqua 5. He's considering something here. He's looking for maybe punishing this. He put the mollies down. Star-Lord, nice work with the bolty towards JN, so keeping everyone kind of at bay, and now maybe able to move up further. Savior this time diving on T1. Here comes the push back from down one, though. They're going to try and breach over. Aquafy Prone's down. He is one, sees one, takes one. Spins around, though. He needs a second.
What?
He gets it with the third. Just that step too far, but it's enough for a trade to come out. T1, it's just Star-Lord, but they will live for now. Virtus.pro forced to fight against Oath. Oath decided to push towards VP. They could have gone for the hospital fight, but no, they've opted to try and clear through Virtus.pro, which is a dangerous game to be playing. But Snake is finding heroes and has removed some of the vision on that very low-end side of the hill. So now with 3 alive for Oath, they can get themselves back on their feet. You know the K7 are watching this mayhem unravel. Pat gaps over the great shot towards Spyro, and there goes Virtus.pro. Oath now take that territory, but they still have that horrible hurdle at the end of K7.
Yeah, it's not great. I mean, Oath had to take that fight. They needed to do something about VP before they could start paying attention over towards K7. But right now, we'll see if Star-Lord can pull off some solo magic. LG Divine has been a thorn in the side of T1 for this entire game, or for the last several circles at least. JN going to go for the res, and he's actually going to get it off here as well as June will get back up. Let's see if Star-Lord trying to play it high, play it low. He's going to find one. Can he find two? Oh, June.
Me. Now, what are Oath doing in this time? I'm seeing them in vehicles. They're trying to swing around the south. It looks like they're going towards LG Divine at this point. That's maybe the best fight, maybe the better option than trying to go towards Hospital. They're pulled up on this.
What?
They just send the car in. It's part of their team at this point, and they've wiped him out. Great moves from Oath here. I love this. Now look at this. K7 in response, pushing out it. Savior's on the way. Zinan's on the way. They see there's a chance to get rid of this southern side. Oath will have no idea that this is coming until right now. The floor's on fire and they're eliminated. They made the right call to take that fight, but little did they know, K7 were already a step ahead as well. But now look across the board. We have 4 AM with 4 players still alive. Now we are down to the final 3. Tianba, only 1 standing, 2 knocks. K7, 3. And keep in mind, K7 have had a hot game. They have been fragging out. 4 AM, yeah, they walked through DA, but not like K7 have been playing. And the map, let's look how this divides here, Poro. Would you say this is a K7 strong circle? I feel as though it is, right?
It still is, as they have the top of the hill. They also still have Prio on Hospital, and you've also got to worry about Lorena from Tiamba. That is more of a problem for 4 AM than it is for K7 at the moment. And now, unless K7 decides to peek up over the top of that ridge line and expose themselves a little bit too much like that, but it looks like they should be okay for right now. But Lorena, it looks like 4 AM has full concentration paid on to them for the time being.
For now, Tiamba, what can you do about this? Just, you know, these are all my grenades. It's, you know, those kids at show and tell. Here's all my things in my bag. I've got a sandwich, I've got this, I've got that. Nothing to be done. It's down to 2 big teams, though. This is what I'm happy to be seeing. 4 AM. We asked when these guys would come online. Maybe this is the game. It took 1 day of adaptation to get them to these final moments. K7, though, with a huge performance. And now we see how they break this one down. The north is 4 AMs. The south, K7s. And very much almost a mirrored lineup here in the way they're approaching this. But the benefit for K7 is they still have this hospital building. They don't get their head taken off. That's really valuable.
They've got some decent cover to work around here as well. You see Shalu and Godby trying to see if they can take care of Booyah, who that is if they can get rid of him, be a pretty good get. They also looks like they're concerned about the other compound as well. They maybe might have lost track of how many players are left for K7, but they've got a really nice spread here. They're taking up a lot of real estate. We'll see if they can, how long it takes them to pin everybody down.
Okay, now the circle update will again favor K7, but the fight still favors 4 AM, of course, with the additional player standing. You've got to hope that maybe one of these gets a free knock something. It looks like 4AM are starting to build themselves up. They've decided they're going to go for the southeast side. There's 2 players for K7 here. They have good cover. Zenon's in the low ground. This could be scary stuff for 4AM. They have no idea. They only know where Savior is. And look at this. Zenon's found one. That's Lu now gone. A quick nade will follow. Flash out. Trying to hinder this repeat coming in, but forever from up above. Zenon's found Godfrey. Oh, Savior! Living up to his name from the high ground. Keeping Zenon safe as long as he could. And now just 1 alive for 4AM. It's crazy. Left with everything in front of him. Savior is hearing this out. He's got to know where the steps are. Up and over. Savior's seen him. He sprays in. Crazy on the other side. A flash quickly put down. Crazy turns it, but there it is. Dead from above. Savior. K7, what a map from them. Huge kills, big damage, and the hospital just giving it out all game long.
I mean, look, they had the hospital. They didn't have the hospital for the entire game either. They rotated there. Remember, they had that early battle with TSM for the compounds just off to the west of that. So they had to slowly, eventually rotate over into that hospital position, which obviously got a little bit of circle favor. But I think the key to the game there, the key to the win for them was the second they decided to push out against Oath and take over that spot. I mean, that was perfectly timed, and they basically cleared up the entire south side, the entire high ground on that hill for them to take out 4AM.
So far, Sonic's infantry, Na'Vi, Shoot to Kill Liquid, and now K7 make it through to the weekend. And you're right, that fine balance between aggression, knowing when to push, and knowing when to kind of play passive really worked out for K7 there. I think you were spot on with that. So again, for me, big highlight moments for K7 there. We once again saw a couple of teams looking competitive. Poro, anyone else stood out to you very briefly here?
I mean, look, a number of teams still look good. I think VP and Oath both looked strong. They just happened to run into each other because of a weird circle shift. And then I think you were right. I think the Oath push was the right play. They just ended up going down to just a phenomenal individual play from LG Divine. A fun, interesting stat, though, I've got for you, Lauren. You're going to love this, right?
Hit me.
Okay.
Yes,
out of 88 games played through Charity, PCS1, PCS2, and PCS3, 4AM only has 3 wins in 2020. K7, in 48 games that they played, 0 wins. This is their first win at this level.
Whew. Okay. We're gonna sit on that one and think through just what you've kind of brought up there. Let's head back to the desk to kind of break down everything we just saw and lead us into that next game.
That's right. Thank you very much, guys. So many things to take away from this. 1, I really like Lauren's turtleneck. That's really nice.
Yeah.
But 2, most importantly, K7. Damn. Poro said it brilliantly when he said that, you know, Oath being the victim of them after that push out was perfectly timed, was so instrumental in K7 being able to get this done. I've got Froz, I've got Cameron with me here. Cammy, I was also surprised that nobody took hospital for a long time. K7 takes it, and they make it work to perfection.
I gave K7 a little bit of grief, and I sort of called their win during the ranked decision weekend less valid than other more hard-fought wins. But one thing I did say about that previous win was that they had good timing on leaving that building to make sure no one could really infiltrate the ground floor of their compound before the circle closed. Same situation here. They took the hospital, and they had amazing, basically impeccable timing on when to leave that cover to take over the hill and punish Oath before they could recover off of that push onto, I believe it was Divine. So for a team that might not have had the biggest fan base coming into this, not might have had like the best showing previously, they seem to know when to take that final step to make sure that they can secure the win. And that's one of the things that we've called a bunch of other teams out for not quite having that just yet.
Yeah, Froz get themselves $2,000 off the back of this win as well. And I know you're a big fan of K7 because of their logo.
Yes, 100%. That's a real nice logo. No, but jokes aside, they played this really well. And I think one of the key things that got them to this win was actually the first rotation that they did from Severny down to South Georgia. And we saw them going into the West Town there where they met TSM and Zenon actually being able to take out Vard when VAR was holding that angle against him, that was just insane. And from there, they knew, of course, all right, we can actually move up from here. We still have our vehicles as well. We don't need to push TSM any further. We don't want to fight more than necessary. And they played that out so well. Every time they took a fight was because they needed to move in, they needed to take a new position, and they needed to take out someone that was in their way. If not, they would not take any unnecessary fights. And that's what I like to see in this format right now.
Very, very impressive. There was a lot of things to take away from this game, of course. If you look at how the circles played out and the people taking dips, etc., some positions were a little bit harder to actually take than others. As we take a look at the stage and how things are going on. But Cameron, some of the dips people were taking, very grenadable, maybe a little bit too early. What were you thinking?
It's a weird situation. A lot of these sort of natural terrain positions, not just the dips, but also, of course, that hill just to the southeast of Hospital that we saw a couple of teams fight over. Divine, Oath, T1, Kia, eventually at the end as well. You don't want to go too early because you can get shot and as well as grenaded from multiple different angles. But then if you go too late, then it's a weird catch-22 situation that is not unlike city endings. And so in the green room, we were constantly talking about, ooh, do you go to the hospital now? Do you go to this hilltop now? When is too early? When is too late? And that's one of the big things that is basically being assessed by a bunch of these different teams, because previously you could go to a strong position, get a bunch of kills, even if you knew that you would be unlikely to get the full win. You're having to completely unlearn how to approach the game at this point.
Yeah, definitely so. It is a little bit scary to approach some of these scenarios, but hey, K7 is able to mull it on through here and taking the fight up against 4AM at the very end as well, being able to take them out. 4AM, for all intents and purposes, Froz, had a pretty decent game. I was expecting them to maybe even go all the way after coming out from a city as well, holding out Tiamba. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, let's rewind that to the start of the game. And hey, look at that. If you don't fight in the start, you might actually get to the end game. Because 4AM and DJ players did not fight in the start. They did go to the normal spots. DA went to Rosshog, 4AM went to Apps. But 4AM, they had really good rotations as well. We saw them going into the North George there and going across the bridge early on in Circle 2 to South George. They took a good position, and of course they would clash into Digital Athletics. Who else would they fight against? But the pressure that they put on the fights, I think 4AM might be one of the best teams. No, they are actually the best team here to take the team fights. And the pressure they put on the teams, once they get that knock, even if they don't get the flush, they make sure that they put the pressure. You can't get that res up straight away. No matter, it could be a smoke, it could be a nade, or you can just shoot the walls. You're making them be afraid and not trying to get that res up. And because of that, we see them time after time after time trying to take these kind of fights and just keep on mowing their way in. It worked almost all the way, but in the end, K7 stood tall there against them.
Well, let's take a look at the match results, but all that matters is number one. K7 gets themselves technically 10 kills off the back of this first chicken dinner. 4 Angry Men just slightly shy of that position. But I mean, whether they are not the best team at taking the fights, Cameron, they sure are damn aggressive. They are very willing to push you. And 4 Angry Men, they're living up to their name right now.
Yeah, I feel like we see them the most out of any other team from any region, constantly being in these very, very scrappy fights. And that is, I think, one of the big reasons why, just going off of Poro stat, that they've won, I think, what do you say, 1 game over the entirety of like top level PUBG in 2020. It's a trade-off that teams could make in Super. Can they make that transition? It's something that we harp on so much, but it is so impactful, especially for this first time that we're seeing this format. Can they make that transition? They got so close this time, got 2nd place, but like they need to get that first.
I want to take a quick look at this, because obviously you see T1 was able to put in a lot of damage throughout that game, Froz, and I gotta keep reiterating, I expect nothing from T1 coming into this tournament, or very little, considering their end of 2020, but they've looked like a different T1 in this tournament so far, from my perspective.
Yeah, it looked like they did what they needed to do, and that was start everything over. Stop doing what you're doing, because it did not work for them in the end of 2020. But this is a fresh start for them, and looking at how they've been playing everything, it looks really good. Look at towards the end game, for example, when they were stuck in that compound they needed to push out. They had Aquafire and Star-Lord pushing out on the north side, while Dan Chai was actually holding LG Divine, make sure that they couldn't actually shoot at them while rotating out and taking care of Dan Rukia. That's the kind of things that you want to see. You want to see them playing it out as a team all together, because a lot of times when we saw T1 in 2020, it looked more like everyone playing just a public 1 versus 4 game. They weren't playing as a squad together. They were just all individuals playing.
Yeah, you're seeing good shots from Aqua5 coming out as well. VP, once again, getting themselves a decent position on the board, as it were, in terms of kills, etc. coming out. Damn, that nade. Oof, I'm loving the slow-mo. More of that, please. But Cameron, what are your thoughts?
Well, I just want to say, just going on to T1 real quick, is that not only are they playing much better overall as a team, but specifically Aqua5 seems to be on another level. He has almost twice the kills of any of his other teammates during the ranked decision, and right now he's sitting on 10 kills when Adder and Dengche are both sitting on 6. He is, I don't want to go and say hard carrying the team, but he is by far and away the star of the squad right now. So if the rest of T1 can recognize that and rally around him and try and position him to be in a position to be the best that he can be, T1 is going to continue to climb up and be the team that you said none of us expected them to be.
Yeah, I would love to see it. Guys like Star-Lord, Aqua5, etc. But Aqua5, as you say, has just been so impressive. And this was the play of the game, in my opinion. When Oath technically crashed into that position, but K7 flexed out onto that location to take them out for us. It was amazing.
Yeah, that was also, of course, one of the key opponents to K7's road to the win there. When they had the timing, they saw everything happening, they heard everything, and they knew we need to take advantage of this this position, and we need to get out there. And this is the time, because everyone else is fighting right now. No one's going to be focusing on us. Getting out of the hospital is too hard, if not, because you have the big fence all around it, and people will shoot you down while you try to vault over it, if not.
Yeah, liked it a lot. Good for them in terms of the execution there, and we're able to greet 4 AM right after that. Anyway, that brings us on to our next game here, which is going to be on Miramar, and we greet our next team to the stage, and it's going to be Africa Freaks. I hate to echo the same kind of sentiments. Well, not, in fact, almost the opposite sentiments of what I was saying about T1 here, Cammy, but Africa Freaks, I've expected a lot from them, and we haven't seen that much from them here in PGI.S.
Yeah, it was a very, very slow start, but I think that they were able to sort of pick things together at the end of ranked decision. I think especially Hikari, we saw a couple of good moments from him, and Hanzia to really get their feet under them. My only concern, though, is that, if I'm not mistaken, they won PWS without winning a single match. And so it was an event win, but are we going to be seeing the same sort of cyclical nature of like 4 AM or even at this case VP and Brewer of never getting that win?
Well, I'm getting word that we have an interview ready, so let's head over to that.
I'm here with Nan, player from our 6th winning team, K7 Esports.
네, 쩐난 선수 안녕하세요.
Hello.
안녕하세요. 쩐난 선수. 네, 승리 축하드립니다.
Congratulations on your win.
승리하면서 조기 퇴근을 하게 되셨습니다.
You guys got to go home early from winning the first game of today. Did you expect this to happen?
对你有什么感想？
很开心。
아주 기쁘다고 쩐난 선수가 대답합니다.
I'm very happy.
아직까지는 다소 긴장된 모습이긴 하지만 사실 정말
I can see that you are a little nervous, but I'm sure you are really happy with the results.
차지한 점도 그렇고 또 다른 팀과의 교전도 참 영리한
with the circle going tighter, I think it was a really good strategy that you guys took over the hospital firsthand. Was there a moment where you were most satisfied in the game?
再说一次。
以你们为中心，安全区在逐渐缩小。然后这个主意是出自谁的想法？可以跟我说一下吗？
应该是我。
쩐난选手의 전략이었다고 합니다.
It was the strategy of Jennan.
자, 이렇게 해서 파이널에 임하게 되셨는데요.
And now you guys have the weekly finals coming up. Do you have any final words?
即将面临的是周末决定赛，然后对此有什么感想？
我们会更努力去打好。
좀 더 열심히 해서 우승을
We will
하겠다고
do
합니다.
even better
네,
so that
위클리
we can win
파이널에서의
at the
활약도
weekly finals as
기대해보도록
well.
하겠고요. 다시 한번 축하드립니다.
Thank you so much
선수님은.
and congratulations again.
네, 이렇게 해서 위클리 서바이벌 1주차
And
여섯
that
번째
was
매치에서 승리한 K7 e스포츠 팀의
winners
쩐난
from
선수와
K7
인터뷰
Esports, the
나눠봤습니다.
winners of our
저희는
sixth match
일곱
of this
번째
week's
매치가
weekly
기다리고 있을 텐데요.
survivals.
Great stuff from them. They have got to be pretty darn happy with that result, advancing to the weekly final in 6th out of our teams advancing on forwards here. And for us, obviously, they come off the back of having a previous win in that ranked decisions. So I would say, for all intents and purposes, relative to, I think, people's expectations of them on a global stage, they're performing above weight, I would say. What do you think? Oh, he's muted. Oh,
Oh, no!
We got him, boys, got him.
All right. Well, K7 is coming in here as an underdog, and I don't think people were expecting too much from them. But them being able to step it up and already get themselves 2 wins, that is really huge in my books. If you look at some of the teams like Tiamba that people put very high up, they haven't got themselves a win yet. They're still fighting for it. K7 now being able to just like look back, okay, what did we do good in both this win and our win on Miramar against these teams? How do we play it? How do we continue play it to get those, continue getting those kills, those wins? That's what I want to see from them towards the weekly final.
All right, let's elaborate a little bit more on Africa Freaks, though, because of course this is a team, Cami, that, as you know, you've mentioned, they won PWS. They didn't get themselves chicken dinners during that tournament, but still, for a lot of people out there, this is one of the most stable Korean rosters to date.
Yeah. To be clear, I want to be fair. Just to be more specific, they didn't win any games during the grand final. They did win a number of games during the weeks beforehand, so it's not completely chickenless. But nonetheless, I'm curious to see what they're going to be delivering, having sat back and watched. Froz has mentioned yesterday how a number of teams who had a couple of games off, being 17th, 18th, 19th place coming into this event, they have a bird's eye view and see what they could learn while watching coming into this. A lot of their peers from their region have been struggling, and so I'm curious to see if AF can sort of learn from their mistakes and come out of the gates full swinging.
Froz, Africa Freaks?
Africa Freaks have not impressed me at all so far. I was expecting way more from them, and seeing what they put up so far, I'm honestly a little bit concerned to how they're going to be performing, if they're even going to make it through the weekly survival.
I can't wait to get into this game. It is match 7. We're going to be on Miramar. Huge thank you to Intel for joining us along this road. Our Korean teams are going to be angry as they do not have any chicken dinners. Let's head over to Pansy and Poro.
Thank you so much, and you're bang on at that. We've now had a lot of regions stand up and deliver, and surprisingly, Korea hasn't been one of them. Poro, this has to be kind of a bit of a warning signal for the other teams in the region to pick up the pace a bit here.
No, 100%. I mean, it's especially when you're playing at home. You know, I mean, I think these guys were expecting to come in here and just be completely comfortable, and I'm sure they had respect for the lobby for sure. But at the same time, I can't imagine that anybody thought that the Korean squads would be sitting here just struggling to find the late game even in these qualifying rounds.
I'm with you on that. Now, the teams I really want to keep my eyes on as well is someone like Oath, who in that previous game really impressed. VP as well, Virtus Pro looked quite tasty in that. 4 AM finally decided to go, you know what, we'll have a little dabble in the late game. We'll get there this time around. So we're getting a couple more teams finding some space, it feels like. We've taken away some of those heavy hitters towards the top, and now we get to see a little bit more of what... Oh, wow, that's a very southern circle, Poro. That's a lot of teams nowhere near this.
Sure, why not? Let's go all the way down south. Narendra going to take a few shots. It's I'm not even sure who he's shooting at. It was very tiny on my screen. Oh, it was 4 AM. Okay, yeah, that's fine. Yeah, I mean, look, I think you bring up a really good point, though, is that with every game that we're passing, that's another quote-unquote heavy hitter that's being taken out of the lobby. Now, obviously, the whole tournament's supposed to be filled with heavy hitters, right? But, as the days go on, it starts to become, you got to say it starts to become a little bit of an easier lobby.
Yeah, I think that's, you know, I like the way that the prize money then kind of I guess shows that off a little bit, and it kind of highlights how
True.
good North America coming in, especially with Sonics picking up that first win and that huge chunk of change that came along with it. It highlights how darn good they have been this entire tournament and leading up to this.
Sure does, doesn't it? Gosh, who would have thought?
Feels weird
Whoever
being
would have
nice to
thought?
North America. Feels
Doesn't it?
weird.
You'll get used to it. It's okay. No, you're gonna love
Yeah,
it. It's
look.
gonna be great. You're gonna have all the NA fans in the chat. They're just gonna be loving you all over the place, and it's great.
No,
Just
look,
never
if-
question
if-
anything that they do after that.
Got it. Got it. Makes perfect sense. No, look, I'm happy to see it because, as said, this is why I love the global tournaments. We get to see the kind of different regions, how they look, how the meta shifted, how well they adapt to new circumstances, and this is exactly a prime reason as to why. I mean, NA were looking for that big team to get behind. EU's got the classics, right? I mean, these guys is God, my English is getting terrible. These guys over in Europe made such a statement early on that you'll always give FaZe or Liquid. They always get that little kind of benefit of the doubt, right? But NA, I was waiting to see that big team to come out. And if it's Sonics and it's taken this long, I don't care. If they come out and make an impression like they've done, and now, of course, they have Shoot to Kill joining them as well, this is fantastic. But speaking of, we might have a pretty fun fight at the start.
no
Furia
idea.
have been... Yeah, I don't know how he's gotten away with that. Necro's managed to dip out of there. Murt's actually coming over, so he will be spotted now. Necro might be dead pretty soon. No, actually makes it away just over the ridgeline.
Apparently, the buggy is just completely silent. You might want to turn up the volume on the headphones there. I can't believe how he was literally right behind him. He didn't even look. But okay, well, that's good news for both of those squads actually, because Furia has been losing players in rotation pretty early the last few games. So I'd like to see them avoid that for the time being. I want to see a Furia late game. It's been rough for them so far, but maybe this will be the one. Miramar definitely seems to be favoring teams a little bit more than Erangel does for sure, but which is good considering we're playing more games here. But we see a lot of action going on in this one little section here. Look at this.
Yeah, this is a bit of a cluster. You've got Tiamba here, you've got Fury here, and DA trying to leave it. What?
What? Excuse me?
Is he trying to Goomba? Like... Oh no, and he still gets the kill! What? Raspu, dude, I'm so sorry we had to see that. That's embarrassing. I apologize. I mean, it is what it is, but we just had someone, you know, just spring-heeled Jack over here having a great day, but Furia now with 3.
I'm having Rumblers flashbacks from 2 years ago, and now look at this DA. As we said, there were so many teams up here. Now all of a sudden DA is coming in third party, and look at it. Oh, Tiamba doing it as well. Goodness
I'm
gracious.
just happy to see this, man. Honestly, you know what, Furia? You made
Why
me
did I say
have
anything?
a good time. Yeah, that's. I don't say it's your fault, Poro, but it might be.
It might be. It kind of feels. Remember how everybody was saying that this was just going to be everybody crashing compound and snaking until the late game. Mings almost was screaming at M200. I imagine the comms there were. He gets him with 1 HP. But yeah, I mean, remember how everybody's saying this is just going to be everybody hiding out in compounds and ratting and snaking, and it was going to be no fighting in the early game. We weren't going to see anything happen till the late game, and it was going to be boring because of the new setup. It doesn't really seem like it's going that way, Pansy.
Look, I really like what you're trying to be is like nice about this, but then also Liquid like just sat in a shack for like half of a game and pretty much got to like top 3. But you know what? No, yeah, you're right. We've got an early fight, but when it's like DA and Furia involved, they're just having a great day. You know what I mean? They're just having fun. They just roll around and take every fight available. I mean, there does look like there's a favored portion in this current circle. If you can't tell, it's that very southern band that runs around the coast. Every team is heading that way. Beyond that, though, we will be seeing the kind of late joiners who are still very much in the far north. People up still by Pozo, up by San Martin. You've got a lot of teams still like way out of this circle. But the one benefit is that if you really don't have many options, Los Leones will be taking anyone in who requires it, because people don't tend to like playing, Los Leones. And it's a fair shout. It rarely ever ends that way. So, it can be the refuge that you might need. So Star-Lord on the way, looking about as healthy as that buggy right now. 2 HP in a dream. We'll at least find a bit of cover. Maybe get a heal off. Only 5 bandies, so he's not particularly well geared at this point. So yeah, there we go. A little bit of a share out. What a nice teammate.
That's a very nice thing of Deng Shay there to do. Looks like he might have spotted Star-Lord. I'm helping. He gets the first aid off. I think they might have spotted off TSM for a little bit there. But yeah, as you said, T1 holding a 2-2 split. They got Gen G right in that same area. A lot of these teams thinking that this is going to cut south of Los Leones, taking those high priority compounds, and we're seeing a lot more of the 2-2 splits coming in. We're seeing a lot of the 4-4, everybody just crashing into one compound and playing it out from there. But today, or at least with this circle, at least on Miramar, seeing a lot more real estate being claimed.
Yeah, but losing out on Mings in the end. Looks like Smash got the flush on that eventually. And don't worry, Clib. We'll remember Liquid's highlights, not the Shaq play. It's cool. Don't worry. We're big fans. Big fans.
I still think. I mean, that was the right play. I still think it was
100%. Are you kidding me? There's a reason that the qualified teams, all the teams that have been playing it smart, made it through. Like, you got the mad fights on the outskirts, obviously doing nothing. So, big brain work good. T1. Oh, that's going to be stinging a little bit there. Gen G happy to lob a nade. But beyond that, Gen G still kind of keeping eyes, see if anyone's silhouetting at the top, skylining away across the ridgeline, but nothing really to write home about. But Gen G are quite split here. Keep in mind, it's quite a widespread, and there's a lot of teams still coming in from the north at this point.
Yeah, it's an interesting decision for Pio to I think he must have been just on foot scouting, seeing what he could see, and then just happened to find that T1 was right there, and he just throws the grenade to make sure that they don't overpeak, and then runs back, because, as we said, I mean, no reason really to take that fight. Oh, God, Smash. We've seen some damn good DMR play coming out, and look, these guys, obviously they're here for a reason, but when it comes to the mechanics, I'm glad to see that everybody seems to be hitting on all cylinders right now. Nobody really kind of slow playing it. Just, yeah, I mean, I know these guys had to be pumped about being on land ping for the first time in forever, so it seems to be doing wonders for some of them.
It's certainly helping out. And with the circle updating, it's kind of heading a little towards the east, not by much, but it does kind of consolidate exactly where most of the teams who had kind of the pick of the litter went towards regardless. So this will work out. You're going to have, down one in a good position. Freak of Freaks, considering they're the new players to the lobby, or the new addition to the lobby this time around, they're in a fantastic spot. TSM, a really nice position. If I'm not mistaken, it has some nice high ground on that lower kind of portion of the map, so that could play quite nicely. Let's see where everyone kind of heads towards here. It does seem as though everyone's going to shuffle across. Keep eyes on the west again, because it did move away from there. Some of these teams will be on the way through. Good shot from Pio. Up to the back of those early nades, I feel as though he was deserving of getting another go at this, and he's found one. And that should flush. Yeah, it does. So T1 going to be operating with 3 now.
Again, I'm just not sure why they've taken the fight, but you know what? You could do it with low risk and get out of there scot-free. Why not? Looks like Pio thinks that he can do with that, and well, he should. Pio usually gets away with everything, and now we got a little bit of a traffic jam here between VP and Pero, or Petrichor Road. Zenith just on the western side as well. Looks like they saw it and pulled away. Just don't want any part of it, really. As VP looks like they're heading down towards the south. Zenith just going to scout them out and continue on their way on the north. 4 Angry Men, meanwhile, playing outside of Los Leones at that high ground position. Do some damage over on T1 and Gen G, but they got Buriram kind of sneaking in from the eastern side here.
Yeah, Buriram did do quite nicely on this map as well. I feel as though this could be a good position to work from. They are pretty much controlling the northeast side of the circle as it stands. Once that updates, we'll have to see how it looks. Crazy catching a glimpse of T1. T1 really struggling to find a safe home here. You're kind of rocking a hard place, undersells it. You've got Gen.G, 4AM, and TSM all eyes on them. They have to fight one of these three teams, and it looks like 4AM's where they're kind of targeting for now, or at least where they had the potential shot on. It's kind of encouraged that third party to begin. So it does seem as though, because everyone's being so nice in chat, we're gonna, you know, just pop up a code there, Poro. Are you being generous today?
We are givers. We are generous gods. And there you go. That's another code for another coupon. Go place your votes there for all that sweet EP. Get as many of the cool skins as you possibly can. Remember, we're going to be showing one of those codes every single game, every single day, as we start to make our way towards the mid-game. 58 still alive, one team down. And TSM is dead center and looking lovely.
Yeah, TSM will be pretty happy with this. That compound, that area is pretty strong. We'll have to see if a hard shift comes in, then there could be issues. But at this point, they'll be happy enough. And again, this just solidifies that very centralized area. It's going to get tricky to get in towards. Keep in mind, Los Leones is traditionally the more high ground, and the hill rolls off the back towards the south. So beyond that, we are going to be seeing all the spray on the way. That's going to be one of the teams trying to send it full center, and you can see how well established most of these teams are in this. It's going to be very hard to make this work. TSM will be potentially, not necessarily the final boss, but if they kept going, they would eventually go towards it. They might have to just opt for a ditch at this point. Bikes everywhere pulling up. And Vard, the one to get the nade through himself. Roll it back and see if he's still as good with that utility as he used to be. A nice little bird nade. Yes, he is, right into the player's chest. Doesn't do that much damage, but it will certainly keep them on notice.
Petrichor Road just sending it right down the middle. They're playing the Rough Riders anthem. DMX just blaring as they run right down the center. Stay alive for the time being. TSM, I imagine throw a few more grenades over in that direction, but they're not going to push out of this compound. There's no reason to. You got a great spot to just kind of hang out right now. Meanwhile, Zenith also on the move. They're going to find themselves, looks like, this little spot to play in between Gen.G and LG Divine. And it's precarious, but it could be a whole lot worse.
Yep. And again, this still kind of brings that concept of who's kind of got which territory. I'd say Oath are looking to potentially posture up in a pretty juicy area. Looking at Snakers in the car, you do have a team just next to you on both sides. TSM probably aren't that encouraged to take a fight here, but I do feel as though Long, for example, will be trying to get involved. That nade's going to give away that someone's close by. Snakers probably now on red alert, has to be careful. Bookie just got knocked by Adder as well. So this area is about to explode if it keeps going this way. But if Oath decide to push this, which I don't think they can live together in, you know, perfect harmony at this point. They kind of either need to, if they want to stick it out, take the fight and clear one of these sides.
Decide what to do here. Oh, that's a good grenade from Mamu. Can't follow it up with the good gunshot. Relo was, I think, spotted him out. And now Petrichor Road is on the move. It looks like they're just going to avoid this for the time being, pull back down towards that street side. But as you said, it's only a matter of time before those guys are going to have to scrap it out eventually again. Tiamba also on the move. You can see them just on the other side of Petrichor Road. M200 going to get picked out by EJ.
Yeah, flushed by Iroh in the end, but it was, you know, a nice little kind of first step as Virtus Pro actually start to pull themselves in towards the circle. They've not really had much lean in towards the center, so having to opt towards the outskirts, pray for hard shifts. But at this point, I think most people, actually, I'm looking to see who's still on the move. Zen and LG Divine are somewhat similar in positioning. They might try and shuffle in a little. It looks like Shinobi is getting towards, Shinboy is getting in towards the vehicle, so might be time to start heading forward. Maybe they don't fancy this fight, maybe not worth the territory they're holding, but not much else is available here. This is going to get a little rough around the edges for them, as you do have Oath now kind of actually did stabilize here. They didn't need to take the fight towards anyone at this point. They've actually managed to get a great little position, but the circle update's coming in. Let's see where this heads towards. And it does have a little bit of a hard shift towards this. So towards the west, this plays in well for Virtus Pro, who just, you know, snuck in under the very kind of outskirts of the circle, managing to make their way through. Oath are in a wonderful positioning.
Yeah, Virtus Pro, as you said, they got a decent little compound there on the western side. They got a little bit of oversight over top of Oath, but I mean, as you see, there's a lot of little ridge lines, a lot of little defilades, divots to hide behind in Oath has just dug in like a tick. Now, worry a little bit about VP, as they do have DA just to their south. And the best move for DA, I mean, they don't necessarily have to move, but the best move to DA, the one that makes the most sense, would be to start kind of making their way up that direction and looking over that compound. So we'll see if anything comes from that anytime soon. Meanwhile, Gen G still have to send a couple more over here across the street. Pio can be leading the way here. Shinboy on the lookout, but he's getting shot from range.
Yeah, I don't know if it's a little bit of it. Some touch of visibility is all they need. Gen G, you can see Pio. I do want to highlight. I love how he's still able to be individually aggressive, even in this, this format. He's really been able to find that ability to kind of put himself in those power positions that he's great at. Buriram have made their way in from the eastern side. They had to kind of shuffle through, probably one of the victims from this kind of harder western shift, same as 4AM and Gen G, but they both have some step towards a new circle, whereas Buriram had to send it a little bit, but they've actually done quite well to find a bit of space here. And this is a Freak of Freaks again, a little bit of a touch in on them. See how they're looking, pretty safe in the south, at least southeast of the circle. They don't have too many problems unless Down One decide to push up towards the east. They're kind of a little bit more southern than they are.
And they've also got Buriram, as you said, keeping in a little bit on their northern side. But this is why this area of the map is so interesting to play. And, you point out, oh, no, forever. So watch you back up. Watch you back up, man. But, yeah, I mean, there's something, and I Paper Thin, I know, has been hanging out in the chat, and he's our big Asia expert here. But, I've seen Pio play do this exact same stuff in this area of the map so often. This guy knows every single line of sight that everybody has on him, and he feels so comfortable making these solo plays and running around the way he's doing. And it's because of these little ridge lines like this. And it looks like Hikari might feel a little bit rambunctious here as he starts to push over into Gamiao.
Yeah. Already. Nice old tags coming in. The Freaks looking... They're trying to find the way through against Buriram, but we know these guys can get aggressive if you kind of poke the bear, but we're not too far away from that circle updating, about 6 more seconds. And as you can see, Buriram, yes, as soon as they have that opportunity to get a fight going, they're not going to shy away from that. Or you're not going to come in, and again, we head towards the west. Virtus Pro will be laughing. Oath as well will be super happy about this. That move was incredibly well timed by them, but everyone else who kind of stuck around the east a little, the south a little, has now got problems aplenty. That road that runs through what remains of this circle can be a very divisive point in this. Now, for the utility being invested, God Meow is going to be waiting prone down. If they breach across this small little ridge line, he will be waiting happily for that. But there's going to be a timing factor, 30 seconds until they need to start considering that move. And already the utility's starting to wind up. ED's going to be a little bit brave and decide to go on top of this. Now EJ's trying to make the bit of a play here on the kind of flank side of this, going to work around, but it looks like Konaxi is reading that well, so both of these players trying to mirror each other, and it's who's going to be drawing first blood here. ED's going to swing around, sees EG now, there we go. The 1-2 thank you, as one of my co-casters likes to say, does bring the hammer quite literally down from above, as Hickory now going to have to work his way around. They've lost the positional work, and Edie from up above is doing serious damage from here. It was a bold maneuver to get on top of the building, but it's paid dividends and then some. A Freak of Freaks, welcome to the lobby. This is brutal. Back cap so. Going to see TSM on the pull-up. Spins around, M4 to hand. He gets one, but this is a brutal trade-out. Bloodbath galore in the fields, and it's who's left standing. It looks like TSM was on the worst end of that. Snakers and pack caps. Incredible work.
They were indeed. They do end up going down, and I don't believe they'll be getting rezzed. Balefrost and Relo split off from both of them. So Oath managed to hold the line for the time being with some damage done. Gen G, meanwhile, trying to third party onto this T1 push. They've already managed to take care of a couple of members of Zenith as well. It's down to just Kickstart and Roth, as Divine is also up there now. Oh, Kale. Just getting absolutely peppered, but Buriram's going to have to crash across the road here into 4 a.m. and Tiamba's down there as well. We got a big old warehouse fight going on.
Yeah, this is going to be A harsh battle to be won. 4am have a nice little ridge to play with, and you can see on the other side, Buriram, where they tried to make that cross, were nearly met by bullets. 4am now being pinched though. Tiamba's going to start playing up towards this. They see the fight on the other side. They see who's going to be in this battle. They're going to try and take the advantage on that. A good idea of a play, but they want to make this clean because T1 could get involved. More teams pouring through. This is what we're seeing with this format, is that it all explodes at this point because simply put, it cannot be contained anymore. And it looks as though at this point 4am are struggling crazy still here, but for how long? And for now, Damwon has gone down. You're going to see 4am on their last legs as well. Aqua 5 might be looking to try and support Adder as they try and pinch in towards what remains. But Tiamba are going to get themselves caught as well.
Crazy trying to survive just a little bit longer. He's got the blue right on his back. It's tickling him, taking him down to about half HP. He knows that Tiamba's waiting for him to make a move here. He's going to see if he can get somebody. No, Lidshun. Going to read him like a book right there. Now Tiamba has to take their turn to try to make their way in the circle. What this? What? Hey, what? It's a car dealership, and Divine comes out on top. Okay.
You got the better deal.
All right.
They just went for a nice little joyride. They had a good time. And now we get down to pretty much 9 teams, 26 players, so some have been kind of culled and cut to pieces. You can see Oath, I think, only has 2 players standing, but slap bang center circle. And we're going to see who's going to make the better plays now. This is going to be coming down to a more traditional game almost. Virtus.pro on the outskirts, DA in the south. You're going to have a couple of teams littering the outskirts here. There's not much room in the middle. That's the main part. There is not much cover, and Oath currently retains the vast majority of it. Now, though, we are going to see Petrichor just catching a glimpse of a team trying to send in towards center, but it will be Oath waiting. If they hear a car pull up, they're going to take that fight. Free nade coming out. Balefrost's going to just deliver that outside of his door. No, thank you, not today. No sales are wanted here. Please go somewhere else. And Balefrost again doing well, but there's more players coming through. Another bit of utility invested towards the outside, and that's could be a bit of a burn coming in, but a kindness given. And Oath once again maintains center circle. They'll be happy with this.
Ooh, it is sweating bullets in the middle right now, but Balefrost and Relo holding the line for Oath. But as you said, VP, DA have just been vibing over here on this western side. 4 up. They now do have to make their move, but you know they're making their moves at a point where it's 23 alive. They've managed to avoid all the nonsense and craziness going on the eastern side, and now they can turn their attention towards Petrichor Road, who has to also worry about Tiamba and T1 behind them. GNG, why not 3 in the Murado? Let's send it.
I guess you got to make some tough choices now. Gen G, they've been in a lot of scraps and a lot of battles, but they seemingly actually come out okay. 3 alive, no one's like screwed over yet. And I think Relo's heard that vehicle pull up, so he's going to be on red alert, a little scared of that. A little bit of a hill leading over that way, and Gen G control a quarter of this circle now in the northeast. They'll be happy with this, even with just 3 players together, and then you're going to have Loki as ever, kind of a little isolated on his own, keeping control of the north. We are seeing the further battle of the south continuing now. Tiamba holding players alive. They've been kind of scrapping their way through as well, but you're going to have DA eventually having a little look. You can see the shots coming through, but Virtus.pro might have just put a few there as well, as you can see in the minimap. So again, DA can't overextend. They can't hyperextend towards the eastern side because they'll be open themselves.
It's looking like VP was taking some shots into the back of DA, but didn't really like what they saw as far as trying to push it. So they both teams just pull away and go back to their corners for the time being. But now it's going to be a problem as we see the new circle pop, and they have to get on the move. Gen G in a beautiful position right now. If they can find some lines of sight here, it's just the S is for survival, Pansy. How are you going to survive in this circle? There's not a lot going on in there.
No. So Virtus.pro have vehicles. They could crash if they want to, but the problem is they'll be open to a lot of the lobby. Gen G would have Vision, LG Divine, and of course Oath, and maybe a little of DA. This southeast side is ratty as anything. You got Tiamba down here, T1 down here. DA have Vision on this as well, and Petrichor has been waiting patiently. Mamu finally strikes, waiting in the long grass. The Velociraptor himself, and now Arena on the other side pops down an aid, does find it, but doesn't actually get the kill with it. Just a big tag comes out. Stolen away by Code Marco, but points do not equate to prizes this time. It's simply the win. A little bit of a nade comes out, and even my Mamu's well geared for this too. 3'd up, plenty of nades still to play with. So could be a bit of a danger, but no. Put to bed quickly at that as well. That's some gear to pick up. And I'm
Look at
seeing DA in vehicles. Okay, do they send or do they not? It looks like some have gone out, so just a simple kind of step up. Virtus Pro, something similar, almost mirroring each other on these steps on the south, both trying to get the advantage on each other. Batulins gonna happily send some bullets down range, but a few connections here and there, but nothing to write home about.
Yeah, the north side, northern wrap was just not looking good for anybody, so VP just gonna tail behind DA and hope that they can maybe third party onto whatever happens to DA here as they slowly start making their way through, taking care of whatever snakes are remaining. They got to worry about Adder. They got to worry about Lorena. Well, they don't have to worry about Adder anymore. Esther going to take care of that problem for them. And now Gen G starting to creep their way down towards the south as well.
My God,
and DA.
DA.
Oh, Lorena!
Oh! That was incredible. DA just got absolutely broken apart. DA just walked towards him. I thought he had it. I thought he was about to do the squad wipe, but no. DA stayed alive for a second longer, but merely to be picked up in a split second. We're down to 4 teams. Gen G, Virtus Pro, Oath, and LG Divine. And you've got to say it this way. Oath still hold the center. Gen G, great positioning on the circle, though. Big numbers as well. Virtus Pro a little further out. Let's see how the circle updates. Who gets the advantage here? Couple more seconds. P are going to try and replenish the goods. No smokes left, just a molly. And now the circle updates. Okay, Oath still slap bang middle. LG Divine in the circle, but safe with a question mark. But it's Virtus Pro. How do you get into this? Do you try and run up? But Gen G would have vision. Gen G, you've got now players looking towards what territory we can take. You've got to feel this is a Gen G win, right?
It almost feels like it. I mean, they've got such great position to work with right now. Now, Virtus Pro, they still have a shot here, and it's really just going to come down to mechanics. Can they get the knocks here onto Gen G to open up the window for them to push up? Now, they can push in through Oath. You can see they've got some hard cover that they can work around there, but they are well aware, I believe, that this is occupied, or they're just assuming. Oh, that grenade just bounces out.
Batulin's going to be kicking himself for that. That could have been the gateway opened. But they know there's a path now available, but Gen G's response is going to be interesting. LG Divine could be the ones to keep Virtus Pro back, but actually, Turtle's been called off. Hirozen's just found one of them. They've got to know there's another over there. And Levi's still going to stay low to the ground, give nothing away. My eyes goes towards Gen G. What do they do with this? This could be a time to capitalize while Virtus Pro are in another fight, while their attention is drawn. But is anyone keeping track of them? Is Oath watching out for this? We know there's still, a couple of players for Oath around here. A couple of shots come out. Look! Oh. Spyro! Huge shot from afar. That opens up a chance. Batulins, again, the nade goes astray. He is struggling. He needed one of the 3 he's had to go through, and none have so far. And now he's in danger. Belfrost is still alive. He's dipped into the smoke. Everything he's got now is being poured in. You can see that Virtus Pro want this area. Belfrost in the open. Esther switches over to the barrel. He's got the shot. Belfrost down. Oath down to 1 man standing. Virtus Pro still with 4 up, getting the heels off, and now maybe time to consider their move. The molly comes in a little further away, so Oath should be okay for now.
Oh my goodness, Oath counting their lucky stars right now, and somehow VP and Gen G both. Oh, what a good grenade! That was 200 IQ, expecting the wrap to come in and just immediately rebuffing that. And now VP should have a chance to get the res here on Batulins, get back up to strength. And remember, LG Divine still in here as well. They've got 2 up. I'm not sure if Gen G is just out of utility or just not landing on Oath. What?
In a car right now. Are they really doing this? Pio's still on the ground. Are they going to go into this? Rose got a nade in hand. No way. This is dangerous play from Gen G. All 3 in the vehicle. Shots come out. They find the plateau. They've made it further forward. Nades go up. Flashes come out. There's one. Brillo's found Esther. Oath are still alive in this. A little tagged up, but living for now. But the nades from afar. Virtus Pro want in on this. Brillo's going to be traded out. Now another nade comes poured through from Lou. And that's going to trickle down. Brillo might get flushed, but no. And Belfrost is still alive. Where are LG Divine in all of this? There they are. Nade now comes out. Lou's doing damage. Pio did find Belfrost in the end, but it's all about the win here. Virtus Pro have 4 alive, LG Divine 2, and Gen G now down to 3. Batulin's on the push-up. This could be big work from him.
Gen G just hiding out right now. They're waiting. They're hoping that LG Divine maybe does a little bit of damage for him. Everybody wants to be the one to do the third party. Oh my God, Batulins.
This line that he's taken, that one bit of cover is massive, but Inonix dragged him out of it. 2 now stand for Gen G, losing out on the player advantage. More utility invested. Keep in mind, Turtle saw so much of that. LG Divine need to get involved soon enough. The circle pushing everyone closer now. How do they get around this? They don't. Loki, nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. Gen G are dead. And now it's down to 2. LG Divine with Levi's and Turtle. Virtus Pro, this is a brutal way to play out the game. They are fighting with everything they've got, but they have territory, they have room, they have 1 down now, lose their Turtle. More damage. Wait, they can still do this. This is a 2v2. Spyro on the turn. Virtus Pro not gonna let it slip.
Holy, what a finish there for Virtus Pro. It was looking good. It was looking good for a majority of the game. They had the Western compound. They were by themselves. They had so much real estate. They had information about everything that was going on off to the east. But finally, the circle started breaking away from them, and it looked almost insurmountable. You were going to have to make your way through a wide open field under full watch from the 4-man squad of Gen G, but somehow through a mix of patience and good utility usage, they've managed to come out on top. What a great win for VP.
Yeah, that's a big statement to be made. And keep in mind, those hard shifts, it kept going west, and Virtus Pro were on the outskirts for so long, but the timing was excellent from them. Very well played. A question mark with Gen G there. They've got to be a little frustrated after that loss. Gotta say, on the other side as well, LG Divine, they only had 2 players there for some time. They played the best game they could and did bring it to, I think it was a 2v2, if not a 1v2. So they were playing incredibly well, but unable to convert at the end. That's fair enough, but credit here to Virtus Pro. I thought Gen G had that the whole time through. Such superior ground that they were holding, but no. Virtus Pro, man, I'm pleased for Batulins to make it through this round. The guy has been working so hard as of late, and we've been waiting to see them with a big chance at potentially a big title. So this could be a huge step for them.
And it's absolutely well earned. I mean, it felt like it was just a matter of time going into today. I mean, they had fantastic results. I mean, 9th, 2nd, 5th, 4th, 2nd, 7th in the last game. I mean, they were always up there. They were always competing. Whatever their strategy was to get to the late game, it was working, and it was just a matter of time before everything just came together and resulted in the win. And then that's what they get.
Yeah, so now what we've got 3 teams from Europe making it through. Virtus Pro, Liquid, Na'Vi. So again, EU is turning up a little today. It did feel like Virtus Pro were on the verge of claiming a win. As you said, they've been very close recently. So this, if anything, is a good indicator for them. But once again, we go without a Korean winner in this. This is quite surprising to me. Of course, plenty more to be seen. Afrika Freaks now coming into the lobby as well. We have to keep eyes on them. But it does seem as though I am hearing that the interview is almost ready, so I can't wait to hear their responses to this, because Batulin's always a man of personality. Let's hear him now.
And the winners of our 7th match was Virtus Pro. I am here with player Hirozen. Congratulations. You guys finally made it to the weekly finals. How do you feel?
Как вы сейчас чувствуете? Вы наконец-то заняли место в weekly финале.
Для нас был сложный новый формат. Это всегда мы не знали, как заканчивать игры. Вчера у нас не получалось. Сегодня мы постарались эти ошибки исправить, и у нас наконец-то получилось.
저희가 항상 저번에도 랭킹 디시전에도 또 어제에도 저희가 항상 2등,
Even during
3등,
the
4등
ranking
계속 높은
decisions,
성적을 유지했지만
we've been able to maintain really high scores, but it was really hard to take home the chicken, and so we tried to reduce our mistakes, and that resulted in our victory today. Yes, Virtus Pro came second even twice, and that was quite a disappointing result. What kind of feedback did you guys have amongst your team players?
вчерашний день какие фидбэки были?
Фидбэки? Да. Можно как-то... Ну, что мы чувствовали? Ну, в этом...
Что изменилось у вас после
ну мы нашли пару коммуникационных, так сказать, ошибок, и благодаря их решению, мне кажется, нам получилось выиграть вторую игру. Больше начали разговаривать друг с другом.
저희가 맨 처음에 받았던 피드백은요. 저희가 커뮤니케이션에 문제가 조금
Our first
있었다고 생각을
feedback,
합니다.
we judged that we had a bit of a problem with communicating, and so through our coach, we were able to communicate better during the game with each other.
이렇게 치킨을 먹게 됐습니다.
And I think that resulted in our win today.
소통의 힘이 참 중요한 것 같습니다.
It is really important to communicate, and we are really looking forward to seeing you in the weekly finals.
남겨주실까요?
Do you want to say anything about communicating better with your team?
своим тиммейту давайте больше будем общаться.
Давайте больше будем общаться.
Тиммейту.
Держательно, да.
Мотивацию от тренера.
Мотивацию от тренера. Ну, парни, если мы будем больше общаться, тогда мы не будем играть второй день. И будем раньше уезжать. Так что давайте, пожалуйста, выигрывать сразу. А не на
얘들아, 우리가 소통을 더 자주 할수록 우리가 쉬는 시간이
The more
늘어나고
often we communicate with each other,
다음 날에 활약할
the
수
time
있을
that we
거야.
get off is going to be more, and we'll have more energy for the next day. Thank you for your interview.
네, 지금까지 위클리 서바이벌 1주차 7번째 매치에서 승리한 버투스 프로팀의 히루젠 선수와 인터뷰 나눠봤습니다. 저희는 잠시 후 분석 데스크가 준비되어 있고요. 저는 8번째 매치 이후에 돌아오겠습니다.
That's right. Virtus.pro will be joining the weekly final here after a string of good results technically in these past couple of games. They managed to finally round one out with a victory. I've got Froz and Cameron joining me here for the breakdown on Miramar. And Froz, for some people, it was about time.
For some people, it was about time. It's great to see because we've seen Virtus.pro being towards the top almost every game so far. They've always managed to get themselves into the end game, and this is quite interesting to see because once again they're playing with a substitute. They have one of their main roster players not here playing with them, and then being able to not just go through the ranking games pretty easily, but also here grab himself a win, getting into the weekly finals with a $1,000 bonus on top of that. That's great to see.
Yeah, definitely so. Cameron, you were also saying that you felt like VP was on the hunt and the polar bear strikes out and grabs itself the dinner.
Yeah, just the way that they've been handling the late game situations, their fighting has looked pretty good throughout the entirety. It's just that last step, and in a battle royale, even if you play perfectly, you cannot guarantee yourself the win. There are so many factors involved. There's a whole domino effect, butterfly effect, whatever you want to call it, of things outside of your control, which is why we play so many number of games. But it's not really a surprise that VP are going to be getting one of those wins at some point.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's take a look at the highlights as well from this game. For us, I started out this game saying 100% a Korean win. And then halfway through, I said 100% an EU win. And then it came down to European and a Korean team towards the end. So I wasn't too far off, just completely wrong.
You wasn't too far off, but you were kind of right. You had the teams up there. Two teams, at least in my books, I was expecting to do pretty well here today, both Gen G and Virtus.pro. But one thing you got to take in mind is Virtus.pro's end game there. How did we play in the end? They were up against Gen G on the high ground. They had Oath in front of them. They had LG Divine on their north. And what did they do? They were not taking fights against one of the teams, but all three at the same time. And we heard in an interview that they had a little bit of struggle with communications before, but that is solved now. And I can tell you this, if you're going to fight against three teams, you better have good communications so you know who's calling out what for who.
Yeah, definitely so. And I'm not too surprised that maybe there were communication problems. Of course, we do have a sub in Hyruzen here compared to Perfectix, but it seems to be slowly gelling as we now have our winner. They take away $1,000 for this win, and it is Virtus.pro making it through to the weekly final with the few kills down the line as well. Tiamba was popping off this game, Amy. They had a decent position to work from, but it didn't come together.
A strong position that was wanted by a bunch of other teams. We saw the state of the terrain at the end game. There was very little to play around with. Oath were dead center, and they themselves had a shack and a tree to work with. So many teams were dealing around the edge of the circle once we hit the mid game. We saw so much action happening, but when that happens, naturally, there's only gonna be one survivor, and even that survivor might not be super healthy when they enter the end game. So it's good to see them get that number of kills, but it's another story of these very active, aggressive Chinese teams struggling to make it to the late game.
Lou Renner with 8 kills, popping off. PO is almost 700 some damage. Big performances by our Chinese and Korean teams, but their playstyle so far, as Cami says here for us, has not lent itself very well to the nature of our weekly survival yet. I mean, it is only week 1 though, Froz, so we were imagining adaptation will come out. It's just that right now it's not going as well for them.
I mean, you might say it's not going as well for them, but at the same time, they are winning so many fights. They're doing the fights, they're playing that out so right now. It's just not fitting for this format that we have during the weekly survival. If we get to see them in the weekly finals, they'll be dominating over there, and that's what you want to see. They'll just eventually, they'll get that win, they'll get there, and you'll see them in the weekly finals just killing everyone.
All right, 2 great games down. We've got 4 more to go. We're going to go to a short break, and when we return, it's more here from PGI.S.
Hi everyone, sorry to keep you waiting. Today, I would like to introduce our new generation 240Hz esports monitor, XL2546K. It has a 240Hz refresh rate and a fast liquid TN panel like XL2546S. And there is also DIAC technology that Zowie exclusively designed for FPS games. It reduces vigorous screen shake and helps players with recoil control. In addition, we designed a smaller base on the XL2546K without sacrificing stability. This makes it easier for players to adjust their physical playing setup to one where they feel comfortable. Each player has his or her own preferred sitting posture, including screen placement and positioning of other peripherals. In the arena, we see many different physical setups of players. It is difficult to find a standard one, as they are all based on personal feelings and habits. If you are someone who is used to pulling the screen very close, with the smaller base of the XL2546K, there will be less restriction between the mouse and the base of the monitor. If you are a person who is used to pushing the screen back, the smaller base of the XL2546K creates more space to push your keyboard and mousepad forward. This creates more space to completely rest your hands on the desktop for a more stable mouse movement. In addition to the more flexible and comfortable adjustment provided by the base, we also know that the adjustment of video settings has always been a very complicated matter. In the past, some players even wrote down all their monitor settings in order to make the practice room feel the same as the XL monitor up on stage. After arriving at the stadium, it is quite inconvenient to go through the screen menus one by one and repeatedly enter your settings manually. It is tedious and takes up a lot of precious time, which could be spent warming up. Therefore, we designed a special XL setting to share function for this generation. It is a software that does not need to be installed. You can download and transfer your screen settings into another monitor. It is convenient for you to take this file with you or share it with your friends. Similarly, when you receive the setting file shared by your friend, you can also quickly apply your friends through XL setting to share. Next, in this generation of user interface, we also adopted a more concise and convenient design. You only need one button to get access to a shortcut menu. With the S switch, you can quickly move between options and adjust the value with the scroll wheel. Everyone's most commonly used menu options may be different, so you can also customize which options you want to appear on the shortcut menu, keeping it in line with your habits. For a complete look at the functions and specifications, you are welcome to visit our official website to learn more. Finally, we believe that specifications do not equal experience. Please follow our official Facebook or Twitter about the latest XL2546K availability in various places, so you may experience it for yourself.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to PGI.S. We have another game in store for you. In fact, we have four more games in store for you here for today to find out which extra teams are going to be moving through to that weekly final. So far, so good, as we just witnessed Virtus.pro being able to move on through. And now we have FaZe Clan joining the lobby here, Froz and Cammy. I'm sure STK is very happy that they've already advanced. What are your thoughts, Froz?
I don't think anything would have happened during the weekly survival here anyway, because everything's all about winning and you don't want to do any hot drops during this stage of the tournament. So, but yeah, it's going to be interesting to see because FaZe has a little bit of a catch up to do. I think most people would expect them to be through with the top 16, but here we're sitting. They got through on 23rd place. They're going to get in now. They still have a few games to play. The big question is, how are they feeling right now? Because they had a full day off yesterday. They were watching the games, and I feel like FaZe is one of the best teams in the world when it comes to actually grabbing the information pretty quick and adapting to other teams. And having a day off just studying all the other teams, it might be something really good for them.
Cameron?
Yeah, I actually think that Frost making a really good point there about FaZe being so experienced at these major events, so successful at these major events, that you have to expect them to be taking notes this entire time. The only worry, though, is that it was such a slow start from the ranking decision. I know everyone is focusing on that STK hot drop as the final nail in the coffin, but it was the final nail in the coffin for FaZe to not make it into the top 16. They had been struggling the first 2 days leading up to that point. I think it is the fact that they got a day of break where they can just not relax, they're still working, but not having to actually play, and they can focus on reviewing what they did wrong and then what they need to change to do it right, as well as seeing how these games have played out in front of them already. Do we think they're going to come out super hot and grab the first win on the first opportunity? That might be a little bit too much to ask, but these guys have been so consistent, so historically, I still cannot imagine that they don't have a successful weekly survival.
Yeah, I mean, it goes on record to say on Twitter after the occurrence happened, STK basically said that, you know, they had an opportunity to take out one of the best teams in the world. So why would you not go for something like that and stop them from having extra time available? So it was mentioned as well that it's aside from trying to put a thorn in their side, it's a massive show of respect for all that's said and done. But Frost, the thing I want to ask you about is that obviously Europe has been doing pretty well so far. For me, FaZe is a bit more of a bullish, a bit more gun-ho roster when it comes to the EU space. Do you think that the same EU style will lend itself nicely to FaZe, or do you think they are a bit more of a gun-ho team that's looking for the fights?
I feel like FaZe is a little bit of whatever they need to be. It doesn't really matter because they try to adapt. They always adapt to the situation itself. One thing that we'll see is that now we don't have these rotating lobbies. We have just one team going out, one team coming in. I think FaZe will benefit from that because they are one of the teams that adapt really quick to the teams in their lobby, and they try to utilize all that information, everything, and just get that win straight away. So I'm excited to see if they're going to be able to even bring a win here today, maybe.
All right, let's get to it then. It is game 3 of the day, match 8. This is the last match that awards prize pool here for our weekly survival. It's $1,000 online, as well as a spot at our weekly final. And a big thank you to Intel joining us here at the PGI.S. It's time to head over to our commentary team. It's Pansy and it's Poro.
Thank you, James, and the guys on the desk. And yes, welcome back into things here. Of course, I have to say it. I get nervous when I look at FaZe and when they have a reason to turn up and deliver. I loved what Shoot to Kill did. I will take that all day long. FaZe always play the gentleman's game, but we know that they are a formidable side. And now they've got a reason to kind of come out swinging, right? Like, you've had a game now where you've been put on notice. What do we have this time? North to south playing path.
They're doing it again. They're doing it again. Because why not? Let's see if they last longer than 1:26 this time. Let's go!
Sickles out, shotguns out, and maybe DA once again out. We'll see. This has not gone well for them initially. And it's not going well again. They say it's a sign of madness to repeat something constantly and expect a different result. And so far, exactly the same result.
Oh, they lasted 3 seconds longer this time. Good job, boys. Also, special shout out to all those people that responded to me on Twitter about how they respected DA not wanting to give up their drop spot. Well,
you respect
great.
losing? Nice.
Yeah, I mean, we'll count all the respects that they have when they're sitting there in the stands watching the first finals weekend.
So here's the thing, right?
Oh, yikes.
I actually love hot drops. I love the idea of it when there's a reason to it, when there's an actual purpose. Right now, we are seeing TSM being called off there. Miraku is flushed, so that's a loss. And fights like this can happen. That's perfectly fine. It's again the hot drop when it's purely out of bullish intent, that kind of, one-track mind, we must win this. As said, when Rozhok, yes, TSM have gone a little close recently, but that's because you've not been there, because you've been fighting with 4 AM. This is a needless fight that doesn't need to happen. So again, I really do hope that one of them changes here, because it's simply not worth it.
I mean, 4 AM doesn't need to change. Why would they have no reason to? I mean, okay, so here's the thing. Here's my whole reason why I think it's stupid, all right, is that if it was another compound, right, if it was anything but that J building, I would understand it.
Sure,
but the
maybe
fact
good
is
loot,
that
maybe
you
good
can,
rotation, vehicle, yep, okay.
Exactly. Like, you've got Razak, you've got esports spawn for a vehicle, you've got everything you need. Going all the way over to J is just greedy, and it's unnecessary. It just doesn't make sense to me. I don't know.
No, I think it's something that, well, I mean, we've already seen it. When 4 AM and DA don't take that fight, they actually get quite late game. That's the crazy part, is they're not bad teams. It's not like they wouldn't be able to win, and you know what I mean, by any means. No, they're actually very solid teams, but this stubbornness is going to be to the death of them. Which, as said, you know what, take the fights when it works, but right now you've got to stop.
And honestly, the thing that I think is frustrating me the most is that they're doing so well on Miramar. Like, they're doing so well in every other game, and it's just it's throwing away now 3 opportunities that you've had to not only make it to the finals but also make some money. So
okay,
I don't know. We'll see.
Put a pin in that. Yeah, it's certainly something that we will always touch on once it happens again, or if it does happen again. But for now, we'll move forward because the circle has come in, and it's a very far north circle, kind of just towards the west of Severny, if you know that kind of standalone compound out there. That's kind of the center point-ish, kind of the plane crash sort of area, sort of neck of the woods. That's why you're seeing TSM heading up this way as quickly as they can. And for FaZe, they're going to be a mile away from this. Buriram as well, Oath, Gen G. This is not a favorable circle for teams that land towards the south.
It is not, but if you remember, the last time we saw a circle like this ended up on the hills just to the north of North George Apartments, and that was an Oath win. So despite the fact that they're having to make this long rotation to get up here, you know, we've seen that Oath is capable of still being able to pull up. What are you doing, Lorena? You're all by yourself. Okay. Oh, maybe. Oh, okay. I think you just heard the vehicles of TSM maybe rotating past the plane crash. Decided to hide a little bit. The rest of his squad is nowhere near him right now, and oh no.
It's not good.
Not.
Lorena did pretty well before as well. We saw that kind of wild play individually. I think they got 3 kills on DA and eventually got traded, but really well done. So be a shame to lose out on them early, but TSM's not going to invest in towards getting that kill because, again, no real value to it. So going to back away, no position. That's not where they wanted to be anyway. They're going to get one of the 2 kind of complementary positions just towards the east of where that fight could have potentially happened. Everyone else starting to make their way through. This is going to be, again, kind of shooting range surround, I feel.
See Lorena peacocking a little bit, taking shots out of nowhere just to make sure nobody creeps up back on him. As TSM, they took the few shots over in that direction, but they weren't really interested in flushing it out because why would you be? There's no real reason to. As you see the Damwon boys making their way past the TSM compound, heading more towards shooting range where they may run into Petrichor Road, who's already posted up in a little bit of a 2-2 split there. AF, meanwhile, making their way around in Severny. Nobody up there just yet, so they should have a pretty clear rotation for now.
Yeah, and having a look at Afrika Freaks, I like their approach too. They're going to be on that coast, and you know, tuck into the cliffs, potentially a very strong position. And again, one of the new additions to the lobby coming in not too long ago, so I want to see how they look coming into towards Erangel, see how they fare this time around. And FaZe about to make their way in towards a circle too. So that's kind of the newer additions discussed. Beyond that, though, looking at Gen G, still out towards the west, they're probably going to be crossing over the bridge eventually, but this is over towards Hospital, so maybe reliving some nightmares in this area. But T1 are going to make it through, I'm pretty sure, without too much of a fight, more scouting than anything.
And I like this from Esther, not taking these shots, just scouting out T1. You have Gen G, the rest of Gen G is coming up behind them, so no real reason to take these shots now and take the risk of T1 just making their way across the bridge and camping you. So they'll just use that as information for the time being. Zenith going to pull up to the shooting range as well, so now we've got 3 teams all hanging around in this general vicinity. And you also have Afrika Freaks that are on the north side of the road here. A lot of teams obviously opting into taking up these little split positions around shooting range. Nobody really going as far west as the North George Hill. I mean, you got Furia hanging around in that area, but I think most people thinking that this is going to center up over shooting range and in the hills just to the south.
You see Gen G getting in their vehicles after that scouting adventure they went on, so they'll be making their way through. Most of the teams now starting to pile up, actually, pretty close by. LG Divine kind of holding the edge of Severny, keeping track on that. Then Buriram will be probably the last team to enter through. Actually, no, Tell a Lie, Oath, just leaving Military Island now as well, kind of heading through just ahead of the blue, it seems. So they'll be kind of working their way in. This is FaZe, and quite a heavy lean. They've decided they want to get close towards shooting range. Not going to be passive on this game. Going to kind of pull up maybe to use the shack or that little plateau that overlooks it. Will garner some attention. You know, Zenith just down the bottom there, not far off from this. I think TSM on the overlook as well. Wookie Bookie definitely within sight. Afrika Freaks just going to be joining in as well. That's a little bit further towards the north. So again, it's getting quite compact, but most teams surviving handily apart from DA.
Yeah, damn decent spot for FaZe there to be rolling up here at 9 minutes and be able to get that shack. That's a pretty strong little position for them as we check in with Afrika. Took a little bit of damage in return from Petrichor Road. Petrichor holding not just the shelter, but the compound just off to points west. T1 looks like they have left 1 behind to do, well, 2 behind rather, to do some scouting here. Maybe see if they can pick somebody off. Let's see, Gen G still hasn't decided to come over here just yet, but Starlord Aqua 5 nowhere really near this. They've already made their way up north towards the coast, so they try to do anything, it's probably not going to be a too protracted or prolonged battle here.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. I'm keeping eyes on the next circle update as well. It looks like Buriram, Oath are about to be making their way through. They're still in the blue. I'm sure Buriram won that eastern swing. Oath would love it to kind of sit anywhere else than the north, so okay, kind of right on towards shooting range. This is what you said, that 9-minute play coming in from FaZe, so you're to slot into that position, not bad, but in the vehicles already. Curious where they want to adjust to at this point. I guess you could get Severny, you go towards the east of Severny and towards the classic ditch that runs around the east side. A bit of a retro throwback, but also plenty of compounds are available. Now, it looks like FaZe are considering one here. Now, LG Divine, the issue I'd say is they're very split. That could be crashable, but there's a lot of teams around. Buriram looking like they want to turn away. Definitely saw enough of FaZe to consider it and went, no, my scouting job has told me that's not what I want. That was some shots coming out too.
Well, FaZe definitely warmed up. They're not coming in here cold at all, hitting those nasty little shots on the Raudra. Not enough to get the knock, but enough to make a statement for sure. As we see Tiamba still hanging around in the plane crash area. Linchun just looking over the top of the shooting range. And oh my God, Damwon just sending it right in. And Zenith, he's going to go down a mill here. Not going to be able to get the flush. And that's definitely not good news for Zenith here, as now Kia can start thinking about maybe putting their attention over in this here. This is a rough spot for Damwon here. This is, with 58 up, you're kind of putting yourself right in the middle here.
Yeah, and there's not much hard cover, at least from the hillside. It can get a bit sketchy, but most teams are playing, I don't say passive, but cautious. They're not going to be peacocking too loudly. I'm trying to keep who's moving into this area right now? Is that Oath coming in now? I want to see what Oath pull up as well. They look like they're coming through. Yeah, Wookie Bookie is going to be the one to see them coming, and Wookie Bookie is about to get backhanded. Brilliantly done by Oath, going to take over the shack itself. Wookie Bookie was disconnected from the others, kind of keeping track of everyone, but he's going to lose his life for that, and Oath get a pretty solid position. So, well played to them to scout that out on the fly.
Yeah, I mean, this was, again, just Oath sending it in really, really late, going for the dead center, which is, I don't really like it. I think it's a little bit aggressive. They do lose one. They lose Snakers to TSM, but real quick, while all these cars and vehicles are making their way through, make sure you put in that code, get yourself a voting coupon to use today. Keep in mind, we'll be giving away one of these every single game during the week and the weekend. So make sure you use those to get all your EP and get all your sweet, sweet PGI.S gear.
There you go. Get hold of it. Thank you very much, Mr. Codeman himself. Poro, of course.
Thank you.
Giving them out when he feels generous. But beyond that, let's kind of check in on some of the teams. Now, I'm glad we were looking at a Freaka Freaks there, because they've got a really interesting kind of setup, quite a strong one in the north too. That 3-1 split is really nice. EJ's going to be able to keep great track on anyone potentially coming up the road towards a main pack of them. But I wonder if they want to maybe lean a little further. If they're feeling bold, they might split even further than that. Keep in mind, LG Divine, strong positioning too. Nice little compound. Tricky to get away from or keep your cars safe, but I actually don't see too many vehicles, maybe a buggy here and there, but for now, it's going to be waiting on that circle update. Most teams are somewhat safe. So again, you're going to be looking at the extremities of like 4 AM, Buriram, Furia, Gen G. They're the ones who'll probably have to move, if anyone, because you'll probably move away from that water pretty soon. So you'll imagine southern side's a good shout. And yeah, not too bad, actually. Pretty central. Now, again, this will, if anything, encourage more play towards that shooting range. I'm looking at FaZe. Where do they go here? Because it looks like they're getting in the vehicles. They want to make their move, but Oath has already moved into one of the prime positions, kind of banking on it going towards this area a little bit better. TSM eyeing up vehicles too. We're already going to see a lot of movement coming from the southern teams, and I want to see where they're going to head to. Zenith is going to have to be on absolute point here, because there could be more teams flying down this way. It looks like TSM heading straight across towards kind of the other side of the road. FaZe, though, heading right towards shooting range. This could be dangerous. Zenith on the other side, they have got a man knocked. Not sure if they're aware of it, but they're going to pull up anyway. FaZe over the hill line. Rocked in danger, tries to get cover. He finds it, but 8C gets the kill. Uber, though, goes down. Wentz the trades coming back through. Putin down. That's going to be from Oath, though, bailing in towards this one. 8C just hip firing away with the SLR, hoping for the best. Shimboy quickly comes around, and FaZe go out in 15th.
Just barely. I mean, it left him down to 1, and now Tiamba. Actually, oh, look at this. Oath. They're reading this. They saw this. They're going to crash on top of it as well.
Oh God, this is dangerous. Yeah, and you can see Shinboy is just gone. And
Escaped.
again, the timing is
The right
everything. Oath. Yeah, great timing to make the play down. They kind of chipped in on this one. FaZe, I guess, went a little bit further ahead, decided to try and make that happen for themselves. And you're right, it was one player standing. That could have been a different look. But it was a risky maneuver. And this is what this kind of format encourages, risky plays. But we are seeing more problems across the board now. Tiamba receiving casualties down in tunnels.
Oh my God, TSG. They will find IMCA. Shandian is still down there. I think it's just one TSG player that's not here. It's Volleybear, who's just off to the north. He's going to be hiding out in a shack, and that's Tiamba coming out on top. They'll keep 3 up as they slowly bake and burn the remainder of that squad. Meanwhile, look at our Korean teams. You've got T1 off in a compound off to the west. Gen G playing the edge. Afrika Freaks in a great position. Probably the most dangerous spot is being held by Damwon right now inside the shooting range. But now that the hill has been kind of taken away by the circle, they're looking a lot better.
Okay, let's have a look where this updates. You'll imagine it will keep closing towards shooting range. Buriram still holding a lot of room out towards the east and a little towards Severny. It looks like they've got one player in towards the city itself. LG Divine kind of shuffled around themselves as well. 2-2 split, quite wide though. North and south kind of hitting that one up. Gen G again, very much on the outskirts here, looking like they're trying to find some more room, but it's Afrika Freaks keeping them somewhat noted. A couple of shots kind of put down by the SKS. And in about 10 seconds, we have to look at the circle. You'll imagine it does go south away from the water, and it may move a little towards the east potentially, but I feel as though the teams know what's up here. And again, Oath, great catch on that position, capitalizing after FaZe went in and kind of did the heavy lifting for them. They merely had to kind of slot in and get a flush for it, so they'll be happy enough with that. And yes, it has moved south.
There you go. Gen G already on the move. T1 taking a few shots at him as they ride.
This is dangerous, Gen G.
Where are they going to send it to? There's just not a whole lot of space to play from. It looks like they're going to go ahead and try to take the hill just to the north of Afrika. And PO, you went a little bit too far there, buddy. A few shots.
When scouting goes wrong. Yeah.
Oh, well,
Buriram's deeper angle. No, he's not going to get away with that. They had so much room in Severny to be able to get those wide angles. Shinboy probably about to be dead here. Actually, maybe not. Takes one with him. Sprays away. Takes another. Oh, he's still alive. Ow, Gen G just beat him.
Buriram was shooting them in the back the whole time. Oh my God. Shinboy is just probably changing his pants right now, but what an incredible hold. And thank God for Buriram.
They are being a really helping element, especially to anyone trying to push that. So he'll be happy, laughing with that one. No worries. Furia this time staying alive a little longer. They've been kind of getting caught up in rotations a fair amount of time, but this time quite patient. And now look at this, T1 will have to make their move pretty soon. They've got to have vehicles in this compound, so I feel like they'll have options, but it is quite open territory they're going to move in towards if they just shuffle into the circle itself. We'll have to see if they get any fire their way. Buriram still scouting around themselves, keeping track of everyone.
I really like Furia's position right now, playing in those hills just off to the west of shooting range. We see those get a lot of circle love late game, but I mean, it would take a hard shift at this point, but for now, that's going to be a nice little spot to play from. T1, as you mentioned, still just kind of making their way in, playing that edge, have not been really spotted out by Afrika just yet, so they're able to stay alive and relatively unhassled for the time being. But this next shift is going to tell everything. I mean, you've got so many teams that are just hanging on the thinnest little strip of edge here. Buriram, T1, 4 a.m. Some of these guys are about to have to make big moves.
Yeah, that north-south divide by the road is going to be quite hard to play with. Forever going to get vision on towards Oath. So Oath going to be feeling a little bit pressured from the south, but they should be able to hold quite comfortably. For 4 a.m. to peek over, it would be a bit of a risk because just the way how, the vision really opens up if they crest that hill too much. And Oath don't have the best shots back at it, to be fair, but everyone else in the lobby may do. The likes of Dam 1, for example, and anyone further afield. Okay, circle updates to the east. Are you ready for no one to be alive?
You know, as great as things were looking for T1 and Afrika just moments ago, all of a sudden now everything has changed. Furia also in a bad spot. So you can see LG Divine already on the move here. Shinboy wondering if he can continue to hold his small little shelter. Iroh doing the same for TSM. I have a feeling that they're going to be getting a lot of attention here and very, very soon, as we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 full 4-man squads that have to go somewhere.
Yeah, this is the brutality of the game mode where it's win that really matters. Let's say if you're in this scenario, otherwise you might try and frag out, but now they have to move to positions and take the fight directly on the compounds, potentially, if they want to get them. 4AM deciding they want to go towards LG Divine. Maybe not a bad shout. So LG Divine tucked themselves in a little bit lower on the bunkers. Now they do have Levi's a little split from them, so he can provide some support, but he can also be isolated if he's not careful. So for now, he's kind of smoking himself off. Might give away the game if he wasn't already spotted anyway, but I assume some shots came down towards him as there's plenty of smokes in play. So Levi's is in trouble, and Buriram are looking this way as well. They want a bit of the same sort of action. And I am seeing movement everywhere. T1 in the vehicles. Here we go. This is about to get explosive. There is not enough room for all these teams. It looks like they're going right towards Oath. Let's see if the 3 members of Oath can hold this now. We saw Faceful foul. Is this going to be the defilade of death, or will they manage to hold? Good tags on the first, but already Relo's gone down. Here comes the crash. Balefrost looks baffled. He doesn't know where to look right now, but there's players everywhere around him. Actual 5's there. Pack Cap's now down as well. Iroh dives in. Oath is dead. You cannot withstand. You may laugh at FaZe falling foul to it, but Oath just had the same thing happen to them.
Ooh, that was close. That was close. They, as you said, they did look kind of confused there. Levi's, what are you doing? Just swapping seats here, trying to stay alive a little bit longer. Now, Furia in the same boat. They've got to make their way towards the southern side of shooting range, managing to avoid most of the fire from Damwon right now. Are they actually going to get away with this? They actually do. Good rotate. Well done, Furia.
Yeah, they're actually safe's a strong word because they're having to prone down by like the tiniest piece of cover, but it's something right now. That's more than some have. It looks like a Freak of Freaks are working their way in as well. Slowly approach from the northern side. So you had the 2 options. T1 went for the full crazy send. Oh, 4AM. You've got Buriram coming your way. 5 kills already for them. Looking a little sharp this game. But forever on the top God's feed. That nade! It's good enough. It's got the job done. And now 4AM looking a little bit overwhelmed here. And you've got the car now pulling up. Buriram are up for this fight. 4AM might have to dig their heels in. And LG Divine have no idea what's happening on top of them. There's a battle just beyond the steps in front. But Buriram still with everyone standing, looking so deadly.
LG Divine quite content to just let this go on above them. They don't need points. They just need to survive right now. And Buriram doing their best to clear 4AM away. And Shaolu's been spotted. That's going to be a quick knock for Naradra. It's down to just Forever. Is he actually going for this res? That is gutsy. He gets away with it. Well, temporarily anyway.
For now. Yeah. Now, the issue is, I don't know if Buriram know about LG Divine, because they never saw that fight happen. Obviously, the team who were there before knew about it, but now we're going to have a mad scenario unravel in the shooting range, quite living up to its name now. You got Long, though, working in quite well on 1, but there's going to be a trade looking for. And now Kale's found one on Mile, and there's Long. Nice work going forward. Finds the kill at the perfect time, but there's more targets to be had. Furia now diving in on the fight as well. There's 10 teams alive, and not many of them going to be left after this circle. Long's got the flush as well. This is going to leave the likes of Down 1 in dire straits. T1 again, don't go near this horrible cemetery of vehicles. No one seems to live from it. There's only one player left alive. We have the crash coming in, Buriram. Oh no! It's a terrible disaster. TSM are going to hold the door for now, but one nade could be the death of them. Vehicles block their way. Molly goes in. This could be it. Forced out. Forced to lean forward. TSM dead and gone.
Not forgetting the fact that Irish still had the shotgun there. I love it. Hey, a Freak of Freaks trying to hold off Tiamba right now. They're doing a damn good job so far. They've lost 2. It's down to just 1 here for Tiamba. Is Afrika going to try to go for the high ground, see if they can spot out Lin Shun? The flashbang, not going to be good enough. Akkad flushed that one out. And now LG Divine trying to come out. Sent J and in June the trailing player here. And all of a sudden, Shinboy's spot here for Zenith is looking a lot nicer.
Ooh, where was that trade? I thought his teammate was going to help him, but no. June's positioning's worked out well for him. JN, I don't know if he can be recovered. That's a fantastic Molotov. If that spreads, they are in so much trouble. And now the smoke walls go up. He's going to invest into this one. They need this compound. They need this shack. LG Divine make their appearance noted, and Burram are baffled. But they came through that underground bunker. It's caught them by surprise.
This is unbelievable. He's going to try to get the res. And Furia, meanwhile, they're having to deal with what's left coming out of shooting range. Indigo and Songjong are actually doing some serious damage here. They do manage to get the res back onto Necro, back up to 3 strong. Kildemo and Rusty Zero will have to hard hold this. It's going to be tough sledding as now Songjong has gone down. It's down to just Indigo, and here we go. LGD and Buriram once again. It's a 1-1 trade. It's a 1-0. Oh, no.
So you know how it said 4 teams make it 5? The vehicles itself have turned up here for PGI.S, claiming a victim, but my, we are down to 4, whichever way you want to cut it. Furia do have 3 standing, a Freak of Freaks with 2, Zeno with 1, and Damwon with 1. Shinboy has been living in this shack. He finally makes his appearance and he takes one of the Freak of Freaks with him. Another, he got the tag. This is very possible and he gets it. Incredible work from Shinboy all on his own, putting up work for Zenith.
And it's 3 of Furia versus Indigo down here. If Indigo can actually do some damage here, maybe 1v3, it could turn into a 1v1 situation. Furia are going to try to keep pushing. They've got good utility still to work with, but it's hard to land the right kind of thing on the side of that ledge. Oh, they're going to do it though. But Furia now all of a sudden in a prime position to win this thing.
Now a 3v1 begins. Shinboy, you would need something of a miracle. But he's well geared up. Good smokes, nades, meds, and a nice little SLR, but a better tag from Furia. Ooh. Shinboy now under pressure. He's going to have to try and pop the heel, but they are moving on this. The Brazilian flare going to come out. Move up aggressive. Get yourself 3'd up, geared up, ready to rock and roll. Rusty Zera puts down another smoke. Next bit of cover to work towards. Furia leaving nothing to play with here.
We've seen a 1v3 happen while this is all going on. We've seen the 1v3 before. Can Shinboy pull off the impossible? Rusty Zera going to go for the wide flank here. Get multiple lines of sight. That's exactly what they needed to do. But they got to be careful. You don't want to turn it into 3 1v1s with Shinboy. But what if, oh my goodness, if I would have ever told you that Latin America, oh my God.
Okay.
Latin America would get a win before Korea.
Look, we're all amazed by this, but it's not there yet. Shinboy, this barrage could be the death of him now. He's being surrounded on all fronts. Furia are not waiting back. They do not want this to go any further. Shinboy now has nowhere to lead, nowhere to run to, no more cover left, right, left. Furia waiting, and you're right. Who would have thought it at this point? But it's the way it's looking as Shinboy's going to make his last stand, and from the side, it's Rusty Zera. Furia get their win.
Huge win for Furia, and that was very well played from the outset. They played it from that western side, kind of hanging out on the edge, and I gotta say, that seems to be a play that's working way more often than the guys that are trying to just send it dead center. The edge guys that are hanging out there, avoiding the fights, just making their way slowly but surely in there. They eventually do have to make a good rotation to get to the other side. They have to win the fight against Damwon. They finally clutch it out though. And what a great performance, and what a huge day for Latin America to get their team into the grand finals.
I've got to say, you
what
were
a
right
nutty
about
game.
I mean, so much happened that game. That ditch claiming the lives of so many, and then the mad vehicle. I also want to highlight Buriram here. Still are impressing me, but they just seem to get just too many fights. That ability to stay alive just about seems to slip away from them at the end, but you've got to be proud of the way Buriram are playing. They've got to get a win soon enough because they are fighting so hard for this. But to take nothing away from Furia, they have to be so pleased themselves getting the win there, and a great approach. They were struggling on early rotations every now and then, but that game, They really stuck the landing at the end.
They look fantastic. They look absolutely fantastic, and I think we're going to see them be a very formidable foe to face here in this first weekly finals. But I mean, I think you hit the nail on the head, Buriram. They're starting to look like that VP team, right? The one that's just doing so well that you can't imagine them going too much longer without securing a victory.
And the thing that scares me is once we get into the traditional format, if Buriram frag out like they have been, if they make it there, bear in mind, they are a scary team. But the one thing we have to say, still no Korean team has made it through, which is it's an international event. If you've watched PUBG in the past, when it goes international, the Korean teams always look so sharp. It's kind of wild to actually see that not being the case. And I've got to say, I would put the likes of Oath above the chance of any other Korean team winning this out right now. But I have heard we are ready for the interview, so we can head down to that as soon as they're ready to go. So let's have a little listen to Furia.
I am here with Team Furia, the winning team of our 8th match. I'm here with player Haspu. You really showed us an amazing play. How did you guys feel coming into the game?
Boas notas, mas esta vez vocês conseguiram ganhar o franguinho. Então, que determinação vocês tiveram preparando essa jogada, essa partida?
A gente percebeu que tinha que jogar como a gente sempre joga e não tinha que ficar tentando forçar, o centro e jogar o nosso jogo, jogar da borda e esperar a progressão e buscar o pick and deal.
저희가 이제 지금까지 너무 나쁜 모습을 보여줬지만,
although we did show some disappointing plays in the last few games, but we maintained our play just like before,
모습을 최대한 보여주려고 했습니다.
and we tried our best to show some good strategies.
사실 예상을 못 하셨을 것 같아요. 부스에서는 어떤 이야기들이 좀 오갔었어요?
I don't think you would have been able to expect the win just now. What kind of conversations did you have amongst your teammates?
Nessa partida.
A gente conversou que devia ter mais calma e que a gente tinha que confiar no nosso jogo, que a gente sabe o que a gente está fazendo. A gente trabalhou por isso e é isso que a gente merecia estar na final.
서로 더 의지해야 된다고 저희가 말을 했고 더 차분하게.
We talked about how we had to rely on each other a bit more and to play the game in a calm way. And we're really looking forward to seeing you at the weekly finals.
한마디 해주시죠.
Any final words?
Eu creio que vocês estão no weekly final vão dar uma boa nota e também, então, por última palavra, podem falar força todo mundo, tá bom? Grito de guerra.
Olha. Quer botar a mão?
2, 3, Furia! 네, 이렇게 해서 위클리 서바이벌 1주차 8번째 매치에서 승리한 팀은 바로 퓨리아 팀이었습니다. 퓨리아 팀과의 인터뷰 마무리해보겠고요. 저희는 과연 9번째 진출팀 누가 될지 분석 데스크와 함께 다음 경기로 돌아오겠습니다.
Welcome back here to PGI.S. Froz, I've got a question for you. What time is it?
I don't know, James. What time is it?
It's lat AM, baby! That's right, because Furia... that was so crap. Furia have been able to advance on here. So they get the final 1,000 and move on. What a game as well. I can't believe what we just witnessed. Oh my, this was a crazy game, Cammy. I can't believe.
It's, oh god, so this isn't the first time that we've seen a round that had like 2, maybe 3 key spots that were the only real playable areas, but this time around, just every single team went after, especially that ditch that I believe FaZe had it at the start, or no, Zenith did, and then FaZe, and then Oath, and then T1, like everyone out with it was such ravenous desire because they all knew how strong that position would be. But the reason why Furia came out on top, and this only works because of the timing of their push, the zone was close enough for them to be safe from their initial area. They didn't send it all the way to that ditch where they're already 12 cars at that point. They just sent it initially to that wall and had the opportunity to play around it, use throwables especially to clear out that clear target, and then just won the game from there with very good team fighting.
Yeah, I was having a lot of fun collecting cars down here in this location. It was 12 cars in total, as you say, towards the end. This was my favorite thing about this entire game, but that didn't really produce the winners for the most part, so let's kind of ignore that here for the moment. But here's another one. Actually, this is all the highlights from us.
It's just the same spot.
That is a good spot, though. It is a good spot, and that's why everyone's diving for it. But what I do really like, what we saw there, was Furia's push against T1 to it. And not just that they were going straight, but as Cammy was saying, that they stopped before that, and they were going both from inside and outside the fence, pushing from two different directions. And on top of that, they also had Rasper actually shooting and holding Petrichor Road back that was further to the north of them as well. So they were basically taking two fights while making that push, and with a perfect execution, they took over that. And I mean, towards the end, it was just a piece of cake. They just had to take out Shinboy, and he was the only threat, more or less, for the whole game for them.
Yeah, it's a lot of this game centered around two main focal points. Not only the creative junkyard that we saw outside of shooting range, but that little shack as well, where it was mollies abound, Cammy. Lots and lots of mollies, lots and lots of death.
It's, yeah. The only way to clear, not the only way, as we see by Gen G, they attempted other styles of clearing out a shack, but the best way of clearing out a shack is, of course, using throwables, using Molotovs especially, to just empty out that entire area. This is, I think, one of the key reasons why throwables have become so powerful in this game compared to Gen G's push, where you don't actually need to put yourself in the line of fire in order to clear out a tight corner.
And we can take a look here. Shinboy actually managing to find one of the top spots here alongside Rusty Zera, etc. I mean, the thing about Furia, all kind of, memes aside about it being lat AM and everything like that, is that Furia are a team full of veterans, Froz. So whilst they get the win here, they get the win over the likes of Korea so far, etc. and stuff like that, we know that they've been able to be on big stages before, and to a certain degree or a lesser degree, perform on big stages before.
I mean, especially Rusty Zera and Rasper, those two, it's like the dynamic duo from Brazil, from LATAM, that we've seen together for such a long time. And they always been like, they've been able to produce a lot of good results, but they've never been like at the top. But this once again shows us how good they are. They're able to grab not just getting into the weekly finals, but also grabbing that bonus money, the $1,000 here, the last team to do that. Of course, we have 8 more teams to go through, but not with that little bonus on their hand as well.
Yeah, definitely so. And that's the last bonus here for our wins in the weekly survival. Every other team from this point on will not get any bonus money. It will be $0, but you qualify through on into that weekly final. Let's take a look at the schedule and see how things have rounded up so far, as well as what is to come here, because we've had 3 games go down and we have 3 more on the way. K7, Virtus Pro, and Furia managed to round out their victories here, bagging themselves a ticket to this weekend's games. Now, we have 2 Miramars left and 1 Erangel. The juicy filling between those Miramar pieces of bread here at the very, very end. I don't know what I'm talking about. But Cammy, talk to me about this game. Quick, save me.
Oh, God. I honestly, so the development of this weekly survival meta that we've seen, I think, is somewhat expected. It was very tentative at the start, but as you've seen from the past couple of games, not just the previous one, which was way chaotic, but even the Erangel before that, around Hospital, you see teams learn that you can't just snake in, as it were. You can't just hope that the circle comes your direction. You do need to take very key, important engagements. It's actually one of the reasons why Infantry, it would have such a key win on Erangel yesterday, even though they did come in from the edge, is knowing when is the time to strike, when is the time to sort of take over an area. It's what Oath has been doing this entire time, really relying on their mechanics. You could argue, are they pushing that too much? Well, that's a conversation for a different time, but it's going to be this sort of swinging back and forth of like how aggressive is too aggressive and how aggressive is not aggressive enough in order to be able to secure that win. Because if you look at all the winning teams, until Virtus Pro, every single team won with double-digit kills. We have yet to see a winning team have like a clutch, sneaky 3-kill win, 2-kill win. It's always been a team that has been dominant, at least during the end game, if not prominent in the game, the phases before that.
That's a really good point, and kind of goes against what we've been saying about Europe, where normally they're able to kind of get towards the end. And for some of those European teams, they have got the kills towards the end, as you're kind of pointing out here, apart from Virtus Pro. But everything for them has been about getting center, doing a little bit of sneaky sneak, and then being okay for us. And it has worked out for the majority of them.
I mean, a lot of the times what we're seeing towards the end is that basically you have 4 people up on your team and you're up against 2 free teams that have 1, 2, or 3 players up, and you're taking the fights against all of these teams at the same time. And that's why you end up having a lot of kills towards the end as well. It's not so much fighting throughout the whole game, but we're seeing maybe take 1, maximum 2 fights, I'd say, from all of these winning teams so far before they get into the last fight itself, the last stand, and that's where they get like most of the kills. But it is, of course, a little bit different, and we're seeing a lot of changes in terms of the game style. Yesterday was a lot of 1-1-1-1 splits. Now it's more 2-2 splits, a way closer, less of the splits itself. And I think it's going to shift back a little bit to bigger splits again, because the teams are seeing that, okay, the teams are doing 2-2 splits, we can do a bigger split then and take advantage of that.
I have to give a shout out to Oath as well, though. They've been able to perform very, very well in regards to those middle ground positions that they found. But anyway, match 9, the next team joining is ENCE. If there was ever a team in Europe that was all about just surviving with their most recent playstyle, it is them. But let's get into it. Thank you to Intel for joining us here as we go to Erangel. It's time for it's Miramar. Wait a minute. Yeah, that's the one. It's Poro and Pansy. Let's go.
Look, there's a lot of games, and yeah, we are back on Miramar, and it is me, joined by Poro, and we do have ENCE now joining us, the next team in, so a couple more Europeans, obviously FaZe, and now ENCE coming through, but I've got to say, I feel like Oath or Buriram are overdue a win now.
I mean, Buriram especially, Oath is doing something different, and I'm not necessarily sure I like it. They've started... For today, it seems like they're just diehard set on sending it to the center of the circle and trying to survive. But it seems like most of the winners that we're seeing are hanging out on the edge and just waiting and waiting and waiting and waiting until finally you get to the late game. You still have 4 up. You're playing from the edge, and you have to have that 1 or 2 big fights that you have to come out on top of. But whereas Oath is sending it to the center, and they're just getting battered and beaten from the very early time and just kind of losing players here and there, and they're making it late, sure, but it just doesn't seem like it's putting them in the best position to win. And this is a team that plays the edge like naturally all the time. So I don't know, we'll see.
We will see. And we are seeing a very Eastern circle. This has been sorry, I'm just moving my mic a little bit. This has been quite an interesting look, I guess, for the circles as of late as well, because we've had some very southern circles, very northern circles, very far east circles. So this one's, it's got the islands in play. I mean, I'm not going to say it because I never get to cast those fun ones, which I find hilarious. But they're very much out and about there.
It's definitely gross. I mean, nobody likes to see a first circle where 50% of it, or close to 50% is unplayable.
I do. Okay, it's fun. Make the teams work. Let's go. I mean,
it definitely guarantees that you're going to see some early game competition, which in this format in particular, where it seems like the early game and early mid game, hot drops notwithstanding, we're seeing a lot of teams just avoid each other in general. Well, it's going to be a lot harder to do that now because there's just a lot less real estate to play from. So we'll see.
I swear, right? As soon as PlayerUnknown turns up in chat, it's just like, and here are your weird circles.
He only turns
I don't
up
know if he sees it before he's like, I'm gonna turn up and just laugh at you, or I don't know what the flow of the information is on this, but there is a correlation. We do want to see the islands because it will make me happy, and that's all that really matters here is my personal joy. And I've never got to cast it before, so I think there are a few factors that kind of mean it's very rare to happen, and you need a little bit more land, I think, towards the north, potentially, if I remember the players discussing it at one point. However, it's fun because we get potentially more fights fast, because half of the circle, not that playable.
Big true. And we can already see quite a number of teams starting to send it down in there, and You know, talking about this. Oh dear. Well, I guess we'll just hop all four in for the time being. Where are they now? They're actually inside circle heading towards Impala. They've got Damwon just above them, and Tiamba have sent 2 into Impala, but Linchun and Lorena are still way off to the south, so nobody really set up quite just yet as Afrika starts to make their way in.
So
they run into
traditionally, if you're, you know, maybe some people don't watch as much of the European PUBG as, you know, some of the casters, and I'm sure analysts out there do. This is typically a very strong end circle. This is one where they do very well in. They land towards the side of the map, and they normally capitalize well. And Tiamba's about to see a lot of players. And do they commit? It looks like they are. Afrika Freaks are out on foot, and now they're chasing down M200. So he's in all kinds of trouble. Peeks the corner, gets 1. Oh, he gets 2. The third just evades his vision. But an incredible try there. That opens up opportunity. Luckily for Afrika Freaks, Mings isn't that close by, so fortunate for them, they might be able to get a res off, and he won't be able to get there quickly to capitalize on that damage.
Jeez, M200 just putting in work right there. That AK doing some big time damage. We also got Damwon and Kia on their way down from the north side, but I think all those reses should get through before they get there. You see TSM starting to make their way through. It looks like they're peeking around the ramp area, but there are other places that they could still play. As you said, Ents already in a fantastic position. They've sent 4 to the 1 compound, so no splitting coming out for right now. They're just gonna hang out all together and play it as a group.
Let's have a little look, and I've got to say, yes, I like FaZe.
Yes.
I find the way they play quite fun. The Circle, very unkind in the last couple of games. They have been on the opposing side of it, and now they've gone as far as they potentially could towards the northwest, and the Circle goes, no. we want Impala today. So FaZe is probably a little bit flustered by that. It's unfortunate, but if you're going to play, you know, drops like this where it's very far to the extremities on any corner of the map, you always have the chance of it. It's why there's still value in having those more centralized drops.
Yeah, I mean, they definitely have a plan for this. I mean, if you any team that drops on the extremities, you always have a plan for things if it goes on the complete opposite side of where you want to be. And FaZe, for sure, no exception there. I can see Gen G starting to make their way in, taking this high ground just to the north of North Leonis, doing a little bit of scouting. DA, for their part, coming in on the south side, free and clear for the most part, up until you get to T1. But this is not free and clear. Oh, no. Indigo just gets absolutely ripped here as Damwon maybe trying to extend a little bit farther than they were able to.
Yeah, Buriram starting to make their approach as well. Going to keep my eyes on them. This is Zenith heading their way down as well. I guess across. They're going from kind of west to east, so they'll be eventually kind of working their way through. They could have gone towards Los Leones, but probably going to divert a little further south, try and slot in that way. You know, catching a glimpse of all the other teams making their way in, but I do look towards Oath in this as well, because they're a team that I feel have been hard to put a finger on, but they are kind of coming into form. And there's Buriram working down, I think that's towards the more northern side of this, yes. So they've kind of come down from the north, and now it looks like they're heading back in. You're already seeing 2 of their players split off, and I know 4AM are not far from this. So this could be something that's building up. So I wonder if these 2 clash at any point. Again, if you want an early fight, 4AM is always up for it.
They definitely are. And Buriram were starting to head south. They've now turned around and started heading north. So as you said, they may run into 4AM here shortly. T1 doing a little bit of a 2-2. Yeah, there we go. You can see how close they really are to each other. Naradra, I'm not sure if he spotted somebody or if he just heard Godvi. You know, he's not even looking over in that direction right now. So the rest of Buriram, fortunately, is there. Well, one at least. Canaxi going to join him. But Edie and Godmeow definitely separated from this. Godvi looks like he's going to spot him out. Not going to take the shot, though.
Okay, so both, well, one far more aware than the other. Oath have decided to kind of keep around on that northern section as they approach, so they do have a couple of teams nearby, and in the distance would be that 4AM fight, so they could eventually turn up to that if they wanted to third party, maybe they could, or they stick in this area and see how the circle goes. So again, we will be pause champing until we hopefully get an island circle. Before that point, most teams are okay. There's a little bit of posturing up now, but there's plenty of space on the outskirts. Again, Los Leones gets avoided because it doesn't normally have endings there, and it's obviously quite tricky to traverse. FaZe are now working their way through. We are going to see Zenith making their way in as well. That's just south of Los Leones. So everyone somewhat having a clean approach. A couple of losses here and there of players, but nothing wild at this point.
Yeah, a lot more teams are starting to figure this whole edge thing out here. Now, Oath, they are still kind of progressing a little bit farther in, but you got now LG Divine, 4 a.m., Zenith playing from the south side, FaZe just now getting inside the circle. Gen G, even for their part, still in a little bit of a 2-1-1 split. They've sent 2 to the Prio compound just to the south of La Bendita Crater, but they've got Loki and Esther a little bit separated, and I'm interested to see how far Oath is willing to stretch this.
Yeah, it's a dangerous game to be playing. Do bear in mind, if you do type give island circle, I don't know, I think it's on you guys to encourage it, if anything. We'll see. The circle's now 6 seconds away. Let's see if you guys have prayed hard enough for the island circle. If not, well, I blame you guys at home.
Do you believe?
Oh, one day I will have my fun. No, the belief wasn't there. Not enough thoughts and prayers, guys and girls, so work on that. For now, we do have a bit of a fight. Buriram against 4 a.m. They were kind of really quite close to each other, but it's a substantially larger amount of 4 a.m. than Buriram. So, for now, they're going to make the push, but look at the cover. Edie's not badly positioned on this, and Canaxi isn't exactly in the compound either. So, he will be kind of holding those back lines, and 4 a.m. going to have to be cautious in this one, because, as I said, there's a lot of Buriram there, and these guys are a little bit deadly when they get into a scrap.
They are not one to shy away from the scrap either. That grenade going to fall just on the wrong side of the wall here. Now, Buriram not playing inside the long building. We've seen those long buildings be such a pain to try to push onto. But 4 a.m. instead is going to opt to play around that. And Buriram now has a nice little surround going on here. Godmeow, if he can play his cards right, he could come in at the perfect time for a nice little flank. But if you play him wrong, you go down and you immediately get flushed. And oh no.
Oh,
Wookie.
no.
It happens again. He gets seat swapped.
Yeah. I mean, look, TSM still playing with their stand-in, and honestly, they've done pretty well at this point. And considering the firepower that Fex brings, Wookie's really been pretty on point. But
he's been absolutely
God
great.
me out is probably the closest play to this. If they come into this building, he does have the barrel, and we know as well as anyone else that gun is terrifying. So if they do crest into the building, they would be potentially vulnerable, but for now they don't. They continue forward. They're playing on the outskirts here, and Buriram have controlled the building. I think 4 a.m. need to back from this. They don't want this fight, it looks like.
And this is take a picture, take a screenshot, because you're not going to see that very often. 4 a.m. retreating away from a fight. And that is not something that happens every day. So props to Buriram and props to 4 a.m. for realizing the situation that they're in and the lobby that they're in, and just not wasting the time or potential loss there. As Adder will go down to Shanjian. T1 having 3 in the compound. They're going to take a few shots at TSG on the passing. Shanjian gets knocked very, very low, but it's not going to be enough to get the knock.
Okay, and you can see the run now coming in, just trying to get out of here. Now, centralized positions, keep in mind, Ents are in the perfect position here as well. They are one of the teams with the best spot on the map as it stands. FaZe control a lot of the outskirts and probably banking on hard shifts if they want to weigh in. You got to feel, considering where the circle is, maybe not a bad spot, because it doesn't often go towards Los Leones. It may move a little further south, but for now, DA going to be, I was going to say gifted Shinboy after such a great performance last map. Just going to be found so quickly this time.
Unfortunate. Well, unfortunate for Shinboy, but fortunate for you guys. We now have a pause in the action, and you get another code. You're welcome. You didn't get an island circle, but you get a code. And that code will be good to get you a nice little coupon to go vote and try to get some more E points, EP, to get more PUBG swag. Keep in mind that this is for PC only. For right now, there will be a separate social event going on for console players, so keep an eye out for that. Meanwhile, the circle will pop over, and we're getting the hard Eastern shift here. AF looking nice.
Yeah, I mean, look, the amount of times we see that garage being such a pinpoint on the way through on this sort of circle, we'll see all the teams now having to full send. This might be blind sending too, keep in mind. They've not been able to scout this out well. I'm seeing a lot of teams now in the cars on the move. Look towards Oath, look towards FaZe. They are all heading towards the same sort of area where TSM, where ENCE, where I believe that, who is it there? Afrika Freaks and Damn one of there. Here's Oath, oh, back caps. He's in a hurry. Just going to spin his way through. Does stick the landing. No worries. Maybe not a 10-pointer on that, but we'll keep it functional. FaZe now have to keep going. Maybe they were considering that spot. Very similar rotation routes, it seems like. Oath and FaZe very similar in approach, but now FaZe left in the wilderness, going to have to find the next port of call because Gen G just punished pack caps already. PO's there right away with that SLR. Not an easy spot to hold. So maybe FaZe can find a new home, or maybe they just pull up here and try and work towards down one. That could be a potential option for them. Zenith again going to lose out on Roth here. A rough game for them.
It looks like Kickstart might not be too far behind, and it'll be the shot from long, and that's going to be it for him. Poonage going to be the last hope left for Zenith as he will try to survive a little bit longer. We still got a few teams that still have to make their way in. 4 a.m. coming in from the west, Petrichor Road from the south, and Buriram's still kind of hanging out on that northern side. Gen G, for their part, they're scattered like ants on this northwestern side. They're all over the place. Haven't really spotted out a spot to play from yet. Esther, the southernmost, and if he's not careful, he might be spotted out by ENCE or Godvi.
Yeah, caution will have to be shown. I'm trying to watch 4 a.m. here as well as Gen G. They're both kind of left in that predicament of it's tough to find a way in now.
ENCE doing donuts out here in the middle of the road. I'll take it.
I mean, it's all fun and games until God V appears. You know, a little bit scary. He's got ENCE as like probably what he's considering. He's like, okay, ENCE are ahead. No worries. Oh no, who is this turning up? It's 4 a.m. God V over the ridgeline, going to find at least a couple of shots. Going to keep him kind of further away, but doesn't really go for the kill on this one, but more to garner some space.
For their part, 4 a.m. really committing to just hanging out on this edge. I mean, their backs up against the blue for their part. They are still taking a few shots at range because, well, you just can't help it. When you see somebody out in the middle of the open, you got to take the shots, but we'll see if they pay the price for it, as they are a little bit split here. FaZe, for their part, nice little position here. They might have to worry about Afrika or Damwon should the circle play weirdly, but no, they're looking nice.
Yeah, that's not bad, actually. It is crashable, of course, and kind of similar to what we saw at shooting range. It's very hard to predict that because they're in a bit of a defilade in that little valley, almost a little dip. But beyond that, the south is somewhat set, I feel, apart from maybe 4 a.m. If they swing south, they could do it. But it's the north that's leaving me kind of wanting. There's ridge lines available, but they aren't great. They're not like the priority areas. So someone like Buriram, LG Divine, Gen G are going to struggle here, and same could be said potentially for 4 a.m. There's no easy path in anymore. These edges are really well held down. You've got ENCE in front. You've got that south side's no more forgiving than anywhere else. T1 have perfect vision on you. This is going to be a hard circle for anyone on the outskirts to get in if they aren't already.
Looks like they're just going to go ahead and give up on Forever, which is probably the only play they really have here. So they do lose one. But as you said, Buriram, LG Divine still have to make their way in. LG Divine doesn't have to go too terribly far. There's a decent little spot that they can play just on the south side of Impala. Gen G has to figure out where they want to go as well. TSM doing a pretty good job being oppressive right now. It looks like Gen G's just going to have to give up on Esther. I don't think they can really stop and go for this res right now. But where does Gen G go? I mean, there's just nowhere really to play from this northern side that isn't completely exposed to either TSM or LG Divine.
Depends if TSM aren't in the best spot right now. They're in a usable spot, but they've got Oath keeping them somewhat humble. And the cross away from where TSM currently reside is really hard. None of the hills or the dips work in their favor, leaving that compound. Buriram decided to go all the way around, so opted for this. Now, again, this compound is okay to play in, but keep in mind, the ridge that wraps around the top has great vision into it, and you can creep up from the low ground. We have lost out on Zenith this time, first team out here. It was just down to Poonage. They kind of lost players here and there, so it was a hard game to be fought, but Tiamba not really giving away that they're in this compound. Very quiet so far.
And for their part, Buriram not being overly aggressive here and just assuming that there's somebody in here and they're just going to play around it very quietly. No reason to really push into this unless they absolutely have to. And the circle not really making it to where they need to do that just yet. TSM, meanwhile, going to move their vehicles. I don't think they're leaving the compound, but they're just going to pull their vehicles up here just in case for this next circle.
Okay, now again we've seen this circle being pretty hard for a couple of teams here. This could really go anywhere, honestly. I don't think there's any hard stops to where this circle adjusts to. It is still normally favorable towards that petrol station in the north. It still keeps it in, but actually FaZe, a Freak of Freaks, happy. Pack Caps and Oath, probably quite happy with this. Ent still in a good compound. This is their first real time in the lobby, so this could be a fantastic game for them. And I'm glad the Death said it. Ent's one of the teams that do play for survival. This actually could be a really good game mode, I guess, for them. Or, survival, survive the week sort of approach could actually be quite interesting in their sort of capability. But what this now comes down to is the likes of Buriram, Tiamba, LG Divine, DA. A lot of the teams on the outskirts are not going to find any place forward.
You can see, vehicle, I don't know if they've lost a tire, if they just did a little bit of a turnaround there, but you can see Oath doing some damage here to Gen G and TSM as they're hanging out on that northern side. I love the position for FaZe here. If they can hold off LG Divine, they've got that protection from Afrika and Damwon. Neither of those teams are going to make a push to the south anytime soon. So as long as FaZe can keep track of their southern side and make sure that LG Divine does not aggress on them any farther from this eastern position, they should be fantastic.
Now Oath are going to keep TSM at arm's length, and you can tell as to why this circle is, and they've lost out on a vehicle too. Oh, they're being bombarded. I think it's just Iroh alive. He might be able to get a res, maybe, but I think they're dead to rights, and I think he knows that. Maybe try and heal through, see if he can do anything, but this is Oath keeping them very much at distance. And yeah, Iroh's trying to make the adjustment, just dropping down the pan, all the goodies. You ain't getting nothing from my body. Buriram do make their way in, but as to where do they go? None of this area is playable. I think they're looking for it.
Yeah, I feel like they were trying to go for the LG Divine spot and hopped in the vehicles, and all of a sudden it was not empty. So maybe a little bit of regrouping, and now where are they going to go? Looks like Naradra's thinking about this gas station.
It's a pull-up. There are three players here. KL is just slightly off to the side. It is feasibly taken, but it's covered for now. You'll live there in almost this weird symbiotic relationship. It will work, but if you try and get inside, there's a problem. Now, under could be the first target they go for. KL's watching the front, and you have then one player tucked down, prone down in case they need some support, some help. They can kind of hold that entrance. So again, Buriram, they're aggressive though. These guys like a push, and they might just take the push, but keep in mind the positions are very favorable towards Damwon. They should win this fight if they don't make mistakes, but that's easier said than done. The underhand nade could be the death of them. Already Kale's found Connexi. This is not looking good. Kale's found another. This is very much in favor towards Damwon. They are in the perfect position to hold this. There goes TSM. Iroh finally found by Rustamar, and now the response is brutal. Finally they appear, and it's nades, it's rifles, it's everything the Damwon wanted.
And Kale's still running the DBS as well, and Godmeow still alive for Buriram. He's across the street though, nowhere near being able to help his squad. Meanwhile, LG Divine going to take a little bit of damage here from Tiamba, but DA is going to be their protector from the southern side. They've got a nice little wrap going on here. They're going to find Lin Shun, they're going to find Lorena, and it's down to just Mings. But he needs to be careful, though. Divine could come up here at any point and start third-partying them.
This is what we were saying about the compound. As soon as you try and leave it, you're going to have problems, and that's exactly as to why. Smash on the great rotation with DA to hold that ridge line, and now we're seeing the desperation plays come out. Gen G, Mad Send. Maybe a good scout, though. That is a little shack that's free. It's got some hard cover. Get into it. And now ends the Finns in the background finally make their appearance. Tixu there finding Pio. At least going to make it a little bit trickier for Gen G. Godfrey, you got a little delivery there? Post it through. Oh, that is going to be a molly and a half.
It's a very special delivery. Well, Oath in a little bit of trouble now. They're kind of pinched on the northern side here. Ents and Afrika both sending shots over in their area. They do have vehicles to use, so we'll see where they decide to go. Petrichor Road, meanwhile, oh my God, Smash. Don't do it to him. The quick turn. Code Marco going to take a few shots into him from XDD, a.k.a. Ike's left. Meanwhile, Dang Shay going to take the shots into Petrichor Road. So three-way fight going on the southern side with Petrichor right in the center.
This nade could be mad as well if it works well enough. A bit too far that time. It could have maybe got the flush. That one will work. Star-Lord going to show you how it's done. Petrichor Road is eliminated. 11 for them. DA now going to try and move in. Capitalize on the fall of the others, see if they can find a bit of room for themselves. It looks like Oath are getting in the vehicles. Let's keep tabs on where they head towards. They're going to go for a full-on send somewhere, and there's a Freak of Freaks. Getting those nades going. Kale's on the end of it. Under tries to get close. Nade's going to be posted back through. Molly's burning. This is going to be scary for a Freak of Freaks, and yeah, this is terrible. The Korean team's just battering each other. Down to 2 players on either side.
Hikari had that dirty little position out there in the smoke, but good eyes on Song Yang and Under. Managed to pick him out. Now Akkad and Hank is still alive. And what is going on with FaZe? Oh, the push finally comes from Divine, but being repelled fantastically by the FaZe clan. Levi's the last one up.
Oh, Levi's though. Did he get the flush on that? I don't think he did. There are reses to be had, but while this happens, Freak of Freaks weren't far away. If they, oh yeah, no, they were in that fight still. They were still in that battle with down 1, so that's still a problem. They're down to just 1 player. This is a horrible battle for both sides, both in dire scenarios now, and you can see pressure coming around from everywhere. And Zia's going to work his way out, hit the deck, try and get him maybe a med off or something. Uber instantly looked that way to make sure no one could maybe capitalize on FaZe during this fight. The reses are still coming out, but Pack Caps, Oath, still trying to stay alive. DA coming in line as well, finding T1. This is still going on. Oath's rotation was fantastic. We were saying we want to see Oath maybe catch a win on this one, and this could be the game if they can get their players back. But keep in mind, Ents are still out here. Ents are still looking dangerous. They have got a knock, so they aren't up to their full force yet. But Ents have good position, but they've got 2 teams now keeping them further back. 4 AM and Oath in good position to make this tricky to move in.
DA looking terrifying right now. They just absolutely decimated T1. They've still got 3 up playing from the south side, and they are just taking it to anybody that they see. They are wanting to fight this one through if they can get it that way. While 4 AM going to try to hold off Ents as they try to push through. Crazy. They take 1. Oh, the seat swap Diggory did it to him.
Yeah, but Ents now down to 2 players standing. This is a problem. 4 AM are down to 2 as well. It's 2v2 on this side, but it looks like DA are about to crest over the top. That's going to be DA's just raining down fire towards potentially 4 AM. Actually, no, it's Rustamar. It's Squeaky. Metralius, like a dagger in the back to Europe. They just want in. They don't care who it is. Diggory does find Godfrey in the meantime. This looks like 4 AM are done for, and they are. FaZe found the final member of the Freak of Freaks as well, and that is a devastating dip down. We're down to 5 teams here. FaZe still with 4 alive. It looks like Oath in a good position too with 4 standing. Ents down to 2. There is so much still to be seen here.
DA is just farming right now, but FaZe starting to make their way down to the south. They're going to run into TSG. Snaking, though. Volley Bear going to find Fuzzface right off the bat. Uba tries to drop prone, see if he can maybe trade it out. Volley Bear again. No, it's Shandyan as TSG just lighting him up. But Metrelius will come up over the top, and he's going to do it again to the European brothers. And there's a nice Molotov from Gustav. But what else can he do? He's the last player up. Meanwhile, Oath still 4 strong. Ents down to 2. DA, look at this. I mean, they are just dominating everybody from the southern side.
I mean, if kills meant anything, they'd be doing great. It's 15. 15 kills, 7 on Smash. Luckily for the rest of the lobby, Doesn't mean much unless you get all the kills. Now you can see the molly. That's a dirty molly coming through, but it was traded out. So we are down to 4 teams: TSG, ENCE, DA, and Oath. Oath with 4 players alive, DA with 3, but DA have a hot hand in this game, looking a little bit weathered at this point, though they have been in plenty of battles, so I don't know how much they've still got in the tank, but Oath have built in really well to this. Some really good adjustments, great rotations, and good sense coming in.
And they've got really, really good position here. Now, DA has a pretty good position themselves. This hill on the southern side, they can just keep peeking up over the top. And Molotov going to fall a little bit flat. But now Relo putting himself in nice position to get this final grenade, maybe. It'll be enough. He's going to find 1. He's going to find 2.
Great play coming out there, but we have to see, is there a reply from DA? Can they isolate any of those slightly more aggressive plays? Yes! Metralius pings pack caps from underneath the vehicle. And now Oath might be kind of a little worried about this, but Relo, he is on the lower side of the hill. If he's able to crest that, he could do damage, but there is still that snake in the grass. And now down to just a 3v3 on both sides. DA having a huge game this time, but Oath looking proactive, looking like they want to get out of this weekly survival, and they might just have the chance.
Oath has been so close so many times, and DA has looked magnificent. Not only in this game, but every game that they've played on Miramar so far. Both of these teams strongly deserving a win here. We'll see who is going to be the one that clutches it out. Looks like DA has a very good idea of where Shanjian is. I'm not sure if Oath has any idea just yet, but hopefully that doesn't serve as a distraction for DA. You can see all 3 of Oath looking up on top of this hill, but Mert, it's a little bit, you can see he just keeps looking over in that area for Shanjian. If Oath decides to push here at the wrong time for DA, it could be disastrous.
This is all going to be a tense moment for both sides. Oath have a really good position to keep them safe for now, but high ground will probably be on DA's favor. And again, where does that remaining player go towards? Does he act as a dagger in the back to Oath or DA? Or does he wait until the very end? This is going to be tough for both teams, and I don't know the utility either. That's going to be critical in this. Smokes, mollies, nades. That could be massive. No smokes on Balefrost, no nades either, 1 molly. Relo on the other side, no smoke, just 1 nade, 1 molly. It's bits and pieces. This is not perfect for Oath.
It's not great, but Oath has the dot. It's a DA has the blue right up against their back, so they are going to have to crest the top of this hillside here. And if Oath is positioned well, if they have good vision and they spot them before DA spots them, could win that 1v1. And you can see DA now turning their attention more towards Shanjian here. I think they want to try to wrap around on this eastern side, or at least not risk losing 1 to them.
Again, tense scenario. Oath need to start working their way up here as well. They've got the nades out. It looks like this could be time to start engaging. Relo happy to send this. Metralius going to just ping a flashback. They are better geared, at least with utility on DA's side. But eyes on Relo. He's creeping real close here. The smoke wall goes up. Going to try and isolate that snake. Allow them to funnel the attention towards one fight. Mert, though, he's going to be dragged into that fight on the side. This could be the go signal for Oath. If you hear that fight starting, you want to get involved. Relo's right there as well. They do not know it, and this could be the surprise. The ace up the sleeve. Metralius finds 1, no trade yet. Snakers goes down. DA hold the line. Maybe some more. Fire comes in from up, but a trade. Balefrost gets him. Oath right back in it. Relo up and over the top. He's got another. This is huge work. And now it's just Smash. 2 snakes left. Oath with 2 alive. This is madness between these 2.
Well, Shanjian is actually going to spot him out, and that's going to be it for DA. And now Oath has to turn their attention towards Shanjian. They've got 2 up. They've got Shanjian right against the blue. Is Shanjian just going to go down? No, he's making his way in. He wants it. He wants to try to pull off the 1v2.
He's got the flash. He puts it through. And they are blind as anything. Relo is the only one with HP here. Shanjian's got the side. The cross out on that smoke. Timing's everything. Relo now going to lean forward. He's got one. Oh my god, he gets both! Heartbreak for Oath at the end, but Triumph, incredible play.
Oh no. Oh, the absolute timing of it. He peeks around the edge of the smoke at the exact time that Oath was lined up perfectly for him. Oh, that is absolutely heartbreaking for Oath. Such hard work trying to get that far. And for DA as well, what a game from DA. And to have it just taken away from the snake play. I mean, they knew Shanjian was there. They just never could get a line of sight on him. Shanjian playing that to absolute perfection.
I am blown away by that result, and you've got to feel devastated there. I mean, for DA, they popped off the entire game. Great battle against Oath at the end. Fair enough, we take that. But you have got to be devastated if you're Oath. Again, just a bit of a misread here or there, a misplay. Of course, great moments there at the end, using that smoke perfectly to catch the cross as Oath came out, but just letting it slip, losing that focus at the very end. I thought we were going to have another NA team joining us towards the weekend right there, right now, but it wasn't to be yet. We have another team in its place, and I've got to say, unfortunately, Cammy said at the start, we haven't seen many of those snake wins. We haven't seen those players who've just been patient and waiting it out. It's been mostly those, team wins, the kind of, clearer end, but here we have it. The first time, I guess, it's come through already.
I mean, I would have never anticipated that the second team that we would see advancing to the weekly finals from China would be on a snake play of all things. I mean, DA played that so well, Oath played it so well, but in the end, outstanding individual play from Shanjian.
Week number 1 with Intel. That was the winning team of our 9th match, Triumphant Song Gaming. I am here with player Volibear.
네, TSG 축하드립니다.
Congratulations, TSG.
네, 정말 6번째 매치 만에 파이널에 진출하게 되셨습니다.
You finally made it to the weekly finals. How is the atmosphere there amongst your team members?
获得了比赛的冠军，你们现在的心情怎么样？
心情很激动吧，毕竟我的队友闪电在最后的时候独狼吃鸡，然后我们晋级了。
정말 굉장히 흥분돼 있는 상태고요.
We're all really excited.
선수가 마지막에 죽어가지고
And Sangjin was the last player
저도
in the
마지막에
end.
오스와 DA 그리고 선장 선수가 딱 혼자 남았을 때 정말 그 교전에서
In the end, when we
많이 했던
saw
것 같아요.
both DA and Sangjin, it was really nerve-wracking. What kind of decisions were you making towards the end there?
只剩下一个人的时候，你bol利维尔选手向山电水手说了，指示了一些哪些指导？
当时我们队友，我们3个人，其他3个盒子就是说的是让他，就是我们不说话了，我们不影响他的操作，让他听脚步，然后我们就相信他就行了。
저희는 저희 나머지 선수분들은
The other 3 players, we were all just staying quiet.
같이 상대 팀들의 발걸음을 좀 열심히 들었을 뿐입니다.
And we were just watching the other teams.
그렇다면 마지막으로 우리 위클리 파이널에서 어떤 전략으로 임하실지 여쭤볼게요.
And can we just hear what kind of strategies you're going to be preparing for coming into the weekly finals?
周末决赛你们有哪些战略？
我们周末决赛会打得比周中赛要更加的狠一点吧，然后。 不会像这次周中赛那样，只是单只为了吃鸡而去。到时候我们会争取拿更多的分数。
이제 위클리 파이널에서는 저희가 이제 위클리 서바이벌에서 했던 것보다
Now,
좀더
in
세게
the
나갈
weekly finals,
생각이고요.
compared to our weekly survivals, we're planning on coming on more strong.
좀더 포인트를 많이 얻을 수 있는 방향으로
And we're going to take it into the direction where we can gain a bit more points. Yes, we're expecting an amazing play. Thank you for your interview.
네, 지금까지 9번째로 위클리 파이널에 진출한 TSG의 볼리베어 선수와 인터뷰 나눠봤고요. 저희는 분석 데스크도 함께 할 테니까 여러분 끝까지 지켜봐 주시고 10번째 경기.
Well, thankfully, the interview was right after the game because it gave me an opportunity to calm the hell down. What did we just watch? TSG will now join our weekly final here after an insane play from Shanjian there in the final moments. I'm joined by Froz and Cameron to break things down. And Froz, I think we were all a little bit taken aback by that situation just then.
We all know this is always possible. When you have a snake player, there's a high chance they'll just stay low and let the other teams fight each other. And once those teams are hurt, that's when you show up and you show up big time. And that's exactly what Shanjian did. But I don't think anyone was expecting him to actually win out the game. It looked so good for both Oath and Digital Athletics throughout the whole game. Digital Athletics, I mean, what, 17 kills? That itself is just like amazing to see. But it's not enough.
A ridiculous game, Cameron, to round things out, and huge kudos to that individual play at the very end.
Yeah, it wasn't even the script didn't even say TSG making it towards the end game, because if you remember right before that, FaZe, the entire squad were approaching them. It was because DA had the high ground overlooking them from the opposite side to give TSG those few opportunities. Of course, good shooting on their end to keep themselves alive. But for Shandian specifically, in ranked decision, the entire weekend, 2 kills. Weekly survival up until this game, 2 kills. He had been lagging behind his teammates in terms of performance, but when the moment was there, he needed to step up. He did it absolutely. He was able to just spray amazingly in the end game to secure that for his team and clutch this one out. No one expected this player, much less this team in this situation, to win this game out. It was all Oath, all DA.
Yeah, and you could see the sheer elation on their faces after they won that out. They knocked the webcam over, for Christ's sake. They were very, very happy with that victory. But Oath and DA, we have to go back to them here for a moment. Let's start things off with DA Froz, because they were having a blinder of a game. Arguably their best game of the tournament when you look at how on fire they were with the kills coming through towards the end circles.
Yeah, and they played that so well. We saw them. Actually, there was one point in the game where they were not supposed to get any further. And that was after they started a fight against Petrichor Road. We saw T1 joining that fight as well. T1 did finish up Petrichor Road, but they left DA to actually just walk into the circle and come behind them for some reason, when TA could have held them out. And DA, they took the advantage of that. They were like, well, if you're gonna let us in, we'll just take you out and we'll just continue our way into the circle towards a win here.
Yeah, and on the opposite side of things, Cammy, we had Oath, who were doing extremely well on their side as well. I think they held TSM out and they were able to move from that northern position down south. Very well done by the North American roster once again.
Yeah, and I think that's what makes this loss for them even more heartbreaking than a second place lose to a solo player would already be, is that this entire time, this entire weekly survival, they had been leaning towards Bomb Center, see what happens, Bomb Center, see what happens. You all remember the previous game on Erangel where they the impromptu junkyard. That had sort of been their style with mixed results, but just trying to see, like, at one point it's going to work. This game, they actually held back a little bit. They decided to take control of an edge position and then slowly move in from an edge position in the late game, and it was looking so good. It almost seemed that they finally found that groove of that perfect middle ground to allow them to get the win, and then Shandian comes out and just ruins the entire thing.
Yes, he did. Brilliant stuff by Shandian towards the end. Here he is in third place, the man of the hour. But for DA, jeez Louise, Smash and Metralius here just knocking out of the park. Froz, we mentioned it before, someone like Smash has grown as a player so much during 2020, now into 2021. It's unbelievable.
I mean, and he's still growing as a player. We still see him doing better and better stuff. He's just getting more and more experience. This is the first time the guys from DA is actually playing on a global scale, and they are still learning from the other teams, from the other regions, how to fight against them. And this is what they put up after, what, 2 days, 3 days, 4 days? We got 2 months. I can't wait to see how it's going to work out for DA in the long run here.
Yeah, watching the meta develop throughout this time is going to be very, very exciting. And this game, as always, proves that anything can happen in PUBG. We're going to go to a short break, ladies and gentlemen, and when we return, it's going to be more PGI.S.
Athletes are always challenging themselves to get better. You've seen this in all sports. Esports is no exception. You can never predict the outcome. The only thing you can control is how ready you are. Over and over, players adapt, trying to improve, fighting hard for every percent gained. Give everything you've got to the challenge and show your finest. Bring your best out. Strive for perfection. It's our goal too.
Two more games remain for today, and a new challenger approaches as E36 will now to step into the PGI.S arena, as we have Froz and Cameron to break down all of the action that's going on here throughout the day. So far, holy moly, it has been varied in terms of the results that we've had, the games that we've had. We're going to be going back onto Erangel here once again, and E36 is joining on. Let's talk about them, Cameron. What have you made of E36 so far? They got one win during the ranking decision matches.
Yeah, I don't know. They're still a team that I'm a little on the fence about, leaning more unconfident about. In their region in Japan, they were able to get a fair number of kills during the events that they've played, which is usually a good sign, but as we've talked to death, week to survival, kills don't actually matter. It's all about that placement. And so it's whether they can transition into, I mean, it's the same talking points every single time and time again, but for them, I don't know how confident I'm going to be, but hopefully they've been doing their research, setting everything up. It's just the fact that the highest placement they've gotten in any international competition was, as far as I understand, 9th place at PCS2. So the big shoes for these guys to fill, I feel.
Definitely so. Froz, your thoughts?
Seems like they're having a hard time to adjust themselves to the other teams here. We do know that they come from Japan, of course, a region that might not be known to be the best when it comes to a global tournament like this. But they are doing a good job. They got themselves a win, as Cammy said, and that is the first step, right? Getting that win you can make other stuff happen. But they gotta replicate that, and they gotta get another win if they want to make it to the weekly finals. And right now, the results are not really there. I'm not seeing them winning a game with what they've shown us so far, but anything could change. We've seen that so far here. Some of the teams have multiple 16 places with 0 kills, but still make it.
That is very true. That is very true. I think when I look at Enterforce 36, I liked Sylphia's. Some individual plays from him looked pretty damn good. Aminot was able to get some kind of survivability and snaking going on towards some of the end of these games, and that in itself could be a valuable asset to have coming in here into Erangel. So let's see how E36 is going to join in with the lobby. Right now, Cameron, quite honestly, I'm waiting for that Oath win. I feel like Oath is eventually going to be able to crack the code here. What do you think?
Again, it's just the fact that Oath have such good mechanics as a raw group of 4 players. And yes, I've been subtly criticizing their hyper-aggressive sentence setter playstyle, but they've just been warming up this entire time, one would hope. And that previous game looked so good for them.
And we've got to address the elephant in the room kind of once again here, Froz. Still no Korean advancer, even though we have Damwon, we have T1, we have Gen G currently in the lobby. Africa Freaks ready to play. Which one is going to get a win? It has to happen soon, surely.
Yeah, it should have happened already. I mean, I think everyone was expecting at least one Korean team to be through by this point. The results has been ups and downs from all of the teams, I'd say, so far, and then it's nothing that is looking like way too good. They want to look better with Gen G, but it has gone down a little bit today, I feel like, especially when they were pushing Shinboy on the last Aerial game, for example. That's kind of what they're doing right now, that kind of stuff.
Let's get in there. My prediction, 100% a Korean team wins this one. It's coming, boys. Let's get to it. It's time to go to Erangel. A huge thanks to Intel for joining us here at the PGI.S. It's time to head over to Pansy and Poro for all of the action.
Thank you so much. Back into Erangel we go. Always going to be my favorite. I can't help it. And we're starting in towards Primorsk and heading all the way up towards Kameshki. So it's a long, old plane path for these guys. And okay, Oath, surely this is their time. Surely.
It's gotta be, right? I mean, look, hey, Kalaris is already calling Korean team win in this one, and I mean, to be fair, like I see it, sure, but Oath has been playing so well, and DA playing so well, and you're also coming off the high of that last game. Now, obviously, it's a little bit of a kick in the pants to lose like that, but I mean, it's got to be said that you're coming in hot like that, but oh no, DA, you doing it again? Of course you are. You know what? I'm not even surprised. I'm not surprised anymore. You know, keep doing it. Keep doing it. You just got 17 kills. Let's see if you can get some this time. Let's go.
Wait, are they still? No, it's still going. I thought they might have left. I can't reward this behavior by being excited by them keeping to do this. I'm just gonna, you know what? You cast this. I'm having a drink.
All right. We got an M16 with Shalu. He's creeping around the outside. Mert has nothing, but he's got Code Marco going to protect him a little bit with 15 bullets. Shalu going to protect his man. Take a shot. Oh, Code Marco! They get it down. They start off with a down. That's what you want to see. Gavi just running around with a damn machete. He's now got himself a Tommy, but oh, Shalu gone down, forever gone down. Could this be it? Could this be the time? Is this DA's run? Metropolis. Not like this. Not like this. Smash gonna take a few shots towards Gavi. Not gonna land anything. DA, it looks like they've taken claim over one building. Mert gonna go down. Metrelius gets flushed. Code Marco and Smash staying alive. They've managed to make it to 2 minutes. This could be the run. It's a good Molotov comes through, but they've already left the building. Come on, I picked up all that hype for you. You know,
no, that was really
good. About as hype
that was really. No, I love that. Honestly, that was pretty solid.
That's why I'm color man.
Yeah. Crazy is as crazy does. And the Tommy gun, of course. A fan favorite. People have been asking for it for years, honestly. I've been taking a poll in chat. They said, you know what? We don't like the barrel. That was the statement. And I was like, right, so you want the Tommy gun? And I was like, yeah, that's what they mean by it. Right, so Tommy gun, no. See, you got the kill with the wrong gun. Don't you get excited by this nonsense. We don't reward this behavior. There we go. Now we get excited. Tommy gun, 17 bullets. Let's go. Don't do that, Code Marco. Yes, Tommy gun time. He's going to just run up the stairs. Destroy him. Crazy. This is just baffling to me.
You gonna go for the res? Why not?
15 bullets. I mean, oh no, he's being gifted some goodies. It looks like. I think there was a couple of bits and pieces on the floor.
Yeah, you gotta get the smokes, and then you can go for the res. And I think that if you're DA, you gotta read that. If he's throwing smokes down, he's probably going for the res. Yeah, pushing his three. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go.
There it is.
Tommy gun.
It's everything you've ever dreamed of. And again, thank you guys at home for voting that you wanted to see the Tommy gun kills. We're glad we could have facilitated that for you. Shout out to my homies DA. Beyond that though, let's get away from that nonsense and look big picture here. At the moment, TSM heading right over towards Pachinki, so they're going to be in the kind of, I guess the little dips off the side of it, that mini area. So, Vard. Now that. Initial fight, terrible. This, hard for Vard. Straight away, Ira on the push-up. We've got the shotgun out. This is what we love. This is the money. Here we go.
Oh, and Aqua just going to get picked right out of the driver's seat. Lin Shun going to do it to him. Love the fact that Ira, this is now, what, 3-4 games in a row that we've seen him rock the pump shotgun? Big fan. Big fan.
I don't know if I can say we've seen it working yet. Like, have we seen it enough to say it's, like, working? I don't know. But it's good.
I mean, it's fun. I mean, I can't say that the situations that I've seen him using it in have been wrong situations to use a shotgun in. Like, I mean, he was holding a compound. He was holding a shack. He's pushing a dead body. All appropriate times to use a pump shotgun.
Yeah, all looking great. We like all of that.
Yeah, exactly.
But yeah, no, makes some bit of sense. That's okay by me. At present, though, let's have a little look across the board, see what's going on here. Very central circle. So traditionally, this would be a quiet game no matter what, but I guess there is the defining river that runs through that does kind of determine this is probably going to go to the south side of it. So this could be one of those like ruins fields ending. If it's Gatka fields, I'll leave you to cast again. But I mean, it's a very open area. This is in, as you can see. I know. I'm just you know, it's one of those days. No messing around now. We need the real business. This is survive the week. I'm barely making it out of day one if DA keep doing that nonsense. But at this point, it's a very open area, right? This is super up in the air, but it will be compressed a little towards the southern side just because that road should technically push it to the, well, I say road, it's the river that should push it to the south.
Oh, yep. Good night, sweet prince. Considering that, you would think that it might be heading south of the river, or should be heading south of the river, given that the lion's share of the landmass is south of the river. There's still a number of teams that are looking to play from the north side. You've got Ents that's still hanging out up there, E36, our newest entrant into the lobby, holding down Cube, and now Divine and Petrichor Road, as we just saw, kind of toying around over there by the Yasnaya Lake. FaZe, meanwhile, pushing through, but they are very, very close, just running right through the middle of a Buriram split. And here is this. I mean, I had these guys winning a game today. I 100% had Damwon winning a game today, and for whatever reason, it has just not been clicking today in particular. I mean, they got that third place.
Yeah, you got to be a little careful here, FaZe, because Buriram are a very deadly team, and yeah, they found out why. What a shot. Edie, that was absolutely wild. 80 and Fuzzface are going to be reeling off the back of that. We got a crash on this too. The back of the knock. You got Zenith now pulling the hell up. We've now got Freaka Freaks kind of on the back foot here, but holding the line. Great work from Hickory, and Buriram just wiped FaZe. See you later, boys. Don't mess with them. They are too dangerous right now. They're on the verge of getting that win, whereas FaZe just welcomed themselves to the lobby, and the Freaka Freaks welcoming Zenith to the compound like, hey, you guys really want to take this against us? I mean, that's pretty bold.
It's very bold. Shimboy, the only one up now, and he's just going to hide it out on the stairs. Can't even really think about going and sticking a res. Hanzia, meanwhile, does so for his squad. Kickstart going to try to creep over there. Shimboy will make sure he finishes off Ikari. He's got 2 down players by him. He's got a nice little car for it to play with. Ikari. Oh, no, Akkad. That's not how you want to do that. Oh. Well, there you go. Zenith tries to go for the crash, does not pay off. They will get 1 kill for their efforts, but who cares?
I'm just amazed at these kind of high risk, low reward choices. I mean, technically you can 2-2 split this. Yeah, you can literally split that area they're in. You could just take the north hangar. Yeah, it's not as ideal, but it's fine. And off the back of a knock, they were willing to crash into that. At this point, that's pretty bold, and I'm not really down for that sort of play, if I'm honest. But let's kind of check in on the teams we were looking out for here. Where is Oath at this point? Okay, they're just about coming across the bridge from the island, so Millie Island route will be coming in. Outside of that, Buram, we know where they were, very close to where FaZe obviously were, since they wiped the hell out of them. Hence, happy to chill out in the north. And like, look, observers, I'm gonna do you a favor, right? I'm gonna do you a solid. Don't worry about Ents until late game. They just chill. They're very, you know, very Finnish. They don't like other people around them. Social distancing, big easy for Finland. So yeah, just, you know, don't worry about them too much. You'll know when we have to worry about them. They're fine. Oath though, I do want to see how they approach this. Because you've got Genji, you've got Buram, and then you do have down one as well in a similar area. There's so much room now, though, that, you know, this is still very, very playable. This is still very feasible. There's so much room that they shouldn't need to crash, and actually they can be kind of mobile and fluid on this adjustment and this road to rotation. Tiamba are going to be laughing about this. That looks like a mountain ending all day long, or maybe a Gatka field.
Yep, there you go. The pop is there. T1 looking pretty good as well. They're going to hop in their vehicles just to regroup. But as you said, Tiamba, that 2-2 split between Ice Cream and the top of Everest looking fantastic. E36 already on the move from Cube. Maybe moved a little bit early. If they would have hung out a little bit, they might have been able to do a little damage to Ents and Petrichor Road, who are also running into each other. Oath, meanwhile, they're going to be bringing up the rear, backfilling behind Buriram, who is now running into Gen G. But this is what we were looking at up top. Ents. Just gonna avoid it.
Told you, don't worry about him. Don't worry. Do not worry about him.
They baited me. I'm sorry.
Like, they might put some shots down now, but yeah, they'll be fine. What I'm looking at is Genji, Buram, Oath, and Down One, all in a very similar area. I like this compound for Buram. That's very nice. It'll pick up the kind of brother-sister position with Genji over there. So they're going to be in the very similar compounds. It looked like Oath was considering where to go on this. So, are they going to pull up in Gatka? It might be. I'm not sure. Hold on. Buram are insane. Honestly, insane. Midrada is just going to be surely getting the flush on.
This.
Jesus.
Is he stuck? Oh no! Oh no! Oh.
Can we forget this game ever happened? Is there a way to forget this? I know Buram want to, because what the hell just happened? Yeah, they're going to get the res and the flush. Oh, this is horrible.
Oh, that is so frustrating. Well, Akkad going to go, or Hanzia going to try to go for the ballsiest res in the history of ever, as Tiamba just laying the shots down. I cannot believe that Pio is alive right now. I cannot believe that Pio's alive right now. It's just ridiculous.
Great parking. Thank you for that. Oh, okay. Sick. Gen G actually in a really nice position now. I mean, they've got the kind of the V shape there, and they've got the kind of complementary building off to the side. Maybe split thin, but that's why Buram tried to push it. But look what happened to Buram. I mean, that is.
Of course, they gave the flush to Pio.
After that fight, and now this.
You know what the stupidest part about this game is, and I hate to say, like, well, no, I don't. there is so much space available because we have had so many people die for in just the weirdest, dumbest fights early game that I've seen in a long time, and it's looking great. If you're one of the teams that came in late from the opposite side of the damn map, like Oath, I mean they've got a 2-2 split in Gaka that's looking fantastic. I mean Ents is vibing. They've got a great 2-2 split on the west side. I mean even DA is strolling in with 3 up coming in towards the ruins.
It's just baffling. And now we've got to look to the circle. It looked like a mountain circle at the start, but again, it could move towards the south fields of Gaka. No, it's going up there, boys. So E36 are laughing. They might need to bring that additional player back unless they want to go in towards the crate, so they might just kind of pull everyone back towards the compound. Welcome to the mountaintop. Here we go. Everyone's going to head on up there. That's how this works. Sitting at the bottom doesn't really pay dividends unless maybe you're very lucky to not get too much attention, but everyone's going to head this way.
Ooh, an Oath and Ents going to be running into each other in the process here. It looks like Ents might have pulled off just a little bit as, well, no, never mind. Diggory and Tiktu are going to send it. Oath going up there, Afrika going up there, Tiamba finally going to get their 2-2 down into a 4 up top on the mountainside as Petrichor has made their way up as well. I think you're right, though. E36 is just absolutely laughing right now. They can just hang out in this little shack, or the compound, rather, on the north side of the mountain and just shoot at everything and be completely safe for the time being. And
again, remember, in normal times where that gun, that DBS just looks ridiculous, doesn't it? But it works real good in these sort of compounds. Lovely stuff. And again, let's see if we can get any more with it. Not this time. Beryl, still too strong. Happy to load that one out. And Star-Lord feeling a little lonesome, but Buriram are done in this game. This has been too much of a fight. Bit of a third party. You can see Gen G want to get involved, and Star-Lord forced to hit a heal.
I mean, yeah, this is just the 1v1 here. Who's going to survive a little bit longer? Is it going to be T1? Is it going to be Buriram? Is a Star-Lord versus Canaxi duel continues. But meanwhile, this is what you were saying. Everybody up on top of the mountain. It looks like Oath has managed to make their way up there. They've got Ents that's creeping up behind them, but they should be well aware that Ents is going to be coming. Afrika, meanwhile, looks like they're going to be sending it a little bit further down after having to trade some shots between Tiamba. I think they might have realized that they were pinched, and they're going to take that opportunity to just dip on out. Gen G, meanwhile, on foot on the south side of TSM, while this 1v1 just is going to take its time to play out, at least, it seems like.
Yeah, it's a bit of a stalemate between these two. And it looks like Squeaky's caught Belfrost by surprise. This could be another heartbreak as Star-Lord does get the victory. But here we go. Diggory's found Snakers. Yeah, Ents were quiet on approach. It's literally their thing. They just slowly work their way through. Now, Oath are in trouble. Their 2 forward men have been culled, and Oath might not be able to get a res on this. Because you can see Afrika Freak's getting a little bit interested too. So, again, if kills meant anything, this would be great for Ents. But again, survival is the key here. Playing for that win, but the wind's looking unlikely. You can see Rello is very, very aware of the possibility of someone just over that ridgeline. Afrika Freaks were one of, I believe, the first teams towards getting to this. So this is rough stuff for Oath. This might be a donezo. Yeah, look at that. Wide in the open. Hansi is going to see that all day long. They can try and adjust. They'll probably get a fair fight on this one, but it's still going to be outnumbered. A 2v, maybe 3 at this point, unless they pull another player down.
Yeah, Akkad actually looking off up mountain right now, so it's just a straight up 2v2 between Hansia and EJ, and the Oath boys. Relo going to get taken advantage of. Okay, EJ just putting it down onto Oath, and that's going down in 11th. And oof, poor Oath, man. It has been a great day, but also a rough day because it's that carrot at the end of the stick. It just seems impossible to get right now.
It certainly does feel like a way off, and that is unfortunate for them because, again, they've got to be kind of, exhausted emotionally going through these sort of games. It's not easy to do it. So for them, this is going to be pretty draining if they, lose focus, if they can't, re-gear up and push themselves out again. It's going to be brutal, and a loss like that, well, you move on. The one before, obviously, still probably in the back of their minds at some point. Star-Lord, did walk away the victor before from that previous battle with Burram, but now he's just got like 3 other teams basically watching his cross. So he's dead in the water at this point. That's pretty Gen G looking at him. Now over towards the north, LG Divine are going to start making their run, looking like they're trying to maybe head towards joining up with their man in towards George Crates, but just now I'm seeing him getting pressure from Squeaky. So ENCE, that's a fine delivery from Squeaky there.
Good shooting there from Squeaky, and does manage to. Oh, I'm not going to get the flush on it, but that's 1 down now for Divine. As he said, they're in the crates. It's just on the very, very edge of the circle here, though, so they're going to have to find somewhere else to go shortly. They do have a little bit of a compound just across the street, but that should be fine for them. Star-Lord, for his part, trying to stay alive for as long as Gen G will allow him to. He's just basically hoping that Gen G maybe loses interest. Does not look like they are inclined to do so just yet.
No, they're leaning away, and they'll have to start considering the grander picture soon enough, right? And they are now. In the vehicles we go, and away we go. They're going to head out there, so Star-Lord probably going to hear this and start making his move eventually. I don't know how far he's going to get. 8 meds, though. He's got plenty. He did have vehicles there, so he could pick one up and start moving, but for now, I don't know how far Gen G really go. They can't fully send it up the hill, I don't think, considering the positions from Tiamba and ENCE up there. That's quite a bit of vision they'll get on Gen G, so again, I think maybe the forest at the bottom's the best bet for them.
Yeah, it looks like they'll be comfortable hanging out right there. They are taking a few shots over in that direction from ENCE, but no knocks just yet. Tiamba and ENCE just basically playing King of the Mountain, taking shots at everybody except each other. We'll see where the new circle goes. Is E36 going to be comfortable still? Can they hang out? Yeah, I guess they can. Divine's going to find a little bit of a foothold inside that circle as well. So just everybody off to the east. Now TSM, they're going to be making their way up the hill into the ice creams where Damwon is still holding down. They got to finish this fight out quickly, though.
Yeah, timing's a factor, and they've got to get moving. What comes in? Here we go, breaching clear time. You do have the shotgun out. Let's see if it's viable. Look, he's dedicated towards this. I thought it might have been a matter of just simply not having another gun, but no, this is a committed choice. And up against the likes of the barrels, I'm hearing it going off in the background, so clearly getting a bit of contact here, maybe through the smoke at the moment. Pops down a nade, hits the reload, gonna force them at least to be somewhat mobile. Yeah, Indigo's gonna receive a little bit of flak damage there, and forced to take a bit of a heal.
Grenades utility still coming out of TSM, not finding any joy, though, as Kia is doing a good job of avoiding most of the damage that making its way through. Now, Tiamba still hasn't even paid attention over to this area just yet. Their shots have been mainly focused over towards ENCE and Gen G and into points north. So this fight getting to play itself out with little to no third party and coming through. TSM going to take the opportunity to maybe grab a UAZ. Are they going to dip on this fight? Well, they'll at least send Vard. Maybe use him as a distraction to figure out where the rest of these guys are.
Down one, good seeing Vard cross at least, but he stays alive. And now here we go. Iroh, Wookie Bookie going to try and find under. They get him. That's going to be at least 1 kill. Vard now going to get some pressure from Kale. Pull up in the car. Has a little bit of a look. Vard going to just gift him a molly as a gift. Little treat for you. Enjoy that one. I'm going to keep dipping around here. Kale, though, burns. Nice work from Vard. Well handled in the 1v1 there against Kale. And it looks like down one are down to their last option. Indigo now. He's not having the best of times, but it looks like we've got a third party coming over. I'm seeing shots from afar. Maybe a little bit of this and that coming in, and Indigo just dips out of here. Tagged up. There's nowhere to go. This blue is going to hurt.
Does he finish it? No. Unfortunate. Once again, Damwon going down, but what a great push from TSM. That was clean. We said it needed to be quick, and they did it about as quick as they possibly could. Now they find themselves a little bit of a foothold here just on the south side of Everest. Tiamba still reigning supreme over the north, or over the top, rather. You see EJ now all by himself as E36 has made their way out of the compound. They've pushed up. They've got one guy down trying to go for this res. DA, meanwhile, playing the edge, taking their time, playing it slow. They haven't really gotten involved in anything. They're just surviving the late game, and so far, so good for those boys.
So the scary thing is, if this circle moves away from the hillside, it's just open right here. Look at them, just all chilling out. Okay, so let's talk about those problems that can happen. Leaving the hill is its always biggest problem, right? If it closes up there, which it often does, it's why people always stack towards it. If it's in, then you're fine, you're laughing. For now, though, there's how many teams? 1, 2, 3, 4, 4 teams directly on the hill, and then you could add LG Divine, a Freak of Freaks, and E36 towards the foot of it. There is no way you can house this many teams here. There's going to be maybe 2 on the hill afterwards, I've got to say. So there's about to be a slaughter. TSM hold the east side. The west is, the very back line is going to be ENCE moving forward through Tiamba, through Gen G potentially, and maybe TSM. Now, I don't know who's going to make it out of this one alive, because 9 teams in this circle is going to be horrible.
And I mean, as crazy as it sounds, DA might be in the best position to win this game because they have, I mean, nothing to worry about. They're just hanging out on the northern edge here. They have plenty of real estate in between them and anybody else. They've got lots of rocks to hard cover to hide behind. They're feeling great. E36, meanwhile, on the move. And now the circle has started to come in. So Gen G has to make the push. Tiamba, as he said, still up at the top of the mountain. ENCE has just been hanging out on that far western edge. They haven't started to push over in that direction just yet. Tiamba doing a good job of holding them at bay.
Oh, Star-Lord's had a snaky day. He's off in the distance, just proning it out, having a good time. ENCE going to start building that smoke wall. They haven't had to use much of their utility yet, I feel, a little bit here and there, but they should somewhat have enough to be able to forge a path forward, create their own avenue out of this. Gen G may be getting some shots in already, but that's going to draw their attention to the low ground, where Anonix is on the high ground, but they're caught in between 2 teams, and this is where things get sketchy. Pio's found 1 of Tiamba, but there's plenty more, and now this is where it gets messy as anything. Tiamba has got a couple of kills, and Moloki's down, Pio's down, Indonesia now looking a little lonely, and ENCE better get involved, and they are. There we go. There's that third party coming in. ENCE clearing through this, but TSM is still on the other side here. That's the final boss, and with the blue at their back, there's still players in between. This is not a pretty fight. TSM can move down the hill if they choose, or they can take the fight now on towards ENCE.
That's just so well played there on the part of ENCE and TSM, just waiting to the absolute perfect time to third party. They knew Gen G was a little bit lower, had to come in. They did most of the damage onto Tiamba, but now it's down between ENCE and TSM, 4v4. The circle still right at their backs. You can see Esther, the low man on the south side of the hill, could be influential here if he manages to sneak up on TSM when they're not expecting. It does not look like ENCE has an angle onto this either. He's just trying to hide it out in the smoke.
Oh, this is horribly gonna play out for both teams here. E36 actually moved back up on the hillside. Diggory's found Esther. That's Gen G gone. Now it's just TSM up against ENCE. ENCE down to 3, and I think TSM at least dealing with a knocked player here, but back on their feet soon enough. They are looking low, but no nades coming in just yet. Miraku's gonna find Rustamar. He denies 1. He denies 2. Miraku says a big fat no to what ENCE were trying to do. And ENCE are destroyed. TSM stay alive. 10 kills. And Iroh seals it with the shotgun. But the circle, look at what is remaining. This is going to force even more problems. E36 have kind of moved in towards the west. They moved back up the hill. Now LG Divine sat somewhere in the middle with Levi's there. TSM has to get past Star-Lord, but there is a treat waiting. Look at the amount of drops in front of them there. They fancy that. Oh no, it might have been looted already, this one, so maybe not worth it at this point. But as you can see, E36, new men to the lobby, making an impression now.
Yeah, they try to make their way up the hill to see if they can get an angle and maybe a little bit of line of sight over here onto DA, and it looks like they found something, but nothing really coming through just yet. No knocks or anything. Star-Lord hiding behind the tree. I don't think Vard has any idea. TSM just going to run right into the middle of this. Oh.
Okay,
he
top
didn't
4
get
time.
the original down. Oh, that sucks.
All right, let's break it down. We have DA in the north. Coming in, locking it down. Very little cover, but some bits and pieces, but not much. Keep that in mind. E36 out towards the west and slightly towards the south. They're still somewhat up on the hill. Levi's still alive, snaking it out, as you can see. The Bushman is here. Yeah, just a couple of legs. That's all it is. And then, of course, TSM on the outskirts kind of went slightly more towards the east. So there you have it. That's what remains. But TSM do have all 4 players alive, and they've just gone 3'd up. Some damage was probably received from that one player who lent out on Starboy. But, I mean, at this point, this is anyone's game here. I mean, predictions in chat, please. You know the 4 final teams here in this game. I want to know who you think is the better position and maybe the better ability. Who are you backing, Poro?
This is absolutely nuts. I mean, it was looking so good for DA, and it's still looking good for DA. They don't really have to do anything, but the more I look at it, you can see that the route that TSM has here, they can actually push up onto DA outside of the line of sight of anybody on the mountain still, and outside of the line of sight of DA. They're going to send Wookiee up to the high ground here to see if they can maybe gain a little bit of information about what is waiting for them on the other side of this hill. Oh, that's a good circle for TSM.
Huge.
That's really nice for them.
Absolutely huge. Yeah, you can always leave Wookiee Bookie to this position. He's a little bit expendable, or at least vulnerable, but he can catch that complete oh my god, if that nade bounces. Not quite far enough, but DA, if the circle had gone differently, maybe a new scenario could have happened, but as it stands, this is hard for them. Now, Pure Boy, interesting position with that M24, could definitely snipe a couple of these players. He has vision down to DA, and they are going to be the team that everyone's looking towards now. But you can see how hard it is to hit this. These players are mobile constantly, and TSM, I like this 3-1 split. Very well considered at the moment, with the 3-pack being at the main sort of safety ground, and they've got Wookiee Bookie at the back lines. Now, E36 could be the kind of, I guess, danger men in this one. They could swing across and then potentially get the high ground on TSM. But who knows? For now, Molly's starting to go down. TSM starting to dig their heels in here.
Yeah, TSM feeling like they're hanging out at the rock. Digital Athletics, for the better part, have moved away from it, from the hard cover that rock provides, but they know that TSM is on the move here, on the push. I'm not sure what kind of line Wookiee has onto this, if he can see anything at all, but he does spot out Pure Boy, and that's going to be a nice, quick, easy down and flush there for TSM.
Yeah, I don't know what E36 do with that information now. That avenue is not available, so if they split what's left, it's still going to be a hard fight. DA have focused their attention towards Iroh. Keep in mind, Iroh used to be on this team. He is holding back his old teammates right now. He is keeping them pinned at the back of that blue. Now, on the other side, E36 is still alive. They are still looking for it. And remember, Levi's is yet to make a noise. He's still waiting this one out. He's still a problem to be dealt with. And at the moment, I see nades in either hands. They're right next to each other. Look at E36's player and Levi's. They're on top of each other. Levi's finds him. The snake in the grass bites. And it's a venomous one at that. So Levi still stands. And it's going to be E36 now dealing with only one player alive. TSM keep 4. And DA somehow have 3 standing.
Yeah, TSM started wrapping back down towards the south here. They pulled away from DA. They didn't like the angles of the fight that they had there. They had no real information on him where any of the boys from DA were. So now they're going to have to leave it till the end. Amanat, though, could be a big factor here. You see the line that he has onto this, but he's not. It doesn't look like he's interested in taking the shots. He's looking at just surviving, or maybe not. Oh,
couple of shots, forced to fight almost there. And now, we have to look how the cover works and the smokes. Those level 3s are going to come in super handy for TSM here. You can see geared up is Iroh. Beryl, loving it. Got a shotgun on the hip as well, but Levi's actually has some decent high ground to play with here. DA on the low ground, and of course TSM just kind of off to the side. A little wrap there. Nice use of Molotovs. Reminds me of what we saw from, I think it was Na'Vi in their victory against Buriram that got them qualified. Cut off the approach, and now Mertz found Levi's. We are down to 2. It's going to be an EU team, whichever way you want to cut it, but it looks like DA on the move, but they're in the open. Oh, Wookiee Bookie, though, hits the deck. He needs help pretty fast, and Vard instantly answers the call. Finds Mert, says goodnight, and now smashing code Marco, having to fight the good fight for themselves, but Vard pops off, and TSM get themselves through to the weekend.
Oh, yet another one that I mean, it felt like it was just a matter of time before TSM got there. They looked a lot better yesterday than they did today, to be fair. But at the end of the day, they do manage to clutch it out. And that was another win with just a boatload of kills to go along with it. I mean, I got to say, the fight against Damwon there was probably the difference between, well, I mean, there was actually about 3 different fights that TSM could have lost that would have changed everything, but they won each and every one of them. DA did their best, man, from that sneaky spot from the north side. I liked the idea, but at the end, they just had their backs up against the blue. They had to deal with the snakes, and TSM just had too much firepower.
TSM well positioned, handled it perfectly in the end, and they've had a very, very tough time throughout this series so far. You know, some hit and miss performances, playing with a stand-in, but yet they still secure position. And again, I love what WookieBookie's done. He's really come into this and just kind of been able to control what's in front of him. So credit to him for coming in as that. And, you know, doing this without Fex, good work. They've secured at least a very good spot going forward. However, E36, whether it by luck or by whatever, they got pretty late game, and they're one of the newer additions. We've got some newer teams coming in, starting to look a little scary, but the main thing for me, Poro, is still no Korean team has made it through.
It's just gonna be. We got one more game left on the day too. I mean, are we going to go into the last day without having a single Korean team into the first week of the grand finals? I can't see it happening, but we say that at the beginning of every match, and yet here we are. We're still waiting, and it's unbelievable at this point. But you know what? I think that's what now, four European teams now have made it.
Na'Vi, Liquid, TSM, and Virtus Pro. Yeah, 4 have made it through now. So it does seem as though we have the interview ready, so we get to hear from TSM themselves. Let's have a little check down to see what they have to say about that victory. I actually can't wait to hear how they're feeling, considering the scenario they're in.
TSM was our winning team of our 10th match. We'll be talking with player Bard. Congratulations.
네, 정말 교전이 잦아서 참 힘들었을 것도 같은데 결국 파이널에 진출했습니다. 소감 한번 들어볼게요.
You guys had a lot of engagements with the enemy team, but you eventually won the match. How do you feel right now?
It feels amazing to win the game. Like we had a lot of rough games today, or not just today, but we've had a lot of rough games in general. So it feels really good to get a win.
지금 기분 끝내줍니다. 지금 어제부터 오늘까지 계속 성적이 부진했었는데 결국에 이렇게 좋은 성적을 거두게 돼서 지금 기분이 굉장히 좋습니다.
네, 그래도 부진한 성적 다 딛고 오늘 파이널에 진출하게 됐는데 사실 어젯밤에 TSM이 어떤 얘기를 나눴을지도 궁금해요. 팀원들 간에 어떤 대화를 좀 했을까요?
Did you guys have any session or discussion last night about how you're going to perform today in the game?
I wouldn't say we've been discussing a lot, just in general. Like it's a lot different format than what we're used to. So we're just trying to adapt as we go along, and we did a good job.
기존에 익숙했던 그런 포맷이랑은 조금 다르다 보니까 딱히 얘기를 나눴던 건 없지만 평상시에 얘기를 좀 많이 나누고 지내는 편이라서 그런 것은 딱히 없었지만 하던 대로 해서 좋은 결과를 거뒀던 것 같습니다.
네, 그럼 마지막으로 위클리 파이널에 진출하게 됐잖아요. 포부 한번 들어보고 마무리하겠습니다.
How do you feel about advancing to the weekly finals now?
It feels amazing. I can't wait so we can play it more.
기분 진짜 아까 말했다시피 너무 끝내주고 빨리 위클리 파이널 경기를 치르고 싶습니다.
자, 기분이 계속 너무 좋다고 말씀해 주셨는데 마지막으로 이 정말 째지는 기분 한번 카메라를 보고 표현해 주세요.
You keep repeating that you feel amazing right now. Would you want to express how you feel towards the camera? You guys want to cheer amazing. For the camera like you guys always do?
TSM chant?
You guys don't want to do that.
I don't want to do it alone. No.
You guys want me to help? On the count of 3, 1, 2, 3.
TSM, TSM, TSM.
네, 이렇게 해서 위클리 서바이벌 1주차 10번째 매치에서 승리한 TSM의 바드 선수와 함께했습니다. 저희는 분석 데스크와 함께 이제 11번째 마지막 매치.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Great stuff. TSM manages to get through into the weekly final. We're having a good time here, and apparently Vard feels amazing. And you know what? Good for him, because I would too if I was able to make it through to the next round, as we now have 10 names confirmed there. I'm joined by Froz and Cameron here to break things down. That was something for us.
That was something. It was nice to see that, because we've seen that TSM has been struggling a little bit through the past few games here. We see them playing this kind of passive game. They're trying to get to the late game with everyone live, but most of the times they're struggling with that and they're dying early on. This time around, we see them, of course, not taking a lot of fights, and they kind of very quick with rotations. Of course, they got the first circle on top of them. We see Iroh all the way till the end, still with a shotgun. That's how little they looted. But I mean, that shotgun did earn them a kill against Ends on Everest as well. But one of the key things that got them the win that we haven't seen them do before is utilizing the players in the right positions. I've talked about this before, how Wookie is kind of the backline player, and he's replacing Fex, who is a frontline player. And so far, we've seen Wookie a lot of the times in the frontline with Iroh. But this time, what you saw was that Wookie was holding the backline while Iroh was in the front with Miracle and Bard. So a 3-1 split with Wookie holding the back, and that's kind of what got them the win, I'd say.
And this was an unfortunate situation. As we were watching it down in chopsticks over by Gatka. Cammy, when you're looking at TSM, what do you make of it?
I believe Vard when he says that they're just trying to adapt and figure things out. I did a rapid fire review after they won this game of the map feed of how they've been playing it, and you really can sort of tell that they're, I don't want to say lost, because no one really knows what they're doing with such a brand new format. But they haven't fully properly found their footing, and as Frost said, they had approached the previous couple of games a little conservatively, but this time around, partly because the circle being on Georgia Pole Mountain forces you to play aggressive and take over that key position at the top of the mountain, unless you were, in contrast, in E36 or DA's position on the opposite side, where they had no option but to play it safe. The TSM were forced into this situation, go for fight after fight after fight. And I guess all of this practice up until now really warmed them up, because they took so many different engagements that could have spelled doom for them time and time again.
Yeah, definitely so. And let's be fair here, Froz, when it comes to TSM, obviously they came in with a little bit of a rougher roster situation, but as is fondly known as the land giant himself, Wookie Bookie has done phenomenal work for them.
He's doing phenomenal work from the first game they played together here. And it's great to see, because he might be here for 2 months playing with them. So you might as well just get comfortable straight away. And that's kind of what we're seeing. The further we go, the stronger they'll become, because they'll figure out even better how to utilize Wookie in the roster with them, how to play with him. Right now, this is just like the first find they have right now with him.
Yeah, firing from the back lines, a stark contrast there when you compare him to Fex's play style, but he's been really, really good regarding the adaptation to the roster and how they sit. I must say, Cameron, DA's got to feel a little bit unhappy with this situation. They keep getting to the top, and especially in one of the first games where they're able to take out 4 AM in their hot drop scenario. Yeah, so close.
that beginning, you'd think they must have felt like they had already won the game at that point, just because we've already expressed how unsuccessful they've been on that hot drop. And they made second place, but they had so little cover, very little positioning, and more so than anything else, TSM, as Frost said, had Wookie Bookie on the back line. He had a Mark 14 to rainfire over basically the entire end game. Gave them very little room to maneuver around, and then just the pressure from the front line of Iroh especially. Didn't really see. I was hoping to see a pump action shotgun kill at the very end. I don't think we were able to see any of that. But nonetheless, once TSM got the ball rolling, they just continued to push the momentum into the face of everyone else, and there wasn't much that the DA could do with their limited resources.
Yeah, we had to just settle for the one on the hill, I suppose, but it was good regardless. I'm loving seeing the shotguns even making it into the later stages. But a team I want to talk about here for us is Tiamba. They had a great spot up on Mount Everest, but it was not to be. I guess, is there something to be said for taking that spot early and then being crunched down upon from all angles, or what are your thoughts?
I wouldn't say it's a good spot. The thing is that the spot they had was on the tip of the east side, which means that basically people can come across you from both from the south, from the north, from the east, but also from the west side. West side is where you're going to have the high ground, and that's the most dangerous one. And the thing is that once you take a battle against someone from the west side, that's when people creep up on you from the south side, from the east side at the same time. And that's kind of what happened with Tiamba. That's why you never want to be in the center. You want to be on the edge, sort of where ENCE was on the west side. TSM was even in a disadvantaged position coming in from the east southeast side, but they managed to actually prevail that and even win the game from it. So well played.
Of course, with our final game of the day coming up, even Dave Trades here, as they're going to be now stepping up to get into this final match with Miramar on the cards. And when you look at Day Trade, what have you been taking away from their performances so far throughout the ranking matches, Cameron?
It's been really hard. They've been struggling now. They have a couple of good high placement finishes. I'm just reviewing the ranked decision. They have a 5th. They have a 4th. But they don't seem, they're another one of the teams, and we're going to be saying this a lot more as we're getting down to the bottom of the teams in terms of the ranking decision seeding. They hadn't really come up and give us that sort of X factor, that thing that they have that's going to give them the wins, even if it's just one during the week. So similar to E36, it's very hard for me to say what these guys are going to be able to pull out.
That's fair. That's fair. Frost, do you have any thoughts regarding them?
So looking at a team like Daytrade, what I'm not expecting right now is not too much in the early stages here, but I'm expecting them to grow a lot more the further we get into the tournament. And it's because they are one of the teams that might not have played as much against the other teams here on a global scale, but also they come from SCA, a region that is not really one of the high ones, I'd say, in terms of global scale. But that's why they have a lot to learn here, but they have 8 weeks. So there's plenty of time. There's no rush. They just need to take the time, take one step at the time, and get to the top.
All right, it's time for our final game of the day. We're doubling down 200%, even though it's not possible. Korean win here for Miramar. It has to happen. We want them in the final. Let's head to it. Poro, Pansy, bring us the game, brought to you by Intel.
We will do our very best, and of course you're bang on. PGI.S is presented by Intel, where the gaming happens, and this is going to be a belter, I feel. This is the final kind of run-in for this, and are you on board with it's got to be a Korean team now, or do you think there's more threats to be had?
I mean, there's still plenty of threats to be had. I mean, 4 AM still in it, FaZe still in it, ENCE has looked good. They're still in it. I mean, there's still a number of teams that could try to find a way. It's DA. I feel like DA deserves to be in the weekly finals at this point. They really do.
Why did that feel like it hurt you to say that?
It just hurts because they've been doing so well, especially on Miramar. And, you know, outside of the stupid hot drops, which, you know, whatever, if that's what you want to do, that's what you want to do. They've been playing, when they get to the late game, they're putting themselves in good positions. They're fragging out. They look absolutely unstoppable when they start to get rolling. And yet, again, it's just so close, yet so far away.
It's all good. Just pop a chalky milk and it will be back to normal. We do have a nice kind of north to south-ish line going through. And
Ooh. Okay.
They tease me, right? They're like, "Hey, look at what you could have. You could have a prison
Yeah,
ending." Like, have you ever casted a prison ending? Ever?
Los Higos. Prison? No. I haven't even seen Minas de Sur. I've seen Los Higos a couple of times. That's about it.
Okay.
That's,
I mean,
I rarely. I think Paper Thin's gotten a prison before.
Oh, Paper Thin gets all the fun. He gets all the fun. That's why no Korean teams are winning. Just to finally balance it out. You know what I mean? It's like you've had too much fun, so not for you anymore. Who does this circle favor? Let's have a little look. Tiemba are pretty happy with this. They get a good spot into it. Daytrade Gaming are in a pretty good spot as well. DA pretty happy, and FaZe pretty quite happy. They've got very kind of quiet entry, so they can sit on the kind of common spot, which are the kind of slices that run down from the north, divided by the road. So they'll be probably pretty pleased with that. So yeah, overall, this should be a decent enough game. I feel as though this is going to be rough, though, for the vast majority of the lobby who are sat towards the north here.
Oh, you're not lying. It's a question of how you decide to enter this circle, right? You have this assumption, especially when you've seen the playing path, you know where, you know, the majority of teams are. How are you going to try to approach this? Do you try to approach through Chuma? Do you try to approach through Monte Nuevo? Or do you take the risk of going for the long wrap and going for that southern coast from the eastern side? You know, it's that first decision about how you're even going to get into this circle is going to be so important and so influential about how the rest of your game plays out.
Okay. And that is going to be kind of the big topic for us, will be that rotation route that these teams opt to choose for, because a lot of them obviously don't have a clean entry to the circle, and honestly this terrain's quite hard to traverse. Rustamar making everything look real smooth and easy till he dinged his head on the side of the railing there. But honestly, there is, what, two main roads that lead, well, three, I guess, that lead down from the north to south, at least in this area. So we kind of look towards those as being the main kind of entry points, and then the terrain in between is quite hilly, it's quite, it's got a little bit of verticality to it, so it is quite hard to get the vehicles up there comfortably. So some of these rotation paths will be quite rough, I do feel, for these teams. I'm having a look at the map as to what's going on here. DA starting to make their move very early on, of course, wanting to get that prime territory for themselves. Daytrade Gaming is on the way, and their loot is rough as well. I just had a look. I see level 1 vests. I see bits and pieces. It's not perfect by any measure. But again, if we could just get the Prison Circle chat going, I would appreciate it thoroughly. Again, thoughts and prayers for the Prison Circle. It will almost never happen. So, you know, gotta have my fun while I can. But it is going to be seeing FaZe get to a nice enough position. I'm sure they'll take the prime spot, which is kind of on that second cut on the western side. It's just got a nice overview, nice little compound to kind of sit towards. They'll be happy up there. DA have seemingly approached towards where they want to be, and it's, again, this is going to be a very, very rough circle, I feel, for a lot of these teams. I'm not sure who's going to actually walk away with a good spot in this one, because if FaZe drop the ball, they're going to be overwhelmed. They're going to have so many fights coming their way because there's just simply so many teams wanting this area.
Yeah, and I mean, when you look at it, there are teams that are still way off to the north that are, you know, typically ones that like to come in a little bit later. This circle in particular is a lot harder to come in later on, because you've got that big wide open area just to the north side of Chumacera. There's, you know, everybody assumes that this thing is probably going to go south of Chuma, but you know, there's so many good spots that are already going to be taken by the time you get in there that you know, you're even just scouting out the next rotation that you might want to make is going to be difficult. Here is T1 going to take a few shots at Hansia. A little bit of love tap there, but they're about to run right into DA, and the DA boys are set up on the roadside for this, waiting and ready to go. Take shots at the first car through, though.
That thing is bouncing around, but it has continued forward. No big connections here, no big tags. You can see the tires seemingly being the point of focus for Smash. Doesn't really get what he wants, but he's going to at least pressure this rotation route, and DA going to continue to do as such.
Yeah!
It's fine. Just stylish parking.
Good. Easy peasy.
Yeah, I mean, who's going to be the last ones through? Probably Ents, I guess. They are still way up in the north.
They
not
are
far from
in no hurry.
Campo Militar. Call it that far to the north. So, going to be fun for them.
They are in absolutely no hurry. LG Divine probably going to be right behind them. You see, Petrichor is already on the move. They got Long scouting out for them. Oath is just about making it in. I mean, this is the issue, right? When you look at the map, right, there's still a lot of places that you can play on the edge of the northern side, right? There's still places that you'll be safe, you'll be comfortable. But when you start looking at circles 3 and 4 and 5, and you start looking into the future about where you think this thing is going to go, it's going to be so difficult to try to go center from that northern side. It's just going to be an absolute gauntlet.
No, I'm very much in agreement with you. That makes perfect sense. Now, FaZe looking like they're starting to shuffle around a little bit. Now, I'm hoping that they've, really gone for the territory that they want to keep, because you're not going to get much time to kind of adjust once you've made it here, because, as you highlighted, it's going to be busy. Now, Mings has got the M24, and he's definitely seen one of the Freak of Freaks here, but no one stands still. There is no easy shots this time around, so everyone's going to have to work for their dinner. You are going to see Down One making their way forward as well, just swinging around on the southern coast, coming from the eastern side, heading nice, and pretty much cleared sailing until they get a little bit further forward. And I think first team they'd run into would be maybe T1. I'm not sure if they're actually on the coast. It does seem as though they are, so actually, maybe T1 could be a problem down the line, but that's a problem for another conversation for now.
Yeah, T1 with a little bit of a wide split here. They've got Aqua 5 just kind of hanging out back, checking to make sure nobody's coming in behind them. It looks like if he spotted Damwon, he is probably feeding that information over. You got Dangche going to take a few shots over in that direction. But Buriram going to be coming down here as well. So like we were saying at the very beginning, this long wrap down to the south, playing this southern road coming in from the east is a lot more busy than I think a lot of people maybe were anticipating because of that wrap. You don't always see a lot of teams take it, but when you do, it can get congested down there on the southern side real quick.
It can do. Again, it is starting to look like there's kind of two schools of thought to where these teams are heading towards. You have the kind of more central to the current circle, I guess, that main cluster of area, kind of Chumasteria and south. And then you'll have that very southern road approach where you're seeing more kind of DA, Afrika Freaks, Tiamba, I think T1's down there and Damwon. So you've got like a bit of a divide in where teams are opting to go towards for now.
Petrichor started to make their way in, took a few shots from Zenith. That was enough to pull them away from trying to head towards Lageria, and instead they elect to go towards the western cliffs. So that's even going to be taken away as we still wait for LG Divine and ENCE to make their way in. You see Tixu taking those ticks of that blue damage. It should the problem for ENCE here is that they're making this run down the road, the farthest western road.
It's time.
Is it?
Put your Give Prison Circle in chat. We are timing the prayer together. We have 10 seconds until it hits. If we all think it, it might happen. For now, a little bit of a posturing back and forth, but...
Praise hands.
Come on now. Come on now.
Praise.
Paper Thin, why have you ruined that? I mean, it's fun in a certain way, but... You know, it's not the prison circle that we all wanted, but fine. All right, Paper Thin. I hope you have a nice day. You've ruined this for all of us. But someone like E36 will be laughing. ENCE get to have a nice clean entry. LG Divine are going to be happy with this as well. FaZe moved away from this area, which kind of caught my eye. I didn't love that. I was kind of expecting FaZe to sit around where kind of E36 currently reside, but no, they adjusted. They chose to move. So now with the circle coming in, this is going to be a big shift across.
FaZe, for their part, immediately hopping into the vehicle, starting to make their way a little bit farther to the west. As you said, though, ENCE is probably, I mean, this could not have worked out any better for ENCE, as they're going to get a compound on top of the western cliffs there, the one that just kind of overlooks everything to the south. They don't have to deal with any of the nonsense that's going on in the valley, which is about to get pretty lit right now. Though Zenith gonna have to deal with E36 trying to push into the long building. Always a dicey proposition.
It actually really is. It's so tricky to clear so many of these corners, and Pure Boys found that out the hard way, already getting knocked down and now flushed. It's not pretty. Both sides almost symmetrical in approach, but you can see Satu there going to try and move away himself, but level 1 vests, they're under-geared, it feels like, and they're trying to take these fights that are not easy by any means. You see Punaj up close and personal, and has a little bit of a swing on it. Aminot on the other side gets pretty, I'd say, better out of that fight for the overpeak. A punish from Roth, great angle held, and continues to do damage, and that Molly is going to keep them safe for a second or two. Get your heals off, bide your time. Shinboy tries to find the flank, it doesn't work out. Kickstart, though, the nade's there, and Aminot is no longer with us. It's down to just one here.
And Sylphia does manage to spot out Shinboy. They get the flush as well. Sylphia is very dangerous player in his own right. Probably the most dangerous player on E36 right now. We'll see if he can maybe get one of these boys down here. I like the position for kickstart. Poon gonna do it for him though. And that will be that for E36. They're our first team that goes out.
Now, there's going to be plenty more to follow. This is a congested area. Looking at this, there are a few teams that you'd argue are more central than others, but this could go anywhere, really. There's some areas it's more favorable to, but that's beyond the point right now. And again, we're still looking towards Korea to get one team through. No Korean team has made it out just yet, which is wild. These guys often... Damwon, I mean, we make choices sometimes, and we make the wrong choice. You know, it can happen to all of us. Don't let it affect you. And right now, Day Trade are being affected by Oath. Oath on the other side have been real sharp and has said, I really thought they'd make it through today because they came out swinging.
I mean, there's been several times. Obviously, the most obvious time they end up losing to TSG off the phenomenal individual play. That was about the closest run there. We'll see what they can do here. They've got a lot of real estate around them as they take these shots over towards Day Trade. That res does come through, but Venautica and Flash still not out of the woods yet. And you can see Pooch Hills and Norans still on this hill. They got Gen G just overlooking them. PO and company have not spotted them out just yet. Circle shifts north. Oh, Damwon. Damwon. Now they have to make their way across the bridge.
There's no easy way to do it. And if you're lucky, just to make up for the lack of Prison Circle, there is a code to be grabbed, as you can see on your screen right now. Pop that in your game and get some goodies. Get building towards it. Get yourself something nice. Treat yourself after, you know, paper thin dashed our hopes and dreams. There you go. Regardless, though, we need to now focus on the fight. Gen G about to get a bit of a jump in the heart there. Just kind of Esther's like, wait, hold on, there's someone down there. No. I'm gonna leave that one. You keep that. I'm good. I'm gonna back away. Get back to my boys. Don't fancy that by any means. And Gen G are pretty prime position here too. We said we want to see a Korean team step up. Gen G are primed in a good position for it.
Absolutely. And PO going to creep a little bit farther north, take an even better compound. Loki, I think, just kind of hanging out here on the back end with Esther to make sure the Day Trade doesn't get too rambunctious. Meanwhile, DA, you can see them scouting out, trying to find somewhere to go as they are outside of the circle looking in, and what they're seeing is probably Day Trade, probably Afrika, probably Petrichor Road as FaZe start to make their way, and they have a nice little compound for themselves. We take that.
Yeah.
We take that every day.
I'm amazed that they've actually been able to do that, considering they were kind of locked towards the southern side a little. But again, even if with that in mind, Downward's made it across as well. It looks like they're starting to build across the bridge themselves. So no one's sticking to the south. This is all playing for themselves. This is get better position on the circle for that way forward. Because as you said, it's not just about the circle that's in front of you right now. It's more about that kind of, you know, circle, you know, the next one, the one after that. That's where it's going to start hurting some of these teams. And Zenith's in a good spot. LG Divine again, Gen G, Ents really snuck in with a bit of a belter there as well. They were coming in one of the last teams, and they've actually gone away with murder.
They are just laughing, as you said. 4 a.m. was one of our late arrivals too, and they're on the north side, and they're scrapping with T1, who tried to make a long rotation wrap back up to the north, and it looks like they are going to be coming out the worst for the wear for them right now, as we've got one knock already from Forever. Star-Lord looks like he is getting rezzed by Dangshay right now, though, so just trading shots across hillsides for the most part.
15 teams still stand here. 59 players. This next circle probably be with the death of a good handful of them. So once that hits in, what, 10 seconds, you're going to see them having to move around, because this is quite a widespread lobby. This isn't like a, okay, it's going to center up sort of deal. Let's have a little look, see where this one heads. Let's see who gets put into prime position off the back of this. It's going north. Okay, LG Divine, Zenith, Happy, T1, 4 a.m. Not too bad either. Buriram get a lot of room in the northeast, but that southern band is now sweating bullets. FaZe, Tiamba, some of their players are a little further south. Day Trade Gaming, Afrika Freaks. Down one. So many of these teams now out of position. You have to fight your way forward.
Damwon looked like they were about to square off with DA, but both teams, once the circle popped, elected to just pull away. 4 a.m. for their part, going to hop in the vehicle and keep going north. Keep going further and further towards that edge. You see Crazy kind of holding his place. DA, they're going to be running right past Oath. Ooh, breaking the line of sight just in the nick of time there. Gen G, meanwhile, I don't think they were liking their position. They were about to get crashed on all sides there as they were holding on the very southern edge. Oh, no, Ents
Squeaky.
Finally getting pushed here.
Well, you say Ents, it's just Squeaky, though. The rest of Ents are across the road, so he's well outnumbered. But Rustamar just found Gustav, so even with that, they need to stabilize. Now Nade's going to come through Gen G and DA in a bit of a battle. That Nade could be the death of them than it is of Murd. Code Marco just about made it far away enough, but Gen G pushed this issue. They're going to pressure it. No! Oh, Smash from the side! Incredible play from Smash. The positioning just perfect. And he gets away, somehow alive for now. Murd's dead and gone, but DA left in tatters, as is Gen G.
What a heads-up play to push in while he knew that they weren't listening. Nice grenade again, and DA is on fire once again. They do lose 2, though. but they are dead center of this circle, and that compound in particular it's not easy, but it's easier to hold as a duo. We'll see what they can do from now as we see Kia still on the move, still trying to find somewhere to go. And they're going to have to send it right through the middle. Petrichor Road, meanwhile, going to run on top of Afrika Freaks. Is on the south side of the circle, outside of the circle. 2 down already for Petrichor.
And now this is where it gets sketchy. This is desperation plays. There aren't enough compounds to house all these. Yeah, we got another. Oh no! One of them just got absolutely destroyed by the car on the way up. Kale's going to be kicking himself for that, but Code Marco ready on the verge of the smoke, and no one gets past Code Marco. Smash went down in the meantime, but he holds the line, and another team lost. Down 1 gone.
You can hold that compound as a duo fairly easy. Hanzia does get picked out. Akkad does make it away, though. Mill going to stay alive for the time being. Where are you going to go? Afrika got 2 already inside the circle, just barely on the edge, right where FaZe is still scrapping back and forth with the rest of Ents.
FaZe looking in trouble. Yeah, done. Rustamar's Molly's done more than enough, just spreads throughout. They can't get away from that desperation play over towards the west, and again, this is one they'll be kicking themselves. They had the perfect start, but Afrika Freaks falling as well. Hickory going to be picked up in this one, and now you can see Daytrade Gaming have perfect vision on at least where they are. It's a far shot, but they can see it. But the circle is now going to be a big factor. Oath are being kept at least at bay by Buriram for now. And these guys have been dangerous. This is going to be a bloodied battle. Rail has already gone down. That's going to be a nade coming through, and that's going to be rough, because you'd imagine that they'd be imagining maybe this could be the game they get it done, but no, Buriram with the superior ground. Oh, overpeak. Snakers punishes that. Really nice shot comes back through, so now there's a chance, maybe a bit of hope, but that hope gets dashed instantaneously. God Meow on the low ground finds the angle towards Balefrost, and now just 2 stand for Oath.
And meanwhile, Daytrade was taking shots in the back on this, and now 4 a.m. is starting to hear this. Maybe want to creep a little bit farther towards the... Oh my god, Pat. The grenade right on time. Another one right on time. It's God Meow now the last one up. If Oath can take care of this, Pat Cap's the last one up. As Balefrost is slowly bleeding out. If God Meow can win this, he might be able to get the reses here. Oh, Nurin's going to be causing problems. He's got to push it. Oh,
1 HP. You're a lucky boy, Pat Caps. Well played, but you'll take it. But you know you've been left in a bit of a bad spot off to the back of that. Now this lobby's looking a little bit more likely for some of the teams. We're seeing those last-minute plays now coming through. And again, Oath goes down. That's God V fighting. You saw a couple of shots being thrown their way while that fight was unfolding, but it does mean they have lost their life this time. Tixu's just been found by JN too, so Ent's not in a good spot either. LG Divine holding their territory. Tiamba now looking towards that, maybe going to make their play as well. Do they full send in? Or do they try and adjust somewhere else? Maybe a crash going to come out. Afrika Freaks, they turn and face him instead. And now, gun to the side. Akkad needs to find more than just this. M200 is dead, but there's more to be seen. Oh, Code
the late game sense. The late game sense. And look at this DA still holding their position. Akkad and EJ will stay alive for right now. Only one up left for Tiamba. That's going to be Lurin. Oh. Code Marco. I mean, just this position so strong, and they are working it from there. Venotica going to be the one to finish off Tiamba, as Daytrade still has a high ground position on this southern side. And look at the destruction that they can just rain down on everything around them.
And Swamp back in. They've just seen a knock towards Levi's. That could be a bit of an encouragement to the push. JN now peeks the window, doesn't see anything. Maybe saw a barrel. I wonder if he's going to push on this one. He's still in a bit of a dangerous scenario. Help from above comes in from Daytrade Gaming, just spamming away the shots. Ends are gone. The Finns fall. LG Divine live to fight another day. Yes, Levi's is knocked, but he can be picked back up at this point.
Good hold from LGD as they get all 4 back up. The circle with the hard shift to the south is looking really nice for Daytrade. They don't have to do anything just yet. Meanwhile, DA can still hang out inside their compound. T1 has to leave. They have to make their way into the circle. Meanwhile, 4 a.m. also, they've got 4 up, but they've got to have somewhere to go. The problem for them is that the only place that they can really go is the area just above Zenith. Zenith holding down the church. but that's going to be within vision and range of Day Trade, so that's not an easy transition by any means for 4 a.m. here.
No, it's really not. I think you're going to start seeing them maybe testing the waters, see if they can go that way, but if they get too many shots towards, they'll have to think of another option. You can see they're very visible at this point. Once those vehicles come through, they will be able to be spotted already. T1 going to keep them pressured back this time. Forever and God V, the ones kind of a little bit further away from the rest of the pack, maybe trying to find those approaches, but there really isn't many.
Not at all, and you kind of hit the nail on the head earlier when you said another part about this part of the map is the terrain is so difficult to drive down. You can't really just get going and get any speed, really. I mean, even if they're going downhill here, you could see that US, or Bronco rather, has one tire missing. They're going to go ahead and take off. Shalu going to be right behind him, and Aqua 5 just gets to sit here and take all the shots in the world. 4 a.m. try to make the move here, and this is not ideal position, but this is the best they got. Does Code Marco have any grenade left?
Yeah, about to say, he's used a fair few. I don't know how many death boxes were in that building, though, so if he could get some more in his hands, very, very scary place to be. Now, the rest of 4 a.m. going to try and make the run themselves. Now, peppering again, coming down from Aqua 5. Got to be careful on how many bullets he's got remaining. Only 7.6 kind of to play with. He's got the barrel, and again, that's going to be rough. T1 on the move as well, though. This is going to be a bit of a bloody battle between these two. Great shooting. What? How is he landing those? But 4 a.m. still stands. Not too much damage received, even though the shots were looking right. Oh my god! 4 a.m. just delete T1 off the map.
Oh, remember, Captain. They say with those grenades, taking out the entirety of T1 just like that, but unfortunately they still find themselves in a 2-2 split in wide open territory. Day Trade can just, I mean, they can just look over and peek this all they want with very little fear of repercussion. Now, where is the circle going to go? Oh, DA just chilling right now. LG Divine, where are you going to go? That ditch for 4 a.m. is looking pretty tasty right now.
Keep in mind, DA are crashable, but at this point, it's so risky. They still got nades, they still got smokes, they've got what they need, and they're not being super quiet either. You can see the nade put to hand here, but it's looking at Day Trade Gaming as to how do they approach. Because I think they become vulnerable once they kind of crest over that hillside. Zenith don't have to go too far, they just need to shuffle forward a little bit, still have a compound. They've been quietly playing this out, by the way. They still have 3 players alive, decent kills, and a good position to play on here. Now, the one I'm looking at is LG Divine. Their options are limited. They might need to make a desperation play. Do you go to the ditch towards 4 a.m., try and pull up towards Code Marco? Do you try and send towards the hill? That's the impossible choice, a bit of a Sophie's choice, and it looks like they're going to try and head underneath the vision of Day Trade and right towards Code Marco, and the pull-up comes in. Code Marco now tagged up, 2 players either side. He's going to get one, but one's not enough. Instantly goes down J-End on the trade, and Day Trade Gaming still peppering in from above, but Smash still stands in this, or should I say Prones in this. And LG Divine are left in tatters. They have 1 player to try and pull them back up to their feet. Levi's is in the distance, so Smash wanted to make a play now. He'd be in a pretty good position to, but the reses are coming through now.
And as you see, Day Trade still has shots over the top of this, and they're going to be taking them. Levi's and JN make it in. June has gotten res. Smash going to try to go for the res on a Code Marco. Crazy. With a perfectly timed nade. And that is going to do it for DA, but now LG Divine have the compound. They have all their reses coming through. But what is their utility looking like? Can they hold off a push from Day Trade here if they decide to do it?
We're going to find out. They're getting on the log flume, ready to just plunge it.
That's true.
Plunge to the tree. Maybe intentional, who knows at this point. You're going to leave Flash up there to keep 4 a.m. unable to peek, and he actually gets the shot too. That's going to be crazy now gone, but in the background, Kickstart just found Turtle as well. Zenith is still in this. They are the quietest team so far towards the end, letting all these two take chunks out of each other and quietly building. The nades come through. This is great work from Day Trade. They're taking the space. They're taking the kills. Levi's has an off angle though. There could be some more damage coming in. There comes over the top Kickstart again. Velotica's gone down. This is going to be wild. What a bloodied area. This is bodies strewn everywhere.
And 4 a.m. still have 4 up. You can see Crazy and Forever just on the other side of the street. They're starting to peek over here, see if they can maybe get in and get involved. But what a first game from Day Trade. That's 10 kills now picked up. Can they get the res on Mononica? Yes, they do, but crazy. There's another grenade, and here they come. The 4 angry men are going to try to crash onto this and capitalize as soon as they can, and wow. What a push.
They're pushing this, and while this all happens, Zenith quietly waits in the background. A 3v3 emerges. Unless the res comes out now, Zenith have waited patiently, slowly building. But you can see that, well, 4 AM aren't going to be leaving this to go to waste. They've got the res in, they have 4 back alive. Zenith now going to pick up the hillside that was held by Day Trade, whereas 4 AM switched out and took those 2 compounds that DA were holding on to. But I've got to say it, 4 AM's positioning is good. With Lucille in this position, this is very tricky to deal with. This is an angle that does not play well, and 4 AM are aggressive. This could be the game that they close this out, but who knows? Does Zenith have anything left in the tank here?
Lou's got to get something done here. He's got to move soon because the circle's going to start coming through. If he can get a knock, that's going to open up the door, and here he comes. He's going to take the shots. Oh, doesn't get him just yet. Going to keep sending it over. He's going to find Roth. That could be the dinner bell ringing.
You can see Godv's already out, Forever's out. Zenith look a little too passive to my taste. This looks like the 4 angry men are probably going to do this. Nades again. No, crazy. Not again. Nade comes in. Damage gets dealt. He's got another bombarding the side, and they're just nading their way through this game. They don't need to peek it. They've got grenades for days. 4 AM. Make it through.
I cannot believe that 4 AM managed to win that game. That was absolutely insane. They were making something out of absolutely nothing from that northern side. As soon as the circle shifted away from that high ground that they were playing from, it just seemed like there was just nothing there, but they managed to hold a 2-2 split. They managed to win the crash and perfectly crash on side of that compound at the exact right time they needed to. Now for their part, Zenith maybe could have left that church a little bit earlier when things were at their craziest and try to get in there and get the third party, but you know, you can't fault them for coming in at the time that they did. It's just fantastic play from 4 AM.
Okay, well, another day done, and there is a certain region not being as represented as others right now. 4 AM locking in their spot. And in quite some fashion too, keep in mind. And yes, you're right about Zenith. I'd have liked them to be a little more proactive in approach personally. It's hard. It's a fine balance. You don't want to seem like you're getting ahead of yourselves or playing, you know, to maybe a disadvantage. You have to try and find that timing just right. And I think that's when you see those super experienced teams always finding that right timing of the balance of, you know, when to be passive and when to find that territory and move in. But 4 AM, what a game in the end from them.
I mean, that team is so good at knowing the exact moment to just hit the gas and just push on everything. Like they have started to get better about holding it back and realizing when to play safe, or at least it seemed like that today. So finally in this last game of today's games, or rather, they make the weekly final. And do you think DA wants to make sure that they get into the grand finals here this week?
I feel as though that might kind of fire them up a little bit. You know, they better get working. I mean, look, that wasn't a bad game from DA either. They had really good positioning at the end.
DA.
And I mean, that's the crazy thing. When I think about DA, they're one of those teams that used to be send it full center circle. We criticized it in the traditional, you know, new format or the esports format that we traditionally play. But in a game type like this, where you have to survive the week and simply play for that win at the very end, it may even be complementary to their style. But that's neither here nor there for now. It does seem as though the interview is ready, so it's a pleasure as always, Mr. Porro, and all of you at home for tuning in. Let's have a little listen to the team after that win. 4 AM, what a victory that they had.
The final match of tonight, 4 AM has taken their place. Player Forever is here with us for an interview. Hi. Congratulations on your win.
네, 정말 이 화가 잔뜩 폭발해서 승리로 귀결이 된 것 같습니다.
We really saw your anger explode in the end, and it ended up giving you guys this victory. How does it feel?
你们现在的心情怎么样？
心情非常愉悦。
기분이 굉장히 좋습니다.
Feels really amazing.
사실 생존이 중요한 서바이벌 룰에서 항상
Although
포에는
this is
공격적인 모습을
definitely
보세요.
survival
아무래도
is the
최고의
key
방어가
type of play in
공격인
this kind of
걸까요?
game,
과연
but
파이널
4AM,
매치에서도 이러한
you guys
전략을
really
가져갈지 좀
showed
궁금합니다.
an offensive kind of play. What strategy did you have for this game?
持续的激进的战略，其实，在生存战中生存是非常重要的。你们到周末决赛也是要持续这种战略吗？
是的吧，就可能会打得更凶烈嘛，因为这个赛制太保守。
네, 아무래도 이 시합을 이기려면은 계속 이런 방식으로 진행을 할 것 같습니다.
Yes, although surviving is going to be most important, and we're going to be continuing to attack in this game. A lot of fans were with us in the game tonight. Would you like to say any words to your fans who are supporting you?
谢谢大家以来一直的支持，祝大家新年快乐。
여러분들이 응원해주셔서 굉장히
Thank you so
고맙고,
much for your support,
즐거운 하루 되셨으면 좋겠습니다.
and I hope you guys also had a great night.
선수 인터뷰 정말 감사드리겠습니다.
Thank you so much for the interview.
자, 이렇게 해서 위클리 서바이벌의 오늘 마지막 경기로 진출한 팀은 바로 4AM이었습니다. 이제
That's right. It may have taken them 11 games to do it, but 4 Angry Men is through now to the weekly final. Great stuff overall by them, and some explosive moments towards the end of this game as well. I mean, hell, to be fair, across all 11 games, that's what 4 Angry Men does. They're explosive with their actions. We've got ourselves Froz and Cameron here joining us. Cameron, 4 Angry Men finally make it through.
I feel like there are 2 situations that you never want to bet against 4 Angry Men. First one, the obvious one, is going to be hot drops. Second one is if they're in an endgame situation with a 2-2 split. We saw this during this previous weekend where they were able to win that game on Erangel, and here as well, they just their control of angles when they're able to get into a medium-sized split is absolutely insane. And just the amount of throwables that they were able to pick up off the bodies of all of those teams. I think it was a Freak of Freaks initially, and then I think T1 also decided to join. They were just lobbing everything over to the main source of most of the chaos, which was those few shacks.
Yeah, very well done by them. Froz, what do you think about 4AM's pursuit here?
It looked like a different 4AM from what we've seen early in this tournament. And what I'm meaning with that is that we saw them early on in Wind Circle Free Pop. We saw them doing a very wide rotation on the west side, and they had T1 coming up against them. Now, they had Crazy going to the east to Ladrilera already, but the thing was that they didn't take the fight against T1. They decided to group up with Crazy on the east side instead. And the old 4AM, the one we've seen so far in this tournament, they would have taken that fight. They would 100% have taken the fight and gone through with it, no matter what the results would have been. But they backed off this time, and later on, they got that, they got revenge on T1, they got them out of the game. And of course, as Cameron was saying, that 2-2 split, it was all about the control they had in the end. It was certainly there that they were going to win the game. There was no doubt about it.
Definitely so. As we take a look at the highlights here, very big focal point was a lot of these shacks. DA, once again, it's got to feel really weird, I suppose, for Digital Athletics here today, Cameron, because they've had an amazing set of results, but that's not what matters right now. What matters is rounding it out with a chicken dinner, and they've been short just shy a couple of times.
Yeah, I suppose something that they can sort of hold on to, Digital Athletics, is reminding themselves, hey, we're still playing very, very well. If this was the super setting, if this was the traditional format, if this was a weekend, we would be in a really, really good spot. It's just that the one thing that they need to do to make it to the weekend is just eluding them. I mean, we got, what, 5 more games tomorrow. Surely it's got to come their way at some point, but they're not the only team that you can say that about. I think Oath is a good argument. Brewer I still believe in, though they're looking a little more hectic recently. But either way, it's this constant struggle that's bringing out the best in these players, you have to hope.
Yeah, you don't want your only dose of the weekend this week being a rewatch of the Super Bowl, that's for sure. Like, that you want to be able to get to this weekly final and find yourself some cash, even if you're able to finish top 4. But when we figure out how things have been going here throughout the day for us, it has been impactful, it has been varied, it has been entertaining. Every single game has been so much fun here today.
Yeah, and it's still because the teams are still learning about this format and how to play it out against all the other teams here. No one really knows exactly how to perfect this right now. And what we're seeing, like Day Trade coming in here in the last game, for example, they have a blast of a game. This was probably their best game in the tournament so far. And this was what I was talking about it before. We want to see more from them, and this is how they prove themselves.
All right, let's take a look at the schedule. That is coming up as well, because we've had 6 games today, and it's been a great couple of games. Tomorrow, we have 5 games coming at you, and here are the winners from today. Again, very, very varied. Definitely some of the big winners coming out, Europe as well as China, and even Chinese Taipei as well as Lat AM getting themselves on in there in that 3rd win of the day. Cam, very varied, very cool to see.
We do need to sort of reiterate, and we've said this so many times before as we see the schedule in front of us for the tomorrow, I believe. Still no Korea. We've mentioned this every single day. Like, surely there's got to be a Korea team that qualifies. Surely there's got to be a Korean team that qualifies. And to go off of the Digital Athletics point, the Korean teams have been performing poorly in super settings. In fact, before this previous game, I had noted that Damwon Kia had actually had the most points if you track super scoring system amongst the teams that had not that were in the top 16 that had not qualified yet. It's different now. They've slipped a rank or 2 from that, but these teams are not performing badly. They're just not able to. It's a new format. It's a new game style.
That's right. Yeah, I think they're going to come back furious tomorrow, quite honestly, when it comes to the remaining 5 games that we have available to as well. Gentlemen, thank you very much for joining me here today. You'll be back same time, same place tomorrow. So will I, so will all these teams, as we figure out our 5 remaining teams that are going to be moving through into the weekly final. It's going to be a good time. Make sure to check back tomorrow for more PUBG action.
Hello PUBG esports fans. The PUBG Global Invitational S, our biggest tournament yet, begins in February. With a tournament this big, there's a lot to take in. So let's take a look at the format and rules of PGI.S 2021. PGI.S's main event, the weekly series, will be held for a total of 6 weeks starting from February 8th. It is divided into the weekly survival taking place on weekdays and the weekly final held over the weekend. Unlike the previous global tournaments, points are not accumulated week over week, giving every team the same fighting chance each week. Weekly survival features 16 matches held across 3 weekdays. The goal for teams is simple: win a single chicken dinner. Once you win, you stop playing and move on to the weekly final. The next team on the waitlist takes your place and a new match begins. This list is determined by ranked decision matches to decide the order our 32 teams participate. These 24 deciding matches take place over 3 days starting from February 5th and will divide our teams into 4 different groups. The top 16 teams from these groups face off in the weekly survival matches first. The weekly final is more like the PUBG esports you're used to. 10 matches are held across 2 days, and points the teams earn are added up to decide their final ranking for the week. The 16 teams that played in the weekly final get the first shot at next week's weekly survival, and the remaining 16 teams decide their placement on the waitlist during a bottom 16 match held every Saturday, before the weekly final. From there, the cycle continues throughout the tournament. One of the big differences with PGI.S is that instead of receiving prize money based on your final rank is determined by how much prize money you've won. We're awarding prize money every week, and the team who has collected the most at the end will be crowned our PGI.S champion. Here's how it breaks down. The first 8 teams to win a weekly survival match each week take home an automatic cash prize, earning more the sooner they win. From there, the winners of the weekly finals tournament get an even bigger cash prize. The first place prize being $25,000 on week 1, and growing to an astounding $500,000 by week 6, giving teams lots of opportunity to catch up and claim the title. Winning isn't the only way teams are earning cash though. 30% of the total profit made from PGI.S item sales goes back to participating teams. This money will be distributed based on the percentage of money each team won in the tournament, with bigger rewards for the higher performing teams. So, not only do you get cool skins and voting coupons to earn even more cool skins, but you're also helping your favorite teams bring home more well-deserved prize money. Win-win! That about wraps up our overview of the PUBG Global Invitational S. Initial ranking decisions happen on February 5th, and the first official matches kick off on February 8th. So be sure to tune in, pick your winners, and cheer on your favorite teams across 8 weeks of intense PUBG action.